Hello everyone, welcome to this course in which we will be creating a full stack e-commerce web app using Next13, React, Typescript, TailwindCSS for design, Firebase storage for storing images, Prisma and MongoDB for handling the data, and we will be processing payment using Stripe. So this is an advanced course. I'll expect you to have basic knowledge of working with React, and also to have created some backend APIs using any programming language, maybe Node.js and JavaScript or any other, at least to have some knowledge about APIs, okay? This is the application that we will be working on, and in this episode, I'll give you a walkthrough of this application. It is a full stack application. It has a lot of features, but it will really help you to understand how to create full stack applications using React and Next13. Now we'll call it eShop for electronic shop or e-commerce shop. At the top here on our NavBar, we'll have this search bar. So we are able to search anything in our shop. We can search for TV, and when I click on search, then it will filter down the TVs only. You can click on all here to get all the products. We'll have categories, so we can click on phone and it will get only the phones. We can click on laptop. So if we don't have any product, it will tell us this. You can click on watch and so on. At the top here, we'll see how many items that are in our cart, and then we'll have an icon here that allows us to log in, and also we'll have some more links once we are logged in, for example, viewing our orders. Right here, you can add a banner which is advertising something in your shop, e.g. offering a discount and so on. Then down here, we'll list our products in cards, and we'll show a preview using an image name. We'll have some reviews in our shop, so we'll be able to show the reviews and the price of the product. Then at the bottom here, we'll have a footer. Now, once we click a product here, we'll be able to see the reviews of that product. Then we'll be able to select multiple colors for the product. We can do it from here or from here, which is awesome. Then we can change the amount of quantity that we want to add to cart, and we can add to cart. We can view the cart using this button, and our cart will look like this. From the cart, we are able to increase or decrease the quantity. We are also able to remove the product or clear the cart, and we can also continue shopping, and it will take us to our list of products. Let's add a watch. Let's change the color, and we can add 2 of them. Although this is out of stock, we are able to add it to cart, but you can make it to be such that you are not able to add the product to cart if it is out of stock. So in this case, we can add it to cart. So let's just add it to cart, and we will go ahead and view the cart. Right here, we can't check out because we are not logged in. So we are told to click the button to log in, and we'll create an Auth system where we'll be able to continue with Google, or we can use an email and password. We can log in, or we can sign up for an account. So let's log in with Google here, and this will allow us to select one of the accounts that we want. I'll select one of my accounts here, and we are successfully logged in. We see now we are able to check out. Now, one cool thing that will happen is that once we click on this checkout, it will create at our Stripe what we call a payment intent, okay? So as you can see, all these have succeeded. These are all the payments. And once we click this, it will create what we call a payment intent. And also it will create a new order in our database. So here we have another link here, which I can open on a new tab, which will take us to our orders for this particular client, okay? So we have all these orders. And here, let's check out. And once we check out, these will load the checkout. These are form elements from Stripe, which will allow us to perform payment without going to a different URL. We are still in our e-commerce app. Now, if we check it here and we refresh our payments at Stripe, you will see that we will have what we call a payment intent, which will be created. But the payment status is incomplete. We are trying to pay 180, and that is what exactly we are trying to pay here. Now if I come to my orders again and refresh here, you will see at the background it was able to create this order, but the payment status is also pending. So let's go ahead here and we can actually be able to modify this order. So if I come back and we add another product, let's say this keyboard, let's add 2 of them and we add to cart and we continue. Now we have a different amount. So if we check out what this will do, it will not create a different order, but it will update our existing one which has not been paid yet. So if we come to the orders and we refresh, you'll see that this has been updated to have all the 3 products. We can view an individual order and you'll see all the 3 products are here, and we added this keyboard. So it is not creating a new one, it is updating the existing one. And the cool thing is that it will also update our stripe here. It will update it and not create a new one. So it will use this ID to update it, okay? Which is really cool. This prevents us to have a lot of transactions which are incomplete. So now we can continue here to perform a payment. I'll enter a name, an address. Then down here we can use a test card, just like that, a future date and a CVC. Now I'll perform the payment and payment success, and we can view the orders. So if we come to Stripe and we refresh here, you'll see that now the payment has succeeded for this one, and this will fire what we call a Stripe webhook on the background. So today I had already added this one, so if we refresh, we'll now have another one right now. So it will fire this webhook, and this webhook will update our order in the database and it will mark it as paid. So if I view my orders here, you'll see that now here the payment status for this is paid 3 minutes ago. So it is working. Okay, awesome. So that is how we'll perform the payment, and then we will be having an admin dashboard for this particular application. So if I come here, we have this admin dashboard right here. From here, we will see the total orders, the total paid orders, unpaid orders, total users in the system, total products in the system, and the total sales that we have made using our system. Down here, we will have a graph showing the amount we have made each day right here for the last 7 days. And then we'll have more stuff here like manage orders. So for manage orders, we'll be able to view all the orders in the system using this table. And this table is what we call a rich data table. It has a lot of stuff. For example, it has pagination here. We can change the number of items that we want per page. We can select all products. We are able to perform some filters right here. We can filter with ascending, descending, and so on. We are able to search. So here we are able to filter by searching. So we can write pending, and this will only give us the orders whose delivery status is pending. We can have delivered, and this will give us all the delivered orders. So this is really cool. We can change the operation, contains, equals, start with. It's a very rich data table which we'll create in this particular course. Another thing is that right here we are able to mark an order as dispatched or as delivered. When an order is pending, this client is not able to give reviews to those products. So right now we are not able to give reviews to the products that we bought. For example, we can go to Logitech keyboard. So here at Logitech, we have this product. We have bought it, but since it's not yet delivered, we cannot perform the review. But right now, we can mark it as dispatched using this, and we can mark it as delivered using this. And the cool thing is that now, if I come here and refresh, since it's now delivered, we'll be able to rate this product. So here I can give it 5 star, and I can say good. And then I rate the product. Once we rate, we can only rate it once. So once we rate it, we no longer see that input field anymore, but our review is here and our total review is calculated also here, which is awesome. Now we have added that rating. Okay, that is how our rating system will work. We will have another rich data table for managing the products. So we can see the products that are in stock, the prices, the names of the products, and so on. We will be able to change the status of in stock or out of stock using this button. And then here we will have a button which we can use to delete a product. Then we will have this one which we can use to view a single product. Now here we also have adding a product. Let's add one of the products. We can say another iPhone 14. This is a dummy product, so don't worry about the naming. A random price. Then the brand is Apple. A random description. So I can just say short desk. Then we'll say this product is in stock. It is a phone. We select the category. Now here, the cool thing, we can select multiple colors and we upload an image for each of the colors. So we have this iPhone 14 white. We add it. Then we have gray. We can add that image here. So we have selected the images, but they are not yet added to our Firebase storage, which we will use for storing the images. They will be added once we click add, and together with all the details and the links to those images will now be saved to the DB. So click add, and here creating the product, and this might take a while. We wait, and there we go, product created. Now when we go back, we will see that we have another iPhone 14. So we have two. We have this iPhone 14 and we have another iPhone 14 here. And here you'll see now we have two images. They were already added to Firebase storage, and we can add this to cart, which is really awesome. Another cool thing is that if we go back to admin dashboard here, manage products, we'll have another iPhone 14 here, and we can actually delete it. So if I click delete, deleting the product, and the product is deleted and we no longer have it. So yeah, this is the application that we will be working on, and I really hope that you will enjoy. You'll learn a lot of stuff from React using the current version of Next.js, which is Next13. You'll learn how to use Typescript, TailwindCSS, using Prisma and MongoDB to handle the data, and so much more. As I said before, this is an advanced course, so I'll expect you to have already worked with React.js, so you have some experience working with state, React components, React hooks, and even more on React. Also, I expect you to already have some basic knowledge about APIs. You have created some CRUD operation APIs. So if you don't know what is CRUD operation, most probably this course is not best for you. So you might have created these APIs using Node.js or any other programming language. And then we will be making use of TypeScript in this course. So I expect you to have some basic knowledge working with TypeScript. So if you don't, you can just take a crash course on YouTube or go through TypeScript documentation, and then you'll be good to go and proceed with this course. I want us to start by creating a Next.js application. So here I am at nextjs.org, and all you need to do is to click on get started. I'll come to installation, and right here you'll see there are system requirements of creating a Next.js application. The first thing that you need to have is Node.js version 16.8 or later. And if you have been working with React, I'll be assuming that you already have this installed. But if you don't have, all you need to do is to download and install Node.js in your machine. I recommend going with the recommended for most users here because I think it's more stable than the current one. Now, after installing Node.js, all you need to do is to come right here, and we need to run this command right here to create the Next.js application. Now, right here, we have at latest, and this will give you the latest version, but I recommend going with the version that I'll be using in this entire course so that things don't break for you, which works for me. Okay, But if you will be able to handle the versions, well, you can proceed with this command right here, which says /test. For me, I'll straightly change that command so that you can install the version that I'll be using in this entire course, okay? So what I need to do is to come to this folder, which I already created, called eShop. This will hold our application. And I'll open this folder with Visual Studio Code, which is my preferred code editor. So you can use the same if you want to have the same experience as me, or if you want to follow along. So right here, I'll type cmd. And what this will do is that it will open this path on command prompt. So I am on Windows here. And from this command prompt, I can use this command to open this folder on Visual Studio Code. So this is how I usually do it, but there are other ways of doing it. You can click on File, then you can click on Open Folder to proceed, okay? So you should have empty space like this, and I'll open a terminal. I'll be using this inbuilt terminal here, npx, then create, then hyphen, next, then hyphen, app. But right here, I'll not say /test, but I'll paste this version here. So for me, this is the current version. And I recommend that you run this command as well, so that you work with the version that I'll be using in the entire course, so that if things are working for me, they're also working for you. So if you use the latest version, things might not work the same. But also, if you'll be able to handle the versions and solve any bugs that will occur, then I recommend you can as well go with the latest version, okay? So this will be up to you. So here, I'll click on enter. So I need to give my application or project a name, and I'll use a period here. So this will take the name of this folder as the name of the project. So I'll hit enter. Would you like to use Typescript? I'll say yes. Would you like to use ESRint? I'll say yes. Would you like to use TailwindCSS? I'll say yes. Would you like to use SRC directory? I'll go with no. Would you like to use app router, which is recommended? So this is the current version now, which makes use of server components and the app folder with a new routing system. So I'll say yes. Would you like to customize the default import alias? I'll go with the yes here. And what import alias would you like to configure? I'll go with 8. Now this will fire up a Next.js application, and then it will install all the dependency that are required for our application to run. So this might take some time, so give it some time to install, as I will be doing here. So mine has successfully installed all the dependencies, and you can see now we have all these files. And if I come to package.json file, you'll see all the dependencies that were installed. And here are the scripts for working with our application. And to run the application, we'll be making use of this dev script here. So to start our Next.js application, I'll just say npm run dev. And this will start our application on localhost 3000, okay? So here, I'll just hit control and then hit this localhost 3000. And here we go. Now our Next13 application is successfully running here, and we have successfully created a Next.js app. All we need to do is to start working on our e-commerce application. We'll start to explore our Next13 application, which we have already created, and we'll start by checking at this app folder. And later on, we'll be adding many folders and pages inside this app folder, and we'll see how we'll do it. But for now, let us check at this layout.tsx file. And in this file, you'll see that we are defining a component called root layout. And every Next13 application will have this root layout, because this is the start of the application. This is where we define the major tags like HTML and the body tag right here. And then for us to define some title tags, description tag for SEO purposes, you'll see here we are exporting an object called metadata. And this object has the title and the description here. And you can edit these properties for them to fit your page needs. So right now, the title says create next app. Now this create next app is at the top here. This is the title of the page. So I am in a position to edit it. For example, I can say let this one be e-shop. And once I save, you'll see that this will update at the top here, e-shop, and you'll see it's here. And if I inspect this page and come to elements, okay, let me scroll down here. Right here, you'll see our title, and then you'll see a meta tag with the description, and the description says generated by create next app. So that is this description right here, which you can as well edit. So you can say e-commerce app, just like that, and then save. And once it reloads, you'll see that now the content changes to e-commerce app. And here you can add even more properties for SEO purposes, but we'll not go through each property. Now later on, we'll be creating nested layouts, and for each nested layout, you are in a position to also define a metadata object for each of them. Now here, we are passing children prop, and then this children prop, we are using it down here. We pass it inside our body. Now this children prop is our different pages in the application, and we'll be seeing how we will create different pages in the application. But for now, we already have one page, this page right here, which is our home page. As you can see, it's defined here as home. And here we already have some content, and this is all the design that we see right here at our app. It is designed using TailwindCSS, and we will be using TailwindCSS in the entire course. But for now, we don't need all this, okay? So what I can do, I can just highlight right here, and we can remove everything, okay? And I can say here main, we'll be populating it later with our own content, and I can say e dash and then shop. I save, and then if I come back here, you'll see now we have edited everything. And we also have this dark mode, and this dark mode, it's because of our global.css styles. So we have these styles, we have these directives for working with TailwindCSS, and then we have all these others. So what I'll do, I want to start everything from scratch, so I can just remove all those other styles and remain with this. So I'll go ahead and save, and now we don't have any styles. The dark mode is gone. So here you'll see we have explored our global.css file. It will only have those directives. We have the layout here. We have explored different properties here. Let me change this to capital letter. And then we have the root layout with the HTML and the body tag, which accepts our children. And our children is the different pages in the application. And one of the pages is this one, although we will be adding more. Now, we also have this image component. We'll be taking a look at it later on. But for now, we are not using it, so I'll just remove it. Okay. And I'll save that file. I want us to see how we can add our own fonts in a Next13 application. So I'll go back to the layout folder here, and I think I can zoom it a little bit here. And from here, you'll see that we are creating this constant called inter. So this will be an object which is created by calling a function here, inter. And this inter is coming from next/font/Google. So Next13 already integrates Google fonts. So right now, I want us to add a font called Poppins. So for now, let's remove this inter, and we will bring in Poppins, and you can see it's suggested here. And then right here, these Poppins that we are importing here will be a function. So we call it right here, and we pass these subsets to be Latin. But now this one expects us to also pass some more properties, and that is the font weight. So we need, apart from subsets, we need to add font weight. So right here, I'll add a comma, and then we will say wait, full colon, and we include these square brackets. Then we will add 400 and maybe 700 for bold. So here I'll say 400, then 700 will be bold one. You can even add more font weights in that array. Okay. Now once we do this, you'll see down here, for us to apply the font, we were calling inter.className. So this object that we create right here has a property called className, and that will apply our font to any element that we target. So in this case, instead of saying inter, we will say Poppins. So Poppins right here. And when you check at this font, it will straightly change if I save this file. So I'll go ahead and save. So the change was minimal, but it definitely actually changed the font here. Okay, so that is how we are able to add our own fonts from Google Fonts in Next13. We will talk about our application layout. So if we come to this one, this is the Rive website. You'll see at the top we have our NavBar, and then we have categories, and then in here at the middle we'll have our content, and then at the bottom we'll have our footer. So I want us to get this basic layout done before we get to more complex stuff. So we need to create a navbar, we need to create a footer, and so on. So to add components in a Next13 app, you can add components at each page level, because when adding pages, we'll be creating folders for each of the pages. So you can add components at each page level, or you can add a folder called components for different components that you might want to have and structure them there inside folders. It will be basically up to you. So in this case, I'll just add a new folder inside the app called components, and then inside this folder I'll add yet another folder called nav. So here is where we'll create our different components for the navbar. So let's go ahead and inside the nav folder add now a file, and we'll call it navbar.tsx. So we are using Typescript, and then right here I'll say sfc and hit enter, and this will create a small snippet here which I can use to fill our component. So I'll say navbar. So for you it might not work the same because I am using an extension called simple React snippets. So if you want to make use of that shortcut sfc, you can just go to extensions, then search for simple React snippets, this one here, and then you install it, and then you'll be able to make use of that shortcut. Let me show you where it is. This one here, it basically creates a stateless functional component. Okay, here we need to return something, and we can say div, and we can say this is our navbar. So I'll save. Inside components I can add another folder called footer, and then inside this footer folder I add a new file, and I'll call it footer, and then .tsx, and I'll use our sfc, and I'll say footer. Now right here I'll go ahead and add a div that says footer. So we have created two components, the footer and the navbar, and we can now make use of these components inside our layout.tsx file. Here we had body, and here we had children. So what I'll do, I'll just hit enter, and I wrap these children with a main tag. So I'll basically say main, and I'll pass this children right here. So I'll tab and paste the children here, and I can save. So if I come here, we also had main. So let's change this to just a simple div, okay? So that we only have one main at the layout, okay? Now back to our layout, I'll hit enter here, and here I can add our navbar component above the main. I can say NavBar here, and it will be auto imported at the top from our components NavBar. And then down here we'll have our footer. I didn't auto import it. I can come back here at the end here before closing, hit Control space, and then I'll have the suggestion to auto import it, and we auto import it like that. Okay, so now if I save and come back to our eShop, you'll see now we have NavBar, eShop, and footer. But we need the footer to be at the very bottom, NavBar to be at the very top, eShop to be at the middle. Now for that, we need to add some styles for these three. And since we'll be adding more components in this particular file, we can wrap these three inside a div so that we add styles for those only. Okay, so here I'll add like this, and then I'll save. And right here I can add a class name, and I'll add some TailwindCSS classes. So we will display flex, then we'll change the flex direction to column, and I'll set the mean height for this div to be screen. So this mean height screen means that it will occupy the viewport height to be the minimum. Okay, and then if I save, you'll notice that nothing's happened. But to make it work, we need to come to the main here, which will be our main body, and here we'll add a class name, and we will set flex hyphen grow, like that, for the main to grow. Okay, and once I save, now you'll see we have NavBar at the top, then we have eShop, so eShop will be right here, then we have footer. So if I happen to give this main a BG color, you'll see where our main is. Okay, so BG, I can just say black and save, and look, the whole of this is our main, and this is why we'll be having our main content. So we'll be adding content later. For now, let's just have that. So I'll save. I have just removed the background color. So yeah, this is how our layout will look like. Now I don't want to use total black for our pages, therefore I can come at the body here. I can use backticks here because I want to add some more class names, and then I'll use the money sign to call our variable here, and then use brackets. So here I'll just say text hyphen straight hyphen 700, and then I will save. Now this will not be total black. Cool. We need to create a container component that we will reuse throughout the application for different pages. If I come to our Next.js here and expand this, you'll see that our app starts at a certain point here, and it is like inside a container. And even if I zoom out, you'll see that everything is inside a container, even the footer, the content, and so on. So here I can just expand, and I'll do that inside our app components, and I'll do it at the root of the components because we'll be reusing it in different parts of the application, in pages and also in other components. So I'll add a new file, container.tsx. We can create it sfc, and I'll say container. We'll return a div, and this div will be accepting children. Okay, so here I'll say children, and this children we will be receiving it as plops. So here we can add children, but we need to define the types for these children. Remember, we are using Typescript. So to define the types, we can go up here and we define an interface of container props, and here we will be having children, and the type for this will be React node. And then we can make use of this container props. I can just copy it and we'll make use of it here. I use a full colon, and I'll say that this is a React.first functional component FC, and then we use these angle brackets, and we pass our container props right there. And you see now that error has disappeared. So basically what we have done, we have passed these children props right here and defined an interface for that. Okay. Now we need to pass different styles for this container. Therefore, I'll be making use of a class name. So here I'll say class name, and I can just enter here so that you see what I'm typing clearly. And we'll have a max hyphen width of maybe 1920 px. So this will be the max width. Okay, so 1920 px. And then here margin along the x-axis will be auto. So what this will do will make the container to be at the center. And then here we can define some responsiveness. I'll say XL. This is extra large screen. We'll have a padding along the x-axis of 20, and then we'll do MD, and we reduce this. So px for this one will be just 2. This will be equivalent to 8px. So this is padding along the x-axis. Now here I'll just add a default px. So this is for the smaller screens and so on. Hyphen 4, and I'll save. So this is our container, and we can make use of it in different parts of the application. Let us work on our NavBar component. So we want it to be like this. We will be having eShop here. We'll be having a search component. We'll be having this cart component. Then we'll be having this. We need to have a parent div, which is this one, and we can add some styles for this. So I'll say class name, and then right here, this will be a sticky navbar. So whenever I scroll, you see it remains at the top, but when it's at the top, it's positioned relatively, meaning that it's occupying the space there. That's what sticky means. So when we include sticky, we must include another property, which is top, and we set it to 0. Now here we will want the width of this to be full, and then we'll have a bg of straight, and then dash 200, and then we can add a z index of 30. We can have a small shadow on it. If I come back here, if I save this and come back here, we have this right here. I hope you can see it. This straight background there for our nav. So let's remove this nav. I'll start by adding another div, and for this div we'll use it to set our padding. So here, so padding along the y-axis of 4, and then the border here to be bottom, and also I'll just say 1px. So I enter a custom value here of 1px. So that will just give padding to our navbar and also create a border at the bottom, a small line. Okay, now here we will use our container because we want to enter the content for our navbar. Container, make sure to import it from this container, and we'll have content in here. So I'll add another div, and inside this div we will have our eShop logo, and that eShop logo will be a link. So I'll use a link component from Next.js right here. I say eShop in here. This link component expects us to pass a href property, and we will set this to go to our home page. I can save, and we see this eShop right here, and we are able to click it for it to go to the home page. Okay, so after the link we will have our search bar, but we will not be adding the search bar right now. Okay, but we can just add a placeholder, and I'll say search. I'll add another div. So we are just adding the basic structure of our navbar. So here I'll just say cart count, and then down here we'll have our user menu. Okay, I save. So for this div we will add a class name, and we can add the styles right here. We'll display flex. So by default the flex direction will be in arrow. So if I happen to save that, you can see everything have changed into arrow. Items will be center. We'll justify the item be between, and then we'll add a gap here of 3, and finally we'll add MD to have a gap of 0. Now down here, if I save, you'll see that these are not arranged nicely, these two. So we come here, we can add a class name, and we'll say flex, and then we'll say items center, and then right here we'll have a gap of 8, MD full colon to have a gap of 12. And sorry, here we should have added full colon as well. So I'll save, and there we go. So we have cart count, user menu, search bar will be here, eShop is here. Okay, now for this search bar, we'll not show it on smaller screens. So what I'll do, I'll just add a class name, and then I'll say hidden by default, but on larger screen from MD to have a display of block. So from hidden to block. I'll save, and if I minimize the screen here, you see search is hidden, but if we come back, it's there. Okay, that's good. Now this eShop, I want it to look like this styling. If you have an image, you can add it, but for me, I just changed the font. So in some few videos ago, I showed you how to add the font from Google. So here we need to import our font function. So I'll say import, and it will come from next Google font. And now right here, I can define a constant for it. So I can say const red dressed to be equal to red dressed. We invoke it, we pass subsets here. So subsets full colon to be Latin, and then it expects us to also pass the font weight like we did with Poppins. So here I'll say weight and full colon, pass only 400, and we can now make use of this red dressed at our logo here. So I can say class name, and here we say red dressed, then dot class name. Now I'll save, and there we go, it has changed. We use the $sign like that, okay, so that we are able to add more styles here. And I'll say font to be bold, so font hyphen bold, and space, I want the text to be large, so I'll say text hyphen, I'll say to Excel, and I'll save. And there we go, now we have our logo there, and we have created our basic navbar right there. We'll be adding these components as we move. We'll get our footer out of the way. Because it's static, these links are not functional, it's just a UI. We'll use some icons here, and for these icons we'll be making use of React icons. So we need to install that library, this one. So we need to run this command. So I can just copy it and back to our app here. What I'll do, I'll bring our terminal and add a new terminal using this plus, and install that. So npm install react icons -- save. I'll hit enter. As that installs, let me close all this, and we minimize everything. App components, we will work on our footer. So we will have a component called footer list, and what footer list will do is that it will help us to list these different links or items. So right here at footer, I'll add a new file and I'll call it footer list. So footer list.tsx, and I'll hit enter. So this will be a stateless functional component, and I can say footer list just like that. Then right here you can say div. We can use TailwindCSS to style it. I'll just add a class name, and we can add different styles. I'll start with the width will be full. On small screen, we'll have a width which will be 1/2, 1/2. Then we enter. On medium screen, we'll have width which will be 1/4. On large ones, we'll have width to be 1/6. We'll have margin to the bottom of 6, and then we'll have flex column. Then we'll have a gap of 2, and that will be it. So we need to include children here. I'll include a tab and I'll say children. So we'll receive these children as props here. So I destructure children like that. We need to define the types. Right, define an interface which will be footer list props, and here we'll have children full colon react dot react node like that. Then we include that right here. So react.fc, we include our angle brackets, and we include our footer list props. So I save. Now this will highly save us some time when creating those lists. So back here at our footer, instead of div, I'll say footer. So footer will have some class name. We'll include a background color, so bg straight, and then this will be 700. We'll have text straight to be 200, and then we will have text to be small, and margin to the top will be about 16. That is about 64px. Inside the footer, we need to wrap our content with the container component we created earlier. So here, I'll go ahead and say container, and auto import it from container right there, and right here. Okay, like that. Now inside the container, we can add a div, and this div will help us to organize our content. It will have this. Let's add a class name, and for this class name we'll have flex column md. We'll have a flex of row, justify between, padding to the top of 16 and padding to the bottom of 8. Okay, and then right here we can have our footer list component. It expects us to pass some children. We will start with a h3, and for this h3 we'll say shop categories. I can just copy and paste this one right here, and then right here I'll make use of the link component. So link from next link. Right here we can include our content. So the first one will be fonts, and right here we include our href to be just hash. It won't go anywhere, just hash. So okay, I can use the quotes then hash. So this is our first link. When I save, it auto formats. I'm using prettier. Okay, I will duplicate this, so I can use Alt Shift and then the bottom arrow. So we'll have one for laptops, we'll have one for desktops, watches, TVs, and accessories. And this one to accessories. Just like that. Now when I save, we can preview that. I will refresh, and here we have it. Okay, it's already listing them nicely. We just need to style these shop categories right here to be bold. Okay, so that is this heading. We will add a class name, we'll just say text to be a little bit bigger, so text will be base, and then we'll have font to be bold, and then we will add margin to the bottom of 2, and I will save. So this is now bold. Awesome. Now we need a similar thing for customer services. So this will be easy. We just need to duplicate the whole of this. So Alt Shift bottom arrow will duplicate it. Then we'll still have a heading that will say customer service. So I can paste it here. And then here we'll have contact us. Here we'll have shipping policy. Okay, here I had included watches, but we don't need that. I'll just add FAQs. So I'll remove the rest and save. And now we come back here and we have it here. Okay, it's coming along. Now we'll need this and this. So let's do that. I'll add a div, I'll add a class name, and width will be full, but for MD width will be 1/3, and then margin to the bottom will be 6, and then MD margin to the bottom will be 0. We'll have our heading, it will be similar to this one, so I'll copy that one, paste it here, and change that to about us. So about us. Then after heading we will have a paragraph, so I'll say p tag which will have a class name, and will include margin to the bottom of 2, and we copy this, copy, I'll paste it here, and I can include that full stop. And we'll have another paragraph. For the @, we'll use this and then I'll say copy, and I'll include a semicolon like that. So that will create the @. So if I save this one, come here, you'll see we have that @ at the bottom there. So let's come back here. I'll use some JavaScript here. We'll just say new date at the end here, dot get full year, and then we invoke it as well, and that will get us the year. And then right here I include some space. I'll say e, and then I'll use this tilde sign, shop, full stop, reserved, and I'll save. Awesome. So one last thing is this one. After this div, after this one, we can include our footer list. Let's include it as a component so that we get a suggestion for it. So footer list like this. Then in here we'll have a heading similar to this one, so I'll copy it and paste it here, and right here we can change this to follow us like that. And then down here we'll have a div for the icons, and right here we can include a class name for them to be aligned horizontally. We say flex and we include a gap of 2. Okay, cool. Now right here we need to include them as links such that you can click them. So I'll copy one of the links here, like this one, copy, and I'll use it right here like that, but instead of text we will use icons. Okay, so here for example we will say MD and Facebook. So this is the Facebook icon. It is not suggesting an auto import, so we'll import it manually, but for now we can also include a prop called size like this of 24. So for the first icon, we need to import it manually here. So here, let's say import with the structure md Facebook, and this will come from React hyphen icons, and then stroke md, and I save. So if I come back, let it reload. There we go, we have this icon there. So we'll have more icons. Let's duplicate this one 3 more times. Alt Shift bottom arrow 3 more times. Okay, for this one we'll not use an empty icon. We'll say AI, we'll say fill Twitter circle. We need to import this one manually. So I can duplicate this one, then here I'll paste this one, but this will come from a different module, which is AI. I'll save and come back at the bottom, and there we go. Now this has changed to Twitter. Awesome. So we need to do a similar thing for these ones. I'll copy this Instagram and I'll add it here. Then I'll come back, copy this YouTube and add it here. So AI fill YouTube is not there. This is supposed to be small, and this is supposed to be small. Okay, there we go. Awesome. So if we check, this will be our footer, and our footer just make our shop to look nice. Awesome. I want us to create this banner right here. I'll just go to components, then add a new file. We can call it home banner. So home banner.tsx. I'll say status functional component, and then home banner. So we can return a div. This div is the parent div for the banner, but we'll have another div for this content right here. So here we'll be having another div, and then inside this div is when we'll having 2 sections. This one here for text and this one here for the image. So this is the structure of our banner, and all we need to do is to fill everything with content and add the styles. So let's start with the styles for the parent div. Here you just need to say class name. We'll make sure that the banner is positioned relative. The BG will be gradient, so I'll say BG gradient. I'll say to right from sky. This is sky blue color 500, and then to sky 700, and we'll add margin to the bottom of 8. And then I'll add some class names for this second div here. So I'll say class name, we'll say MX auto. So this will position it at the center, and we'll have a padding along the x-axis of 8. And then we'll have a padding along the y-axis of 12, and we'll display flex. For small screens, the flex direction will be column, so flex column. We can add a gap of 2, and then for medium screen and above, we'll have a flex direction of row, and items will be at the center here. You can justify content to be evenly. So that is this section right here. So on small screens, the text will be at the top, the image at the bottom, so that is the column. Then on medium screen and above, then they will be side by side. That is when you are changing the flex direction here to row. Now we have this div right here, and this is for this text. So first of all, we can add the text here. We will be having a h1. This will say that this is a summer sale. We will be having a paragraph, enjoy discounts on selected items. Also, we'll have another paragraph, get 50% off. So that is the content for there. And let's save. And actually, let's now hook this up to our page so that we can see it. So I'll come here and we'll come to this page right here. So here we didn't have much. We just had this eShop. So we can just remove it. I will wrap everything with our container component. So I'll say container. Now in this case, I can wrap this in a div, and I'll say that we are passing our home banner just like that. At the parent div right here, I'll add a class name, and I'll say let's have a padding of 8. So that will be for this main content, okay? And I save. Now, if now we go to our app here and preview, we already have this. So we will come right here at this div. So for this one, we'll add margin to the bottom of 8. For medium screen and above, margin to the bottom will be 0. Text will be center. So here, let's also add a class name, and we'll make the text to be 4XL, and then MD, we will make the text to be 6XL, and then font will be bold. We can change the color, text will be white, and finally margin to the bottom, just 4. So I'll save. There we go. Now we have this summer sale. We go to the paragraph here, we add a class name, and here text will just be large, LG, and then MD, text will just be extra large, text will be white, and finally margin to the bottom will be 2 for this one. So I save, and we get the settings for enjoy discounts on selected items. Now finally get 50% off. We add a class name. This will be a bit bigger than the previous paragraph. So text here will be 2XL. MD text will be 5XL. Then the color for this one will be yellow, 400, and then font should also be bold. So I save, and there we go, get 50% off. Now finally we need to create the other part here for the image. We will set the width for this one to be 1/3, and then the position for this one will be relative, and we'll have an aspect ratio of a video for the image. Now in here we will use the image component from Next.js image. This will come from next image. It should be a self-closing tag like that, and we need to add some props here. So the first one is the src prop. If the image is in the public directory right here, we will consider this as the root. So here we just need to pass the path stroke the name of that image. It will be called banner.image and then .png. So I don't have that image yet. We'll be adding it in a few in this public folder. So let's continue right here. We will say fill, and then alt can be banner image. We'll have a class name. We'll just include object hyphen contain. So I'll save that to auto format, and here we don't see the image. So what we need to do is to add it. You can add any image you want, but if you want to add the same image as me, you can go to this URL, github.com/charles/eshop assets. So visit this link. Then you'll get this banner image, and you can download it from here. So here, this is the image that I'm using, and you can just click download. What I'll do, I'll drag and drop it inside the public folder here. So if I click on my downloads, I can drag and drop it on public. So after adding the image at our public folder, still it doesn't show. we must have messed up maybe the naming. Yeah, here it should be hyphen. So let's save again, and after some time it shows now. Awesome. Now when I expand this, look, so we have gotten our basic layout for this homepage going. We have added this nav, the banner, the footer, which is awesome. Now we'll start getting to more interesting stuff. I want us to start working on our products. So we will list the products, and then after that we'll be able to create these product cards and create a page for each of the products for more details. And then after completing working with our products, we'll move on to the shopping cart. And for now, we'll be working with some dummy data. And then later on in the course, I'll show you how we can add products to the database and also get them from the database. And we will replace the dummy data with the actual data. So I have prepared some dummy data for you to work with. And if you go back to this URL here, github.com/chowchart/eshop assets, you'll see that I have added this file just 3 minutes ago, just now. And this file has some dummy data that we can work with. Okay, so what I need you to do is to visit that link, then click on products.tsx, and you can click on this copy, this right here, copy raw file. And then we will go ahead and create this file in our project. So to create this file, we can do it out here. Just click on add folder, and you can call it utils. We'll be using it for different stuff. And here we can add a new file. We can say products.tsx, and then in here we paste what we copied. Okay, and it's an example of 5 products. Maybe we can preview how each product data looks like. Okay, so this is an array of objects. Okay, and for each of the object, so this is one of the object here, and we can see what it has. It has an ID of the product. It has a name of the product, description of the product, price, brand, category, whether the product is in stock or not. And then we have an images array. For the images array, we'll have each image in form of an object, and here we'll have the color for the image, whether it's white, green, or whatever. And then we'll have the color code and the image link. This is coming from Firebase storage. Okay, so I'll be showing you how to upload images in Firebase. Also, we have here reviews, and I don't know if there is the one with reviews. Okay, we have this one with the reviews, and you'll see the details for each of the review. For the review, we have ID, user ID, product ID, the rating, comment, then when the review was created, and the user who added that review. So that is the data for the review. So let's use this data to list our products here. So to start with, we'll go to app, then we will go to page here, and this is where we will list our data. And also here is where later on we'll be fetching the data. After the home banner, we'll come here and we will add a new div. And then right here is where we will map through our products. So right here, we can just say products. We auto import it from our utils. We will say dot map, and here we will get a product at a time. And for now, we can say that this has a type of any. We'll be fixing that later as we proceed with the course. And then right here, we just use an arrow function, and we should return something. So here, let's return. For now, I can just return a div. And for now, let's just return the product name. So I can say product.name, and I save. So if I save, those products are listed here. We have all these names right there. So some names are too long, and we'll need to figure out a way of making them shorter. So we can create a helper function to help us truncate the text. So back to the utils, we can add a new file, and we'll say truncate text.ts, and right here we will export const, then we will say truncate text This will receive a string, and you can give it a type of string. It will be an arrow function, and in here we will check the string length. So we'll say if the str.length is less than 25, then we will just return that string. So let's return that string. Then else down here we will truncate that string. Okay, so here we will return our string, but we call our substring array method. We invoke it, so we'll have a string long from 0 to 25, and then here we will join that string with ... so showing that it's longer than that. And this is our helper now function right here. So we can come back to the page, and instead of just saying product name, we'll say truncate. We have this one here. It is auto imported from our utils, and then we call this and we wrap the product name like that. So I'll save. Now right here the long string are truncated, and we add 3 dots at the end. Okay, awesome. So we'll be reusing that function in many places. So we will need to organize our products this way, so we can use a CSS grid. So let's do that, and then in the next episode we'll go ahead and create this card. Okay, the product card itself. Right here at this div we need to add some class names. So I'll say class name, and we will display grid. Grid hyphen calls will be 2. So for very small screens we'll have 2 columns. Then here you can say SM for small screens. We can change the grid here to be calls 3, and then for larger screens we can have grid of hyphen calls hyphen 4, and for extra large screens we can add grid again, then hyphen calls, and then hyphen 5. So here it should be a full colon, and let's add the last one of 2XL or very large screens. We'll have grid and then hyphen calls and then hyphen 6. Here we remove this gap. Cool. And then we add a gap between all our products to be 8, and that should do it. So I'll save, and we are just making it to be responsive. So for this one, you see it's 3 columns. We have this, this, and this, and I'll assume that is for this small screen here. So if we go extra small screens, we'll have 2 columns. So let's minimize this further, this one further. Super small screens, you see it's 2 columns, and then when our screen gets bigger, 3, now we have 4, now we have 5. So if our screen is very big, we'll have another one here. Okay, cool. This is working well. I want us to create a product card which will look like this one. To do this, I'll go to our components here. So app components, and I'll add a new folder for our products. So I'll say products, and inside this we'll create a new file, and we can call it product card.tsx, and status functional component here, and we create our product card. We'll have a div, and we'll have more content in here. This component will be a client-side component. It will be rendered on the client, and this page here is a server component. Remember, this is also a component, but it's a server component, meaning that it's rendered on the server. So server components makes our pages to be faster because they are pre-rendered on the server, but we still need the client components because we have interactivity in client components like on-click event, and whenever you make use of some hooks, you definitely know that that should be a client-side component because of the interactivity. But how do we differentiate them? How does Next.js know which is a server component, which is a client component? We add use client, and this will tell Next.js that this particular component is a client component. And we'll be exploring more on client versus server side components as we move on with the course. Okay, so for now, just know that this product card is a server component because we have that on click event that when we click, we move somewhere else. So right here, we need to plan how we will show our card here. Okay, so first of all, we'll have a parent div. We'll have another div in here for the content, and inside that div we'll have the image. We'll have the div here for the name. We have rating. This one to show how many reviews are there, and this one right here. So here we'll have another div for the content, and then for our content we'll have a div that will have the image in here, and after that we'll have a div for the name. You can make it also a paragraph. We will have a div for the rating, and here we will have a div for how many reviews we have, and also here we'll have another div for the price. So if I save, we have this div which is our container, then this for the content, then this one is the actual content. So let's start with this div right here, and we will add a class name. We will say call hyphen span of 1. That means that it will occupy one of the grid sections, only one. It will occupy only one column. We'll have a cursor of pointer. We'll have border, and we'll make it custom. So we use these square brackets here of 1.2 px. So I think we can list them downwards because they are many. You can just do this. So I think this is more readable, right, for you actually. So here we'll have another border, and we'll set the color for the border now to be straight 200. We enter. We'll have BG to be straight 50. We'll have rounded to be small. So this means that it will have a border radius, and we'll have a padding of 2. And now look, whenever we hover, it pops. So we need to add that animation. So we can start by saying transition, and then on hover we will say scale by 105. That is like 1.05. And then right here text will be center, then text will be small. Okay, awesome. Then we'll have this div. We'll add a class name. We can enter so that it's also readable for this. And for this one, we'll say flex column, items center, width will be full, and gap of 1. Okay, awesome. Now here we need to add our image. This component will be receiving our products. So here we'll be having our data. So we need to destructure data, and also we need to define the types for this. So for now we can just use any, because the types that we'll be using here will be coming from Prisma. Okay, so we will be fixing them later on. We'll have a section where we get to fix the types. So first of all, I define an interface of data, and I'll say let this data be just any, and we need to add it here, full colon, and I'll say React.fc, and we will have our product props here in angle brackets. Awesome. So this data is the one that will have a URL for our image. So that's why I added it first. Inside here, we will have the image component from Next.js. So image, make sure it's this one so that it's auto imported. Then we self close it. We'll say fill. We'll add a class name, and for this one we'll have a width to be full, then we'll have height to be full, then we will have object contain. We will have an SRC here. For the path, we'll just say data dot images. So by default we will show the first image. Remember, the image is an array, so we'll say the first image. We say image is the URL to that image. Okay, cool. Then here we'll have an alt. For the alt, we can give the name of the product, so we can just say data.name. Cool. Now here we'll also have some classes, so I'll add class name, and we'll add an aspect ratio. This is like the container for the image, and we'll add aspect of square. Then overflow will be hidden, relative here, and finally width will be full. And I save. For now we won't see anything because we need to bring this product right here. So instead of saying div, we will pass our product. So here we'll say product card, which is auto imported. Like that, it expects us to pass the data plop, and we will pass our product right here, product, and save. And now if we come back here, we should see the images at least. Okay, we don't see the image, so we should configure this in next config. So I'll minimize everything. We need to go to next config here. We need to configure the source of our images, which is this one, Firebase storage, googlesapi.com. So I will copy that, and then when you open next config here, you will come right here and you'll say images, and then full colon, we'll add an object, and right here we'll say domains, and full colon, we will add the square brackets, and we'll add this right there in form of a string, and I'll save. Now once we do this, for this to take effect, we will have to stop and restart our application. So I'll pop the terminal here. It actually stopped by itself, so we need to actually start it again. So here I'll just say npm run dev. So once it's up, we refresh, and I can just close this one, and there we go. We have this card, and we load the images in there. You see? Awesome. It's coming along. So let's go back to the card here, and we don't have gap between them. I think we must have messed up something here. Gap should be -8. So I save, and we should have gap between them. There we go. Awesome. Now let's continue with the rest of the details for this card. It's already coming along well. Just after the image, we will show the name of the product. And remember, we had already created that util function called truncate to help us truncate the name. So we'll call that function again, truncate text, and then here we'll pass data.name. Awesome. We need some styles here. We'll add a class name. All we need to do is to add some margin to the top of 4. I save, and we should have the name showing up. There we go. We have the name showing up, and for a large name we have 3 dots at the end. Awesome. Now the next one is rating, and for the rating we'll be using a component from Material UI. So we need to install Material UI. Just go to mui.com, then copy this install command, and pop your terminal here, and right here you can paste it. So you will run npm install at mui/material at emotion/react at emotion/styled, and I'll hit enter, and that will install Material UI in our application. And also we will be using it later on in our dashboard. Okay, so you can install it right now. Awesome. So let's skip for this right now as that installs, and we go to this one here, and here we will have how many reviews we have, and that will be data.reviews, and we'll say .length. So this will give us how many reviews we have for this particular product. And at the end here, we will say reviews. Now here we will include the price, but we need to format it. So we can create a helper function for that. So I'll come here at utils, and what I'll do, I'll add a new file, and I'll say format price.ts. Right here, we will export const format price. It will receive the amount here. So I'll say amount. This amount will be a number. So let's add number. And we will return. We have a built-in method in JavaScript for formatting the prices. So here we'll just say new, then intl dot number format. The first parameter will say that this is EN/US, English US. That is the first parameter. The second parameter is an object. So we'll say the style for the number format is currency, and the currency that we are going to use is USD. And then at the end here, after calling this, we will say dot format, and we pass our amount that we want to format. So amount. So this is that function right there. And now in our product card right here, we will just call that function. So format price, this one, we invoke it, and we pass our data dot price, just like that. Now when we save and come back here, you see it formats the price to be in dollars and also include a decimal. Awesome. 0 reviews. Awesome. Now this price we want it to pop, so here we can add a class name, and then right here we will say font to be semi-bold. We save and it should show. So now here we can make use of our rating component from Material UI, assuming that it has successfully installed. So here you will need to auto import it at the top. I think mine already imported from Material UI, and this will accept a value, and this value will be a number. So here if I set the value to be, let's say 5, and save, you'll see that all our products will have a rating of 5. So you'll see that all these have a rating of 5. So here we need to add another property called read only, and save, and that way it will prevent you from selecting the rating. If you add a rating of 4, it shows only 4. If you add a rating of 3, it shows only 3. So this is very easy to use, and if we have like 3.2, it will default it to the nearest whole integer. So in this case it's still 3, but if we go to 5, then it will show 4. So it rounds off to the nearest. Okay, as you can see now it's 4. Awesome. So now we need to pass our products rating here, and to do that, if I show you the products, like here we have the reviews, we have this rating, and we have this rating. We need to find the average for each of the product for their ratings. Okay, and to do that, I'll just come right here and I'll say const product rating will be equal to, we will go through all the reviews, and then we will use a reduce array method to get the average. Okay, so here what I'll do, I'll say data and then dot reviews, and then we'll use the reduce array method. So reduce, we will have an item at a time, and also this accepts what we call an accumulator as the first parameter. Then we'll have our item, and then here we can return using an arrow function. So what we will return is item.rating. Then we add our accumulator, just like that. So we will divide the entire of these with our reviews length. So at the end here, we will be having data.reviews and then .length. So this will give us the sum of all the reviews, and then we divide by the number of those reviews, and this will therefore give us the average. I hope that makes sense. Now this accumulator usually have a default value. After our logic here, if we include 0, this will be the default value for this accumulator, and therefore it will start like this. Initially accumulator will be 0, item.rating will be the rating. Let's say the rating is 4, so we'll have item.rating plus 0. So this will be 4 plus 0, and the first pass will be 4. The second pass, accumulator will now be 4, so this will be 4. Then this, we will add the item.rating. So let's say the next time item.rating is 2, so we'll take 2 and we add accumulator, which is now 4, and it gives us 6, and we will continue. Now accumulator will be 6, so it will continue like that. Now the reason that we have these errors is because we don't have the types, and they'll be resolved whenever we add the types here correctly. But for now, this will be number, and this one we can just say any type, and this will give us this product rating, and this product rating is what we will now pass right here. Let's use our product rating, and I save, and fingers crossed it works. So this is 5, this is 5, this is nil, this is nil, this is nil, and on large screen it looks like that. We'll start to work on our product details page. So whenever I click on one of these, you'll see that we are getting to a different route right here, and from this we have the images, we have details here, and we can switch colors. We have quantity, we are increasing and decreasing quantity, and then we have product reviews. But before we do that, we need to learn how we can create different routes and pages in our application. So we'll see how we can create normal pages and dynamic pages in this particular video. Let's jump into our code here, and we see how we can create just a normal page, and we'll try and create this cart page right here. And to create normal pages which are not dynamic, it's very easy. We just need to click on app, then add a new folder, and then you give this folder a name. In this case it will be cart, and this cart now will be the name of our route. Okay, so this will be the name of that appears here. Okay, and then in here we create a new file, at least one file which is mandatory, which is the page.tsx file, and then we create a component for it, status functional component, and right here we can just say cart, and we return something. Let's return a div, and we'll say this is the cart page, and I save. And this is how we can create a normal route, and that way we can go to stroke cart, and we'll be able to load this particular component. So let's see if it works. So if I come here at cart, okay, not this one, this is the complete one. If I come to the one we are working on localhost, and then we go to cart, okay, currently I can't click, but right here I can navigate manually. I can say stroke cart, and I hit enter. You'll see that we get here to our cart page. Awesome. So to create a dynamic page, we just need to click on app again. We add a new folder, and in this case let's create the product details page, which will be dynamic. So we give this folder a name, and I'll say product, and then in here we create another folder, and in this case we will use square brackets, and in this square brackets we will give our ID a variable name. So we'll call it product ID, and we hit enter. And then now you see it's two folders, product and then another folder, but the way we name it, we use square brackets. We now add a new file inside this product ID here, and this file must be called page.tsx. It can be TS, it can be JS, whichever you want. and then right here stateless functional component, and we can call this product. And in here we can go ahead and say that this is the product page. So let's say product page. So I save. If I go to stroke products, we won't get anything. So if I go to stroke product, I don't get anything. This page is not found. But if we add an ID, which makes it dynamic, like that one, a random ID, we get to the product page. So it doesn't have to be a real ID for now. It can even be just stroke one, and that will still get us to the product page. Now that we are in this page, how can we access this ID in this particular page? We need to accept the params prop right here. Okay, so here we'll be having params, but we need to define the type for this, so we can create an interface here. So I'll say interface and I params, and right here we'll have our product ID, and these can be optional, so I'll use optional. It will be a string like that. And then these are params. I can pass it right here like this, so I can use full colon here, and I can say params type will be I params like that. And now these params will give us access to that ID of the product or the page. So right here we can log it to the console. So I can say console.log of our params. So remember, this page is a server component, so this console log will not appear on the browser but on the server. So when I save, we should check our VS Code terminal and not our browser. So here you can see params, and we have product ID as 1. So that is how we can access this ID, and we'll be later using it to fetch our products from the database. Okay, cool. Now how can we navigate whenever we click a product from here and we move to our dynamic page? So we just need to include a route to our on-click event. So what we will do, we will go to the product card. So we had components, then we had products, then product card. So we'll come to the product card, and we will make the entire of this card clickable by using our use router hook. So this is how we will do it. So before defining product rating, right here, I can say const router will be equal to, and I'll make use of use router, and these will come from our next navigation, which is not being suggested. For now, I'll click on this one, but it will not come from next router. It will come from next stroke navigation like that. And then here I'll make sure that I am calling this like that. Now we can make use of this router right here. We add an on-click event, so I'll say on-click, and then right here I'll pass an arrow function, and we can return our router dot push, and right here I'll make use of backticks. I'll say stroke product. Now this will be our product path, and then stroke. Now right here we need to add the ID dynamically, so I include these, the money sign and the curly brackets, and then we say data dot ID, and I go ahead and save. Now whenever we click on any of this card, we will be able to navigate to that page for that particular product. So here I click on this page, and look, we get to this particular ID which ends with an A. Now if I click on this one, the previous was ending with an A, this doesn't. And if we check at our params here, you'll see that we have all this, and we are able to get a specific product right there. So for us to be able to work on this page, we need to have some data, and Later on in the course, we'll be fetching this data from our database using the product ID. But in this case, we can use dummy data or example data. So from our utils, then products, we had this products array. Now I want to just take one of the products from here, and then we will use that data to work on our page. And I'll take this iPhone 12 right here because it has most of the details that we need. So I'll click here, then I'll scroll up to here. Before I click, I make sure to use shift, hold on shift, and then click. So it will select the entire of that section, and then I can copy it. So since this is a lot of details to include in our file, we can create a separate file for it, but later on we'll just be removing it. So right here, I'll just add a new file, and I'll say this is our, actually I think I had created this. I already have this file called product here. So create a file called product.ts. So we will say export product like that. Then we paste everything. Okay, export const. Yeah, there we go. So I save, and now we'll be able to import this product in our page here. So this is inside our product ID page. So maybe if I say product here, we get this. So if I click on it, it's auto imported right here. Awesome. So now we have this product, and we can create a new component for our product details. So for that component, I'll come back here. Let's minimize everything. So I'll go to app, then product ID here. I expand it, and I can actually create that component in here. You can do it on the components folder, or you can do it on the individual pages. So let's just do it in here. So I'll say this is the product details component, stateless functional component, product details, like that. And here let's have a div. We will bring these product details in our page here. So right here, instead of product page, let's remove that. And before we add it, let's wrap everything with our container component. So I'll bring in container from this one. Remember not to confuse with the material one. So bring this one. Here now, I'll be able to now call our product details component, and I can self-close it just like that. Also here, I'll add a class name, and I'll add some padding around our page of 8, and I'll save. So for this product details, we will pass this product as a prop. So right here, we'll say product, and we'll set it to be equal to product. But it complains because our product details doesn't expect to receive any props. So let's come to product details, and we fix that. So here we will define an interface. So I'll say interface, and this will be our product details props. And right here we define our product, and for now we'll say any. The types for this will be coming from Prisma, which we will cover later on during the course. Then right here, let's say that this is a React.fc component, and square brackets, we pass our product details props right there. And then right here now, we'll be able to receive our product. We destructure it from props, and I save. Cool. Now another thing is that this product details will be a client component. It will not be a server component. Now to define that this is a client component, remember we use client right here. Cool. Now let's come right here and define the structure of our page. So we will use grid. Remember we have two main sections for each of the page. We have this images section, and then we have this section with all the content. So here let's add a class name, display grid. Then for small screens we will have only one column, so I'll say grid then hyphen calls 1, and we can see that whenever I minimize this one, so the more I decrease, we get one column only. The image is at the top, details at the bottom. But when we get on bigger screens, then we get 2 columns. So by default, grid calls is 1, MD grid calls will be 2. So grid hyphen calls will be 2. Also let's add a gap of 12 and I save. Now inside here, remember we'll be having 2 columns. So the first column is for the image. So here I say div, and here we'll be having the images, and then we'll be having another div, and here is where we'll be having the details. So details. Let me save to auto format this. So we have 2 divs in here, images and details. Now if we preview this, you see we have images on this side, we have details here, and if we go to a small section, we have images at the top, details at the bottom. So that is coming along well. We will add these images later on. For now we will work on this details part. Cool, because it's easier to get started with. Now here we will start with maybe a heading. So here we will be having the product.name, and if I save, we should be seeing it. There we go, Apple iPhone 12 64 GB, but these should be big. So let's add a class name, and text will be 3 Excel, and then font will be medium. Then we can change the text color. So text here straight 700, and that will do it. So if I save, now this is big. Awesome. So that is the heading for the image. Then we come down here. The next thing will be rating. So for rating, we will be using the rating component. So here I can just say div. We'll bring in the rating component from our material UI, just like that. And this rating component will expect us to pass various prop. The first one is the value, and then the other one is the read only, because we don't want this to be editable. So for this value, at the product card, we had calculated the rating for each of the products. I will go and reuse that. So products, product card, and here we had calculated this product rating. I will just copy this. So copy that one. You can include it at utils and you'll be able to export it in different files. But since I'm using this only on 2 places, then I can just copy and paste it right here. Before our return statement, we will paste it, and instead of data, we will say product, and instead of data here, we will say this is the product. I save. Now this product rating is what we will pass right here. You can see our app is already complaining, so I pass it here and save, and that complaint should go, and there we go. So we have this rating there. Awesome. So it's working. Now here we'll have a div, and here we should display the number of reviews that we have. So all I will do is that I'll take our product dot reviews and then dot length, and then out here we can say reviews like that, and we add a class name here. So I'll say class name. So we want them to be side by side. Right now when I save, you'll see reviews is down here. So to make them side by side, we will display flex, and then items should be center, then here gap of 2, and I save, and now they are in one line. So right here we don't see a gap between them, so that is because right here we should add a class name. So we can display flex, and we'll make sure that the flex direction is column, and then we will be able to add a gap of 1. So this will automatically create space between our items, and we can add the text straight of 500. We don't want it to be too dark, and we'll make our text to be small. So I'll save. All right. Now the next one will be the description of our product. So right here, after this div where we have our rating, we add another div, and this will show the description. So here we can just say product.description. If I save, we will actually see all the description there. Awesome. So what I want to do is to just justify the text. So here I can just say text hyphen justify, and I save. So if I justify, you'll see it's all in one line here. Awesome. Now there is one cool thing that I also added, these small lines here between each section. So to add those lines, I'll actually define a small component outside our product details right here, which we can reuse within this page. That's why I'm creating it also within this page. We don't need to create it anywhere else. It's a small component which I'll call horizontal. We pass an arrow function, and here we return. All we need to do is to pass some class name here, and here I'll say the width will be 30%. So it will be small. You can make it big. This will be up to you. And then a margin to the top will be 2, and margin to the bottom will be 2. So in this case, what we can do is just say margin along the y-axis is 2. So that will be top and bottom. And now we have this horizontal component, and we can use this horizontal component between our different sections of the product details. So after our reviews here, I can just say horizontal here, and we self-close this component. And once I save, we should have a line here, but it's going through all the way. So this bracket should be here like that. I save, and right here, so we'll have horizontal like that. I save, and we'll have another one at the bottom here. We will have a div for our category. So I'll say div, and then here we will start with a span. We'll just say category in caps, full colon, and then out here we will be having the product category like that. So we will make this category, which is in caps, to be bold. So I'll say class name, font, actually I'll say semi bold, and I save. So that will be our category. You can see category is font. Now I will duplicate this section, Alt Shift bottom arrow, and here instead of category we will be having brand, and here product.brand. I save. There we go. I'll say div, and here we'll say product.instock. We'll use this ternary operator. If the product is in stock, then we will show in stock text, else we will say that this product is out of stock. And I should wrap the entire of this section with this curly bracket. So instead of including it here, I'll cut that and include it at the very end here. Okay, so if I save now, we'll be able to see that this product is in stock. But we also want to differentiate the colors. So if the product is in stock, we show it in green, else we show it in red. So here we add a class name, and we will dynamically display the class name. I'll do a similar thing. I'll ask product.instock, and we use a question mark there. So if it's in stock, we'll display text to be teal 400, else we will display the text to be reddish color. So I'll say text rose 400, and I save. And now this is green, else it will be red. After our colors, we separate that with our horizontal component. The next thing will be to show some button to add the product to cart like this, and also we will show color selection and also quantity. So we won't do it right now, we'll do it them episode by episode so that it's easier for you to follow. So for now we can just include some placeholders. Okay, so basically I can duplicate these 2 more times, 1, 2, and then after this first one we will be having our color. Then here after this, let's use a div, we will be having the quantity, and then after that we'll be having this button to add product to cart. So div add to cart, and I'll go ahead and save. So if I come back here, this is what we have, and we will create each of these in their own separate videos so that it's easier for you to follow. So I'll see you in the next one. In this episode, we will need to create some form of state. So whenever this page loads, we will default some values of this product to be in state, and then we will be able now to maybe change the color, change the quantity, and so on. So the reason why we can't use this product directory is because first of all, it lacks some properties. It doesn't have the quantity. Also, we will not be including all the images, but only the selected image together with its color. And also we will not be including reviews when adding our product to cart. So we'll create state, and then we will default some of these properties and add new ones. So to do that, we just need to go to the product details, and we will start by defining the types of that particular state. So here, export type, we will call it cart product because this is the product that we will be adding to cart. So cart product, and first of all we'll be having an ID which will be a string. Okay, here I missed an equal sign. So when defining a type, we must include an equal sign here, but for interface we don't need to. We have an ID of string, name will be string, description will be string, we'll be having category which is also a string. Most of these are strings. Then we'll be having brand string, we'll be having selected image img, and we'll set this to a type of selected image. So we need to define that type just right here. So we can just say export type selected img, which will be equal to these properties. For a single image, we have color, which is a string, and then we have color code, which is also string, and finally we have an image. So this is also a string. I can start with this one with a caps right here, and I say selected image type, and then I will copy this one and use it here. And also you can say cart product type. Awesome. We add the quantity, we can use QTY, and this will be a number, and finally we'll have price, and also this will be a number. For some reason I just like using the full name, so we can still go with quantity here. So now we have this type, and for this type we have the quantity, which is not available on our product. We have selected image, which is a single image, while for our product we have multiple images. And yeah, I think that's the main difference between the two. But now we will be able to change the quantity from this, and we will be able to change this one, and the rest remains. So what I'll do, I'll create some form of state right here, and whenever you are using state or any kind of hook, you must mark that component as a client component by using this use client. Okay, and that is one of the way that you can be able to differentiate between a client component and a server component, because client components are interactive and they will be rendered on the browser. Okay, now here I'll set const square brackets cart product, set cart product, and we set this one to be equal to use state. And now right here I can use the angle brackets, and we pass the type for cart product right here. So we say cart product type, and this is what we have just defined right here at the top. And then here we invoke use state, and we pass some default values right here. So the default values will be similar to these ones, so we paste them here. The only difference is that we are not defining the types, but we are including the actual values. Okay, so I'll select all string, then use Ctrl+D to select all this, and I remove. And now we will set the values for each of them. Here we'll have the product.id, that will be the default value. Then here we will have the product.name. Then here we will have our product.description. Then here we will have our product.category. Here we'll have our product.brand, and here we will have a default select for this one. And how we will do it, we will spread product dot images. So I have not spread this one, use 3 dots here. So we get product dot images, and then we use the square bracket and we select the first image. So when uploading images, we'll make sure that we have at least one image for each product, so we are sure that these exist at any time. And here we will have our product.quantity. Okay, we don't have product.quantity, but we can default this one to 1. Okay, and then the price, product.price, and I save. So now we have a default product that can be added to cart. So at our button, whenever we load this page, we can directly add this to cart, and also we are able to change the image, and also we'll be able to change the quantity. So we haven't implemented the functionality for this, but we are going to in a few. Now in the next episode, let's see how we will be able to change this selected image. So when we change the selected image, that means that we are also changing the color. So the image and the color are like going hand in hand. Okay, don't get confused. So I'll see you in the next one. So let's finalize working on our color here in this particular episode. So what I'll do, I'll go to files, then components, products, and I'll create a new file. And for this file, I'll say that it's at color.tsx, stateless functional component, then set color, and right here we can be able to return just a div. This will be a client component, and we can define that it's a client component by saying use client at the top here, use client. This component will receive several props. So here we will set the interface for this one. So let's say interface, and we say set color props, and the first one is that we'll receive all the images for this particular product, and the type for this one can be our selected image type, which we get from product details. And here we say that this now will be an array. Okay, and then right here we will be having our cart product, and this will be having our cart product type. So cart product type, which we also get from our product details. We will be passing a function called handle color select from our product details value here, and this value will be of type selected image type, and it will return void, so it will not return anything. Awesome. So this, we set it to this one, so full colon here, and we say that this is a React functional component. We use angle brackets here, and we pass our set color props. So we can receive all this right here. So I destructure them from props, images, cart products, cart product, that is its one product, then handle. Okay, this is supposed to be handle, so we add LE there, and this one is now handle color select. Let's hook this component in our product details, right where we had our color here. So here I'll just say set color, this one. It expects us to pass the various props. So here let's pass our cart product, which will be equal to our cart product. We also pass our images, so images, which will be equal to our product dot images. And finally we also pass a function which we will call handle color select, and here we will call this function handle color select, but we haven't created this function yet, so let's go ahead and create it. I'll copy that, and we come at the top just before our return here. We can define that function, so I'll say const I paste. We can use a use callback hook for optimization. So instead of defining it directly like this, I can just say use callback, and then I invoke this one. This will expect us to pass an arrow function in here, and also to pass a dependency array. So I include a dependency array right here. We will be receiving a value, and this value will be of type the selected image type. Awesome. And right here, the dependency for this will depend on the cart product selected image. So cart product dot selected img. So we'll come back to this to fill the body here. So for now, let's go back to our set color here, and we are now passing all these props right here, and we can start by styling it. So we'll have this, and then we'll have this for changing the colors, and they also switch the image. As you can see, we need to create a wrapper for this. So this will be span, this will be in a div, so let's do that. So here I'll add another div, and here we will have a span that will say that this is the color. So we can use caps color full colon, and then down here we will have a div that will have these different colors. Okay, so for now let's add styles for this one first. So I'll add a class name, and we will display flex. We will have a gap between them, so gap of 4, and then we will have items at the center, so items center. And now for this color, let's include also some styles. So I'll add a class name, and we just need to make it bold, so font semi bold will do. And if I save, we should be able to see something here. There we go, we have color already. Awesome. So we move on to this one. So for this one, we will display all the different colors that are available for our image, so we need to map through them. Okay, so here I include the curly brackets, and we will use our images dot map. We invoke this one, and we will have an image at a time, so image, and we can use that to display more about it. So here we will return a div. Okay, I can include brackets and just say return like that. And now for this div, we will only be having mainly styles. Okay, so the first one here will be the ring one, that is the green one there, and then we'll have another div inside it that will show the color. So here we'll have two divs, but they won't have any content, just the styles. Okay, so I save to auto format everything, and now for this wrapper div we can add some class names. Okay, so for this one, because we will be using some JavaScript in here, let's make sure that we are using the backticks, and for the backticks let's also wrap it with these curly brackets. And now we can add the styles right here. So first of all, the height will be 7, the width will be 7 so that it's square, then it will be rounded, so I'll say rounded to be full, and then we will have border to be hyphen till hyphen 300. Awesome. So that is the green border. We'll display flex, and we'll make sure that our div that is inside this wrapper, it's at the center. So items will be center, and then justify hyphen center. We will use some JavaScript, so I'll use the money sign and these curly brackets, and we will dynamically display this border for the selected image. Okay, so we'll know the selected image by checking at the state. So this state here, we have this selected image. I'll say cart product dot selected image, and then dot color. If that color is equal to our image dot color, so we are comparing our cart product that is in state. We compare the selected image color with the color of this image that we are mapping through. Remember, here we'll have multiple, so we'll go through each of them, then we'll compare with the selected one. If they are equal, then we will show this ring. If they are not, then we will not show it. Okay, so after this we use a question mark, and this means if they are equal, we'll now show the border, and we'll just include its value here, its width, and I'll say px, else we will not show it, so we'll say border to be none. So if I save and we come back here, you see, we see this ring already. So setting the style by TailwindCSS, it was messing up everything. So here I'll just use the inline style for the CSS directory. So I'll use the style property, and I'll set the background for this one. So background full colon to be image, then dot color code. Remember, we have color and we have color code, so I set color code. Okay, so that will be the background, but also we can add a class name here, and for this class name, this will help us to set the height, the width, and so on. So here let's go on and say height now will be smaller than this one. This was 7, this one will be 5, and then the width here will be 5, and then rounded also will be full, and here the border for this one we can set it to be 1.2 px, so 1.2 px, and here we will set the border color, so border color to be straight, then hyphen 300. This is not supposed to be full stop, but a hyphen. Awesome. And finally, let the cursor be pointer. Let's save and see what we have. Look, we have all this. We have set the background color using this style, and then the styles for the height and the width. So let me tab here and save. At this div, before we map everything, at this div we need to add a class name, and we will just display flex, and we'll add a gap of 1. Let's save And there we go. They are organized nicely. Awesome. We need to come to this div here after we map the first div, and we need to add more stuff here. The first one is the key, and we will set the key to be our image.color. And then here we will also have an onClick event, and this onClick event we call our handle color select. Okay, so here we will call our handle color select, and we pass the current image that we are at. So whenever we click this, we will pass this image. So remember, this image has both the image and the color, so don't get confused. They are almost the same thing. Maybe you can name it image color, or you can just choose one. So in this case I chose image. So what will happen is that we'll receive this image. Let me save first. We will receive this image that is selected to our handle color select here as the value, okay, which is the selected image type. And then now we can use this value to update our cart product state. So we update this one here. Okay, so let's do that. Here we will simply call set cart product. We invoke it, and here we will have access to the previous selected cart product. Okay, and here we can pass an arrow function, and we can use this previous to update the state here. So here it expects us to return something, and whatever we will return is we spread our previous state, and then we update our selected image, and we'll update that selected image to our value, the value that we get from here when we select. Okay, so now I save. So these should work, fingers crossed. And let's see, now we select this blue, and we are able to change that image. So right here we can just come down here, and we will say console.log of our cart product, like that, and I save. So let's expand this one. We inspect this, and we come to color select. Let's refresh. We have some errors. Okay, they are gone. So by default we have this image selected as our cart product. As you can see, we have the selected image as black, but when I click on blue, now we expand this and we come to selected image. Look, we have blue. Also the URL changes to the blue one. We select on red, and that will change to red, like that. Awesome. So our feature here is working nicely. Let us handle selecting the quantity. What we need to do is to go to app, components, products, add a new file, and we can call this one set quantity.tsx stateless functional component, and you'll say set quantity, and here we will return a div. We will receive several props. So let's define an interface for our props right here. Also, it should make this one to be a client component by using useClient. We can use interface, and we will define our set qty props. The first one will say cart counter, and this will be an optional boolean. So since I want to reuse this counter component twice, this flag will help us to determine whether we are at our product or at our cart. So if we come to this one, we have this counter here which has this name quantity, and if we come to this one, we have this one here which doesn't have even that name. So this cart counter will help us to differentiate where we are. And then right here we will have our cart product of type cart product type. So here we'll pass handle qty increase. This will receive nothing and will return nothing, so void. I can just duplicate this down here, and now this will be decrease. we set those props here. So React.fc, we include the angles here, and we say set QTY props. Right here we should receive our props here. So cart product, we also have cart counter, we also have handle decrease and handle increase. So now we need to add the styles, and we can include a class name. We'll display flex, and we'll have a gap of 8, and also we will have items at the center. Now here we will have another div, and this div will be for this quantity, but I want to dynamically display it depending on whether we are at the page here or at the cart. So here I use some curly brackets, and we'll use our cart counter to determine that. So if this is true, we display null. That means that we are at the cart. Else we are at the product page, and therefore we display a div, and here is where we will be having our quantity. Okay, let me make it caps. We'll add some class name, and we'll make this to be font hyphen semi bold. Let's save. So this is just the title here. Awesome. Let's now add another div that we will have this counter on. So here we'll have another div, and right here we'll have a button. This will be for decreasing. I include a minus. Then here we'll have a div. Here we will have the count, so we can just say cart product dot quantity, and then right here we'll have another button, and this will be plus. So let's style this one. Here we'll add a class name. We can use flex. We'll have a gap between them of 4, and then here we can set them to be at the center using item center. Then the text will be base. That is the size of the text. Awesome. So for each of the button here, we will have an on-click event for this one. So on-click, and we will handle quantity decrease. Then also this one, we will have an on-click, and we will handle quantity increase. Awesome. So we need the styles for this button and this button, and these styles will be similar. So we can create a constant, and then we can reuse those styles. So at the top here, I can just say const btn styles will be equal to, and I include these quotes. So we'll have border to be 1.2 px space. We'll have border to be straight hyphen 300, and then we'll have padding along the x-axis of 2, and they will be rounded. So these btn styles, we can reuse them right here. So here I just add a class name, and I use these curly brackets, and I pass our btn styles there. We do the same for the other button right here. So I can copy that and I can paste that here. Now I save. Awesome. So let's hook this set quantity to our product details. So down here where we had quantity, instead of this div, we will pass our set quantity. We click on this one to auto import it, and also we self close it, but also we should be passing several props here. So I think we should pass our cart product, which is our cart product. We need to pass handle quantity increase, which will be handle quantity increase. So I copy that and paste it here. I can duplicate it. Then instead of increase, I use Ctrl D to select this and this, and we say here decrease. So we don't have these functions, so let's create them. So I can say const handle quantity increase to be equal to, I'll make use of use callback, and I'll invoke this. We pass an arrow function which also expects us to pass a dependency array. So I duplicate this line, Alt Shift bottom arrow, and we change this to decrease. So for now we should be able to see the styles. Let's check. Let's wait for it to refresh. There we go. So we already see these quantity styles, but they are not increasing nor decreasing the quantity. So let's write the logic for that, for increasing and decreasing the quantity. That will be inside these curly brackets. So here we just need to set our cart product. We invoke it, we pass an arrow function here. Here we will receive the previous state, so I can say previous, and we can use that previous right here. We will return, we spread the previous state, so previous. We will update our quantity. So we take the quantity and we set it to plus plus previous dot quantity. So we take the previous quantity and we add 1 to it. That is what plus plus means here. Let's save and try to increase. So we can increase. Awesome. Up to whichever point you want. Now we will do a similar thing for decrease. So I'll copy this, and here we should pass that this is depending on our cart product right there, and also this one is depending on our cart product right there. And in here I copy this set cart product and I'll paste it here. Let me include space between them there. And now here, instead of plus plus, we include minus minus, and I save. So now we can be able to minus all the way. Now you see that we have negative values, so we want to prevent negative values. So here we can perform a simple check. Okay, so we'll say if, and I invoke this cart product dot quantity is equal to 1. So we immediately return here. So that will prevent us from executing this code here. So if I happen to refresh this page and click on negative, it's not working. But if we go to 4 and we subtract, it is not going less than 1 because we have used return here. So we can do a similar thing for our increase here. So here I paste this, and what we will check if this is above a certain value or if it is equal to a certain value. So if cart product dot quantity, you can set to be maybe 99 to be maximum, and here you simply return. So if you go above that value, then it won't work. Don't know if I'll be able to click these up to 999. Here I have skipped the video up to 90, and if we get to 999, we don't get above that. So you can set a threshold if you want. I want us to create this button for add to cart, and we will create it as a reusable button so that we can use it in other parts of the application when we want to. I'll come to files, then I'll go to app, components, and I can create it at the root of our components. So right here we can have our button.tsx stateRes functional component. We can say that this is our button. So this will be a client component. So I can use client right here. Here we can return a div. We can define various props that we will be receiving. So let's create an interface. So we'll say interface button props, and the first one will be the label. So our button will have a label which will be a string, and the button can be disabled or not. So disabled, this will be an optional boolean, so use a question mark there, full colon. We will have an outline which is a boolean, so it can have an outline or not. Can have a small button and a large button. This is also a boolean. Also I'll add here custom, so it's also optional, and this is a string icon, but it will also be optional. We will be using React icons, and we have a type from React icons called icon type. This one here and this will come from React icons like that. One last thing is that we will be having an on-click event. So we'll be passing an on-click function to this button, and this will receive an event which is of type React, then dot mouse event, angle brackets, HTML, button, element. Yep, like that. So I save to auto format and also cross these ones. Then this is what we receive. So this should be an arrow function that returns void. So we won't return anything from that. Now I save, and there we go. Awesome. So let's hook these props here, react.fc, angle brackets, and here we go with our button props. So this should receive all the props, Rebo, disabled, outline. Then here we'll have small, we'll have custom, icon, and on click. And I save. Here I'm receiving all the props that we have defined on our types here, and we will use them to dynamically show this button. Okay, so when we pass small, we'll show a small button. When we pass outline, we'll show an outlined button, and so on. Okay, so right here, instead of a div, let's return a button. The content for this will depend on whether we have an icon or not, and then we also show the label. So here we'll have the label, and then here we show an icon. So we'll perform a check. Does icon exist? So we say icon end, and here we now show the icon component from React icons, and here we show the icon that we pass in. So this we should change it. So we'll say let's have icon as icon. So we start with the caps there as icon, so that we can use these as a component. When we start with a small letter, React will not know that that is supposed to be a component. We have icon, it is a self-closing one, and we have the size prop, and we can default the size to 24 right here. Okay, cool. So let's have a class name, and instead of this we will use the curly brackets and the backticks here, and now we list them right here. So if our button is disabled, we will show an opacity of 70, and to make this button disabled, we'll add a prop to it. So we'll just say disabled, and we set this to be equal to disabled. So this is the value that we pass through here. If our button is still disabled, we show a cursor of not allowed. So cursor, we have this one here, not allowed. We'll make our button to be rounded, MD. We can have hover. When we hover on this button, let's change the opacity to 80. Okay, so avoid leaving the space between this. So this should be one thing, this one also, and this one also. We'll have transition, and we can set the width for this one to be full, and the border for this one to be straight 700. And then we can style these items to be side by side using flexbox. So we'll display flex, then we'll have items at the center, so items hyphen center, and then we will have justify center also, and a gap of 2. We will have now the dynamic styles. So here we use the money sign and the curly brackets, and then we'll check if we have the outline property, and if we do, here we'll show a background of white, else we will show a background of straight 700. This background will be similar to this border color here, so it will show a solid button. Else this will be white, and then it will show this border, therefore it will be outlined button. Okay, then here still if we have outline, so we perform another check. Now here let's change the text. So if we have outline, the text will be straight 700, else the text will be white. And we are done with outline. Let's go to small. Here you'll have small. We can start by changing the text size. So if small exists, then text will be small, else text will be MD. That means that it's bigger. Small again. We'll have padding along the y-axis as 1, and then we'll have padding along the x-axis as 2. Then here we'll have padding along the y-axis as 3 and padding along the x-axis as 4. So here we can have text small, and also we can have font as light. And then here we can have text MD, and also we can have font as semi-bold. I think we can also add some combinations here. Here I can add border 1px, and also here I add border of 2. Now lastly, what I'll add is a custom right here, and we pass our custom styles. So this will be in form of a string, else it will be just null. Okay, so if we don't have, we pass nothing. I save, and hopefully everything is fine. Let's use this button on our product details right here at add to cart. So here I will remove that, and I'll just say button. Make sure to auto import it from app component there. Then this will be a self-closing button component, and it will expect us to pass some props. So some props are mandatory, like the label here, and the on click are a must. So here let's pass the label, and we pass add to cart, and then right here we also pass the on click event. For now we can just pass an arrow function that has nothing, because the logic for adding the item to cart will do it later. I save, and here we should see now the button, and there we go. We have this button. When I expand, it expands all the way to the end, and we can test the various props that we added. So small, save. Yeah, it's small, outline, save, and now it's outlined. Let's remove small. There we go. So it's good, it's working well. What I'll do is that I don't want this button to stretch all the way. So in this div, I can also add a class name, and I can limit the size of this div. So I can say, let the max width for this one be just 300 px. And I save, and there we go. So even if it's on a big screen, the button will be this size. I want us to work on this images part right here. If we come to this one, which is complete, you'll see that we have two sections for the image. We have this one here, where we can even click different colors for the image, and we have this one that is showing the selected image. I'll just minimize this one here, and from here I'll just close this, and we can create a new component. I'll do it at app components products. So I add a new file, and I can say product image here, product images or image.tsx. Hit enter. Here we'll have stateless functional component, and I'll say product image, and here for now we can just say div, and I click save. So again, this will be a client component. So use client. One thing that I can tell you is that when you create a component like this and hook it to another component that is already labeled as client component, that component will directly be considered as a client component. But I just like to include use client to any client component, but it is not mandatory for each component. So if the parent is a client component, then the child will be considered a client component as well. So this will receive several props, and for that, let's define the types for those props. I'll create an interface here, and we'll say product image props, and here we'll have cart products, or rather cart product, it's a single product, and we pass the type for this product, cart product type, this one here, and it's auto imported from our product details. Awesome. Then here we will have the actual product. Okay, we didn't define the types for the actual product because the type will be coming from Prisma. So in this case, I can just say any type, and I'll fix it later when we create the Prisma types and the Prisma data models. So here we'll be passing a function handle color select. So remember, when we select a different image, we are selecting a different image with a different color. So I'll pass this function which will help us to switch between the images, and it will receive a value of the selected image type, this one here, but it will return void. So here we return nothing, like that. I save. Let's hook that here. We use angle brackets, and I'll pass our product image props like that. And here we should destructure them. So I destructure cart product, I destructure product, I destructure handle color select, and save. Cool. Now we can make use of these props that we get here to render our images. So if we check at this, we have this section and this section. So first of all, this will be the wrapper div, and we can use CSS grid. We will display grid. We'll have a grid calls of 6, and then we will have a gap of 2. We'll have h full max hyphen h of 500 px and min hyphen h of 300 px. On small screen, the min hyphen h 400 px. So here we have 6 columns that we are creating, but we'll give this to occupy more columns than this. Okay, so this is the wrapper div. Let's have here 2 divs now. The first div will be this one. The second div will be this image. Now let's style this first section where we have different images. So we add a class name, we display flex for that, and the flex direction will be column. Items will be at the center, so items hyphen center, justify center, gap of 4, cursor will be pointer, we'll have a border, h will be full, and let's have max hyphen h. Actually, I'll just go ahead and copy all this and replace here. Okay, cool. Inside here we will display different images. I use the curly brackets, so I can say product dot images and then dot map. I invoke that, and we pass an arrow function here that will return a div, and for this arrow function we will get an image at a time. So I say image, selected image type. Right here we will display the image component from Next.js, from next image. Here it expects several props, src. We will say that the image dot image. We also need to have an alt, and we can give the alt to be the image color. So image dot color. Okay, I'll say fill here, and I'll add a class name, and this class name will be object contain, and I save to auto format everything. And for this div we should be having a key, and the key can be image.color. Also we'll be having more properties. We'll be having the onClick event, so when we click on the image we will be changing something, and here we will simply call our handle color select, and we pass the image in there just like we did with our colors here. Awesome. Now I will be adding several class names here. So class name, now this is the wrapper for our image, so I'll say here relative, and then we will have width hyphen to be 80%. So this means that it will not touch the walls for this border. it will be somewhere in here. This is a custom one, so make sure to wrap it. We'll have an aspect ratio of square. It will be rounded. We'll go with the default. Then we have a border for it, and it will be till -300. And now right here I'll change this to backtick so that I can conditionally render this. Okay, so I have added these curly brackets and the backticks here. So for the selected image, then we will show this greenish border or tail border, else we will show nothing. Okay, here now I'll use the money sign and I'll say cart product and dot selected img and then dot color. So if this selected color is equal to the current image dot color, then what we will do is to dynamically show the border. So here we'll show border to be 1.5 px will do, else I use a full colon, then we'll have border to be none, and I save. So we have completed this first part here, this one here, but we also have this one here which shows this particular image. So for now I think we can hook this to our product details and see if it will show anything. So here we had these images, so I will remove that and I can say product image component. I click that auto import and we close it. It will expect us to pass several props. We have cart product, so we pass cart product. Also we have the product itself and we give it the product itself, and then finally we also have handle color select and we give it handle color select. So this function is the one that we also created earlier right here when we were working with our colors, since it's receiving the same details and it will be able to change the image accordingly. So I save, and this is our component there. So if we check here, look, we now already have this. We can select this, we can select this, we can select this. We are able to show the different images. Awesome. Now we just need to show the selected image right here as a bigger image. So we will do that in here in this second div. I'll start by adding a class name. We'll span the image through 5 columns. So we'll say call span -5, and then we'll say relative, and then we'll set the aspect ratio of square. So in here we will now make use of the image component from next. So image, it will be self-closing. It expects us to pass several props. So first of all, I'll say fill, and I'll set a class name here. Width will be full. Can hit enter so that I include more. Then height will be full. Then object will be contain. Then I'll come right here. I'll select all this. I'll copy and I'll paste them here. Awesome. So those are the classes. We can include SRC. So here we'll show the selected image, and that will come from our cart product. Remember, cart product is our state. So cart product dot selected img, then dot image. Then we can have an alt cart product dot name, the name of the product. I save, and now this is our component. And once I save, it should show here right there, like that, full image. Awesome. That's really nice, because I think we have completed that component. And if I expand, look, we have an entire full image right here. I can switch the color from here. I can switch the color from here. Really nice, right? I want us to show a list of ratings down here, and then after that we'll start working on our shopping cart. So we'll go to app, then we'll go to product here, and here we had this page. In this page right here we listed the product details, and I'll list the rating below these product details. So here I'll simply add a div. Here we'll be having two things. The first one will be add rating, but we'll cover this later on during the course. And then we'll also have another one here, and here is where now we will having our list of rating. Okay, so here we can add some styles for this. Display flex, then flex call, margin to the top will be 20, and we'll have a gap of 4 between the two, and I save. Awesome. We need to create a component that will help us to list the rating. We can create it just right here. So I'll just add a new file, and I'll say list rating .tsx. I hit enter. Status functional component, list rating. For now, let's say div here, and I'll make this to be a client component, and we'll receive several props. So let's use an interface here, and we'll say list rating props. We will receive just the product for this. For now, let's just say any. Right here we destructure the product, but we should also pass our interface here. So React.fc angle brackets, then list rating props. So the first thing here is that we'll be having a heading, and for this I want to create a new component that we will reuse across the application. So at our components, I can just come at the root and add a new file, and I'll call this file heading.tsx. So from this we'll have an interface. This will be the heading props. Let's define these props. We'll have a title, which is a string, and then we will have center, and these will be optional, so it will be boolean like that. Let's come right here. We create this component sfc, and we'll say this is the heading. It will receive those props. Then here full colon react.fc, we pass our heading props inside the angle brackets. In here we receive those props, we destructure them, we destructure title, then we destructure center. Then we can use that right here. I'll use a div. We'll have a h1, and right here we will pass our title like that. Then right here we can have a class name that is dynamic, so I use this. We'll say does center exist, so if it does, we'll show text center, else we will show text at the start. Then for this heading, let's save, and I can minimize this actually. And then right here let's have a class name, and font will be bold, and also we'll have a text size of 2XL, and I save. Awesome. So now we can make use of this heading right here. So I'll say heading, I click on it to auto import, but it expects us to pass the title, and we can say this is the product space review like that. If I happen to save, we don't see anything, we just see list, so we can hook this list rating right here at our list. Instead of this div, we will say list rating. It expects us to pass a prop, which is product, and we pass our product, and we save. So now there we go, product review. Now here I'll have a div where we will map through the different reviews. So first of all, let's add a class name for this, and I'll make text to be small, and also margin to the top of 2. And in here now I'll use curly brackets. We will check if our product dot reviews exist. So product dot reviews end. We now take our product again dot reviews, and we call dot map method. Here we pass an arrow function, that will return something here. So return a div. Now this arrow function will now be able to get a review at a time. So review, and I know it will complain about the type. For now we can set it to any, and for this div it expects us to have a key, and we can use the review ID. So review.id. Then we'll have a class name. We will set the max width for our review to be 300 px, and we will be having two parts of the review. So if we come to this one, you see we have this section where we show the name and the time. Then we have this section where we show the rating and the comment. So right here, let's start with the user profile. So here I'll have a div. So for now I'll add a placeholder. We'll add an avatar in the next episode. Then after that avatar, we will be having another div that will have the username. So here, let's get the username from review.user.name. So we can use this to make sure that if the user doesn't exist, then we don't show it. Then right here, you'll have a div. Here we will show the time that that review was created. So here we will use moment. I don't think we have installed moment yet. So I'll say npm I moment and hit enter. That will install moment in our application, and we can use it to format the dates. So I'll hide that, and now right here I'll say moment. Make sure it's being auto imported there. We call it, and here I'll pass the review date. So review.created date, and then at the end here dot from now, and I invoke that from now and save. So right here you should be able to see when that review was created, and we see two reviews, this one and this one. So here I'll add a class name, and we'll display flex. We'll have a gap of 2, and then we will have items at the center like that. I save. Now they should show this way. Awesome. So for this one, we'll work on that down. For this one, let us add a class name, and we'll set the font to be semi-bold, and I save. And this is semi-bold. This one will make it light. So here let's add a class name, and we'll make the font to be light. The next thing is to show the actual reviews. So make sure that you are after this div right here, you add another div. We can start by adding a class name, and we'll set margin to the top of 2, and then in here I'll tab. We will use the rating component from material UI, so bring that in, and we show the rating for this particular review. So value will be review dot rating. Actually this is rating, and then we have read only. I save, and that should show. There we go. So for this we have this. After rating we should show the comment itself. So I'll use a div, and here we just say review dot comment, and we add a class name, margin to the left of 2, and I save, and there we go. Good enough, and so on. So the spacing is not okay, and what I'll do is that right here I'll add a separator, and I'll add a HR tag. So HR, I'll add some styles, include some margin to the top of 4, and that will create good spacing, and margin to the bottom of 4 as well, and that way we'll individually see each comment. There we go. So now we see this one and we see this one, but we don't have the avatar yet, so let's create that in the next episode, and then we will wrap up this section for working with the product. Later on we'll come back, work on this add rating component here to create the rating. So there we'll be working with the DB. That's why I'll ignore it for now. Let's show this avatar component. So for that let's come back here. I'll click on app components. I can add it at the root here because we'll be reusing it later on at the user menu. It will be a similar thing. So here I add a new file at the components, and I can say avatar.tsx status functional component avatar. Okay, here let's start with a div as a placeholder. Now obviously this will receive several props. Mainly it will receive the SRC for the image. Let's define an interface and we'll call this avatar props. We receive an SRC which will be optional, and it can be a string, or it can be null, or it can be undefined. So right here we will destructure that SRC, but our component don't know about it, so let's make sure that it knows by adding react.fc here, angle brackets, and we pass our avatar props. So before we return anything, we will perform a check. Does this SRC exist? Did we pass this particular SRC? If we did, then we will return image component from next. So image, now here we'll be able to pass our SRC as SRC. We can pass the alt as avatar. We'll set a class name to be rounded a hyphen full. We'll set a height to be 30 and also a width to be 30, like that. I save. Now this is when we have the SRC, we show this image component, else we will return right here an icon. This icon from React icons called far user circle. So I can copy that, and that is what we will use here. So I paste it like this, and we should import it from React icons. So the way we do that, if I come to the very top this way, I can copy that import and paste here and give the name of that icon here, far user circle. And here we can pass a size, and for now let's say 24. Let's hook this at our list rating where we had avatar now. So I will remove that and I'll say this is the avatar. It's coming from components, don't confuse it with this one. So it is self-closing. So for now I'll save, and we'll see if we don't pass SRC what we have. And there we go. So we have this solid icon. I think it looks good to my opinion. Now let's pass an SRC. So SRC here, and we pass the review.user.image. Save. Okay, it doesn't change. Something is wrong. For this, we didn't include return. So we say return and save. We have an issue with the host name. So the image is coming from Google. So this link right here, host name, you can copy that, and then you go to next config, and here we had added domains. One was Firebase, so we need to add another one here, which is now this, which is coming from Google. So this will be coming from the Google profile images for the Gmail. So let's pop our terminal, and I'm sure our application has stopped. So let's start it again. npm run dev. So after some time it has loaded, and when you come, you see now we have the actual profile images right here. So yeah, that is it. Hello everyone and welcome back. So in the last section we were able to work on our product, and we were able to list the products and also displayed a dynamic page for more details about that product. Now in this particular section we'll be working on our shopping cart. So the shopping cart will look like this, and we'll be able to add items to cart, remove items from cart. Also we'll be able to design this, calculate subtotal, and so on. So before we proceed, right here at our product reviews, I see that this stretches all through the way, but I didn't want that. I wanted it to be short, and therefore in our list rating component, what I need to do is to come right here and make sure that I include angle brackets right here. So I missed this and save. Now look, this looks good to me. After that, what we will work on is to create a hook called useCart. So we'll create a hook called useCart hook. So right here, you can go ahead and say useCart.tsx like that. To begin with is to create a cart context, and then we'll use that to export it with our hook. So whenever we call the hook, we'll be able to access all the properties that we need from our cart context. So right here, what I'll do, I'll start by creating a cart context. I'll say export, and we'll say const cart context, which will be equal to, let me minimize this one. I'll say create context, and this will come from React. So if I click this, it's auto imported. Awesome. Now I'll invoke this and I'll pass null. So by default, our cart context will be null, but I need to also define the types that will be passing to this cart context. So after the import here, I can define a type. So I'll say let type cart context type be equal to, and to begin with, I can just define one type for it not just to be empty, and I'll say cart total qty, and I'll set this one to be a number. Now we can pass this cart context type right here like this. So I'll include angle brackets and I'll paste it here, and we'll be having this cart context type, or we will be having null. And here we have our cart context. Now the next thing that we should create is our cart context provider, and I'll say export const cart context provider, and this will be like a normal component. So here we'll set it to be equal to an arrow function, and we do like this. Here we should return something, and what we will return is our cart context right here dot provider. So here I'll say cart context dot provider. It expects us to pass a value prop. So here I'll pass a value and I'll set it to value. So we can define this value right here, which will be an object. So right here I can say const value will be equal to an object, and for now we can pass a cart total quantity. So I'll say cart total qty, which is not defined yet, and we can say const, I'll have cart total quantity, and then we can have set cart total quantity. Let's make sure that this starts with a capital there, and we set this to be equal to use state hook that comes from React, and we invoke it. By default, we'll have value of 0. So we have created this cart context provider, and inside this cart context provider, we are returning cart context dot provider. Remember, we have created our cart context right here dot provider, and we pass this value prop, which is mandatory, and also we pass the values that will be in our value here. So this will be an object, and here we'll be able to pass different properties like the state here for cart total. We'll be able to pass different functions like handle, add product to cart, remove product from cart, and so on right here. And we'll be able to define all the types right here. Okay, so far so good. For this cart context provider, we will be having some props. So here we'll have props, and we'll pass the type for this as props, and we can define this interface. So right here I'll say interface props, and right here we'll make it to accept any kind of a prop that it will be receiving, and this is how we can do it. So we'll say prop name here. So this is like a placeholder, and this prop name must be a string, and then it will be of any type. So this way our cart context provider will be able to accept any props. Now at this cart context provider, I'll spread these props right here. So what I'll do, I'll just destructure like this, and I'll say dot dot dot, and I'll pass props. So one last thing that remains is to create this useCart hook at the bottom here. So we will export, and we'll say const useCart, and we'll set it to be equal to an arrow function like that. We'll say const context will be equal to use context, and we invoke this, and we pass our cart context right here. So this way we are able to receive all the properties that we include at our value right here at our context. Okay, right here we'll make sure that this context is not null. So I'll say if our context is equal to null, we will return an error. So here we will draw a new error, draw new error. We invoke this, and we'll say useCart must be used within a cart context provider. So if we access this useCart hook at a component that is not wrapped with our cart context provider, this error will show. Now at the end here, we will simply return our context. So whenever we call useCart, we'll be able to access this context, which will have our different values. I hope that makes sense. So I'll save to auto format everything, and now this is the basic structure of our useCart hook, and we'll be working on this file to write different logic for our cart. But before we do that, we need to wrap our app with this cart context provider, and let's do that in the next episode. So in the last episode, we were able to create our cart context and the use context hook. And in this episode, I want us to wrap our app with this cart context provider so that we can be able to access these values in any part of our application. Now to do that, I'll come at the root here, and I'll create a new folder called providers. So I'll say providers, and right here I'll create a new file, and I'll call this one CartProvider.tsx, and we'll create this component as a client component, because remember, this cart context provider makes use of the use state hook and other form of interactivity, which makes it to be a client component. And when we hook it up to our cart provider, which is a client component, it will also be considered as a client component, and we can be able to make use of all those use state hook and so on. So here I'll call this one use client. So we include this directive to make sure that this is a client component. We will have an interface, a cart provider props, and right here we'll accept children, and these children will be the different components in our application. Therefore there will be type of React node, and right here let's create our component, and I'll say stateless functional component, and this will be our cart provider component like that, which will now accept these children. So here we will destructure our children like that, but let's make sure that it knows about this. So therefore here we say React.fc and pass our cart provider props, and now it's aware of these children, and these children we will wrap them with our cart context provider right here. We'll do this, then you can use control space to import it from hooks, use cart, and then we call it like this, and right here we'll be able now to pass our children. So I save, and now this way we just need to take this cart provider, then we go to our layout. Let's come to layout here, and we will wrap this one right here with our cart provider component. So here I'll say CartProvider, and I pass this div in here and save. And now all these components that are in here, the NavBar, the footer, and even our main application will be passed as children to our CartProvider. So we will receive it here, and then we'll wrap these children with our cart context provider, which we defined at our useCart file right here. And that way, all those components will be able to access our value right here by making use of this useCart hook. Remember, in this useCart, we are exporting our context, which accesses the values from cart context. And we can test this one out. So we can go to one of the files and try to access our cart total quantity. So what we will do, I can minimize everything. I'll go to app, and we can go to products. We can even do it at product details right here. So I can minimize this one, and at the top here, remember useCart is a hook, so we should do it at the top of the file. So maybe before everything, we can say const, and here we can destructure the different values from our cart context. And one of the value that we included was the cart total quantity. You can see it's suggested, and we set this to be equal to useCart. Like read this one here, which we created. This one comes from hooks, useCart, and we make sure to invoke this. So we make sure to invoke part, and we can log this cart total quantity to the console. So instead of product here, I will log the cart total quantity, and I save. Now if we inspect this and go to console, let's refresh everything. You'll see that we have this 0 here, which represents our cart total quantity. Okay, we have these warnings for the images. Warnings are not that bad. Just make sure that you don't have any errors. You can try to fix them, but for now, I'll just proceed because that was not the goal for this particular video. And if I come back to useCart here, you see that 0 is this one right here. So if we change this default value and save, you'll see that it will update here to 10. And we are accessing this on our product details. So if we go to a different page, like the home page, you see we don't see that 10. We don't see that 10 because now we are on a different route. So this it's working, and now we'll easily be able to access the values that we export right here from anywhere in our application. So for now, I'll just remove all this. This was just for demonstration purpose, so I can remove them, and I'll save. And now in the next episode, let's see how we can add a product to our cart. So in the last 2 episodes, we were able to create this useCart hook, and also we worked on our CartProvider. And now in this episode, I want us to see how we can add a product to cart. So to do that, we'll need to have 2 things. We'll need to have cart items or cart products, and then we'll create a function that will help us to add items to that list of cart product. To begin with, let's come here and define some type, and we'll have cart products. So you can name it cart products or cart items. So in this case, I'll say cart products, and then we'll give it a type. It will be of cart product type, which we had already defined in product details. So I'll import that from product details, and this will be an array. So it will be an array of cart product type. And also, if the cart is empty, this can also be null. We'll have handle add product to cart, and this will be a function that will return void, but it will receive a product here. So you'll say product, and then here this will be of type cart product type. Now let's create this cart products state. So we'll do that right here. we'll say const, we'll have square brackets, cart products, and we set cart products to be equal to useState. So here we will specify the type, and we will say cart product type array. So cart product type here, and here we'll also say it can also be null. And then we invoke our useState, and initially our cart will be null. So these types that we have defined here, remember they are being passed at our cart context, and now these will specify the variables that we will be exporting from our cart context. So you can come here and see cart context.provider, and you can see the value is shouting because it expects us to pass these cart products and also this handle add product to cart. Now that we have defined these cart products, we should also add it at our value here. So here we can also say cart products, and it will also expect us to pass handle add product to cart. So I can copy that and I'll pass it here, but we have not defined this function yet. So we should define that function inside our cart context provider. So here you'll have const handle add product to cart, and we'll set it to be equal to, we'll make use of use callback to optimize it. Then we invoke that here. We can pass an arrow function, and this expects us to have a dependency array. So our value no longer complains because we have this cart products which we have defined here, and we have this handle add product cart which we have defined here, and we define the types for here right here. Okay, awesome. So let's work on this function here. I'll enter here. This use callback will receive a value of product. So here I'll pass product, and remember this product is of type cart product type, and then we can make use of that product in here. So what I'll do is that when we add a product to cart, what we simply mean is that we are adding that product to this array of cart products or cart items. And when we remove a product from cart, we are simply removing a product from this array of cart product. So we should make use of this set cart products right here, and I'll say set cart products, and I'll invoke it. Now here we are able to pass an arrow function that receives the previous state. So here we have the previous state, and in this case the previous state will be null, but when we add a product to cart, now the previous state is that the cart will have at least one product, and so on. And this expects us to return something at the bottom, but before we return, I want us to update the state. So here I'll say let updated cart be just nothing, undefined, and then at the bottom here we'll say if we have previous state. Remember, previous state can be null or it can have some values. So if it has some values, we'll set our updated cart to be equal to an array. We spread the previous state, which is an array of items, and we add our product. So here product, and this product is the one that we are receiving here through this function. And then right here we'll have else. So if we don't have the previous state, we will simply set our updated cart to be equal to the product. So we set it to an array and we add our product like that. And then down here we will simply return the updated cart just like that. So I can save that, and this is how we can add that product to the state. So now let's see how we can make use of this function. We are already adding it to our value, so when we call useCart, we'll be able to get that function in our context. We will go to app, then product details, and right here at the top we can say const with this structure handle add product to cart, and also we will destructure cart products from useCart hook. So we call useCart this one, and we make sure to invoke it. And remember, I think we had already imported it at the top from our hooks. Okay, so here we have now this function and we have our different products. So we'll go at the bottom where we had this button that says add to cart, and we'll make use of it right here. We will simply return handle add product to cart, and we invoke it and we pass our cart product. And this cart product is the one that will already be in state right here. Now we'll be able to receive that product in our handle add product to cart function. First of all, let me save this file. So we receive it and we get it here as product. Then we either add it to cart like this, or we add it to cart like this. Awesome. So one last thing to make sure that it's working is to log this to console. So let's come here and say console.log of cart products. Cart products, not product. Remember, we have this cart product and this cart product. So here it's cart products. So let's save and go to our app and see if it works. Awesome. So here we will come to this one. We inspect, come to console, and let me refresh. So right now you'll see that our cart is null, and we come here, click on add to cart, and oops, nothing happens. I checked this issue and we have an issue with our button here, and the issue is that we didn't add an on-click event in our button. So here we passed on-click, we also passed it at our plops, but we didn't add it right here. So right here, all we need to do is to say on-click, and then we pass on-click. And I save that file. Now let's see. So we have this null and this null here. We come here, add to cart now, and look, we are able to add an item to our cart, and we are logging it to the console here. Really awesome. Now the funny thing is that when I click add to cart again, add to cart, we will get two products here, which are the same products, and it should not duplicate it. We should only have one of it. Okay, let's test some few more things here. I'll refresh and that will clear the state. So if I select blue, then let's add the 4 of them and we add to cart. Let's see if those properties are being added, and we have quantity as 4, and here color, can you see the color? Okay, we have this selected image, yes, blue, so that is working well. And let me see you in the next one. In the last episode we were able to add an item to cart and we had an issue. So if I add to cart again, you'll see that we are duplicating that product instead of maybe increasing its quantity. So that is one of the solution, but the other solution is that we can just show a different button here of view cart once we add the product cart. And I'll go with the second solution of showing view cart right here. So I think that is easier. So what I'll do, I'll come back right here, and what we will do here is to add some form of state that will help us decide whether we already have this product in cart or not. So we'll say const, we will say is product in cart, and we'll set is product in cart, and here I set this to equal to use state. We invoke it, and by default we'll have false. Now we should be performing some checks for us to update this state, whether the product is in cart or not. So what we'll do, we'll come right here and we'll make use of the use effect hook. So whenever the component roles, we'll be able to check if that product is already in cart or not. So I invoke this, we pass an arrow function, and it expects us to also pass a dependency array, and the dependency array for this one will include our cart products. Now right here, to begin with, we'll make sure to reset our is product in cart by calling set product in cart, and we set it to false. And then right here, we'll perform a check. Do we have cart products? Now if we do, we'll go ahead and write some logic right here. We will use an array method to check if this product is already in our cart products. So, and the array method that we will use is the find index. We will find the index of that product in our cart products. If we find a value that is greater than -1, that means that it exists, else it doesn't exist. So here we say const existing index will be equal to our cart products dot find index, and we invoke this. So here we'll pass an arrow function that will receive a product at a time. We can call that product an item, and we return the index of the item if the item dot id is equal to the current product dot id. If this does not exist, what we will do is that this method will return -1 if it doesn't find any index. Okay, so here we now have an existing index, and we'll perform another check. If the existing index is greater than -1, that means that we have an item in the cart. So here we will update our state of set is product in cart to true, and I save. So this is our logic of checking whether we have that item in cart or not, and now our state will able to tell us whether we have it or not. So I'll copy this is product in cart, and we will use that to dynamically display our UI. We will hide set color, we'll hide set quantity, and the button here if we have that product in cart. And therefore, after our horizontal here, I'll reuse these curly brackets, and I'll say is product in cart, and we'll use a question mark here, and here we will display a button that says view cart, and maybe some other UI like product added to cart. So here we'll have that, else we'll have some more React fragments like that. So I want to include all this right here up to our button. I cut all that to be inside here. So if product is in cart, we hide all this. I save, and here we'll show something else. So right now it should actually be able to hide. Let's see. So look, if we refresh, we have them. If I click add, we hide. Awesome, it's working actually. So here we just need to show some different UI. Okay, so here we'll have a paragraph to start with, and this paragraph will have two things, an icon and a span. So let's start with a span. The span will say product added to cart, and right here we'll have an icon. So I'll say MD, we'll say check circle. So I'll click this to auto import it from React icons. So this one here. Awesome. Let's come back right here. We cross this one. It can accept a prop of size, and I'll set this one to 20. And also it can accept a class name, and we'll set the color to text of teal 400, which is greenish. And also this paragraph right here, we can add some class name, and we'll add margin to the bottom of 2, and then we'll change text color to text straight 500. We'll flex the items, and we'll make sure that we align them nicely, so items center. And then let's have a gap of just 1. Now this is only the text, And if I save, we should see a message here, product added to cart, with this icon. Now we can add a button that says view cart. So down here, after our paragraph, we'll have a div, and here we'll show our button component. So button, and this expects us to have a label, and we'll say view cart. We can optionally pass an outline. It expects us to have an on-click event, and for this on-click, we'll make use of React router to navigate to our cart. So first of all, let me cross this button using this and this. Then have we defined a router before? We haven't. So after our state here, I can say const router will be equal to use router, and that will come from our navigation, and we invoke it. Now we can make use of this router. Down here I can include these brackets, and I'll say router dot push, and we make sure that it goes to our stroke cart like that, and I save. So we already have this cart page, so it will take us there. Awesome. So let's see what we have, and there we go. It is stretching all through, so we can minimize that by adding a class name here similar to this one. So let's just copy this one and paste it here, and I save. Now let's see, it's shorter. Awesome. Okay, now this is our page here. Let's refresh. We can select color and quantity, add to cart, and look, we changed the UI to product added to cart, and we have view cart. So I click view cart, and we get to our cart page. So here you'll be able to list the different items. Okay, now before we list them, I want us to add persistency of our items in the cart. So we will do that using the local storage, and let's do that in the next episode. So in the last few episodes, we were able to add logic for adding a product to cart, but when we add a product to cart like this, we have it here. Now that means that it's already in our cart array, but when we refresh here, you'll see that we lose it. So we want to add persistency for us to have it even when we refresh the page, and we can make use of the local storage for that. So this is how we will do it. At our handle add product cart, once we add it to cart right here, we can add it also to our local storage. So I'll tab here. We already have the built-in method, which is our local storage dot set item, and we invoke it, and here we pass a key. The key will be maybe eShop cart items, and then we pass a value, and we can use JSON dot stringify. We invoke this one, and we pass our updated cart like that. So now when we add a product cart, we will update this eShop cart items to our updated cart. And let's save and test that one out. So if I come back right here, you can go to more here and click on application, and here you'll see we have local storage. We already have all this because of my previous application, and I can actually clear, and now you should have empty. You shouldn't have anything. If I happen to refresh my app here, so here we don't have anything. Okay, now here I can select an item, add maybe 2 of them, and then click add to cart, and look, now we have eShop cart items. When I click on this one, you can see more details about it right here, and we have it added to our local storage. But still we need to do more, because when we refresh, we should be seeing that this product is already in cart. So we'll make use of the use effect hook. So here I'll say use effect like that. I invoke it, we pass an arrow function, and here we pass a dependency array. Now right here we will get the items that are in our cart whenever we refresh the page. So here I can say const, and we can say cart items. We can say it's of type any, and I'll set it to be equal to local storage dot get item, and we invoke these, and here we will get our eShop cart items, and this key must be the same as this one. Okay, so if you miss even a single letter, then you won't get your items. And then right here I'll now say our cart products will be, remember this is a JSON string, that's why I just included type any, but now here we can define the type for our cart products here, and actually I can say const cart products of cart product type, and make sure that it's an array, or it can also be null. So here it can also be null, and we set it equal to, now we pass our JSON string, so I'll say JSON dot pass, and we include these cart items there, so we pass our cart items right here. I invoke that and pass our cart items. Now we have these cart products, and we can now use it to update our state. So here we can now say set cart products to be cart products. Now this cart product is this one right here. Remember we have this and we have this. Maybe to remove the confusion, you can just say C products here. Okay, now this is this one, and let's come back and look, whenever I refresh now, it's able to get the item from our local storage and show that we already have that item to our cart. Okay, which is awesome. So in the next episode, I want us to add React hot toast so that we can show some toast messages, which is really cool. For example, whenever we add an item to cart, remove item from cart, we'll be showing some toast messages. So I'll see you in the next one. In this episode, I want us to add React hot toast in our application for the awesome toast messages that we will be having when interacting with our cart, and other actions later on in the application, especially in the dashboard. So here, just go to the documentation, and you'll see here you have npm install React hot toast. Just copy that. From here, pop your terminal, go to the one that you're not using, or the one that is not running the application, or you can add a new one here and install the React hot toast library. So you can go to app, then go to layout. So this is the root of the application, and we'll make it to be available everywhere in the application. So we'll do it here. So this is already completed. I can just hide it using Ctrl J. Right here, we will get a component from React hot toast inside our body here, but before our CartProvider, I'll just say toaster, and this one here from React hot toast, like that, self-closing component. And here we'll pass some toast options because I want it to be dark, and I include an object, and in here I'll include style, full colon, I pass curly brackets, and we'll have background, full colon, I pass a string. This will be RGB, I invoke it like that, and here we will pass 51. This is a dark color, space 65, space 85, and then here I include a comma, and I'll include a color, and I'll pass a white color, so hash FFF. I save, and now we have configured our library. All we need to do is to create some toasts. So we can go to the useCart here. So here I'll say import ID structure toast, and this will come from React hot toast, like that. Then down here, now before our local storage, I can now say toast, then dot success, and we include the message in here. I'll say product added to cart, like that. I save, and we can test it out. So I come back to the application. So we already have this product in cart, and for all the other products, we'll also show the same product, because remember we had coded this. so it will still show that it's already in cart. So for us to remove this now from cart, we'll have to also clear the local storage. So here I'll click on here, right click, then clear. Now if I go here and refresh, we won't have it in cart. Okay, now let's click add to cart, and there we go, product added to cart. So our toast message is working. Now that we are able to add a product to cart, I want us to start working on our cart UI before we continue with the rest of the logic, because we'll need these buttons, for example, to remove an item from cart, to increase quantity, decrease quantity, or clear the cart. So what I'll do, I'll just come to app, then I'll go to cart, and we have this page right here, and I'll remove everything here. I can start with a class name, and I'll include padding to the top of 8, and then in here we will wrap our content with the container component, and this will come from components container. And then here I'll create a new component that we will include right here, and I'll call this component a cart client. Let's add a new file, and I can say cart client.tsx, and I'll hit enter. Stateless functional component, cart client. Let's return a div. I save that file, and here we will include that cart client, and I close it. And now I save that file, and I can close this file. So now let's work on this cart client right here. So at the top here, we can start by getting our cart products. So I can just say const id structure cart products from useCart hook. So I set this to be equal to useCart. We have to import that, and I invoke it. Before we return, let's perform a check. If no cart products or cart products.length is equals to 0, what we will do is that we will display a message of an empty cart. So right here we can go ahead and return immediately, and we can return a div. We'll have another div that will say your cart is empty, and then we'll also have another div here that will show a link. This link will come from next link. Inside here we'll have two things, an icon and a span. Let's start with the span, and the span will say start shopping. And for this link, it expects us to have a href, and we will include home link where we have the list of our products, and also we'll have a class name, and we can style whatever we have here. We have span, but also we'll be having an icon. We will be having md arrow back. So this will come from React icons md. So make sure it's imported. Sometimes it doesn't auto import, and we self cross this one like that. So I save to auto format here. Let's add the styles here. So for this, we'll have text as straight 500. We'll display flex. We'll make sure items are at the center, gap of 1, and margin to the top of 2. I save, and those are the styles there. We come to the top here. We add some styles for this. So I'll say class name. We'll display flex. Flex will be column. We will have items at the center. We'll make this to be big. So we can also have a class name here. Text will be to Excel. Now we are done with this part. Okay, and you can see it's actually complaining because we brought in useCart, but we didn't mark this as a client component. So here use client, and we save. There we go. So you can say stroke cart, hit enter. Okay, for a moment we see this, your cart is empty, start shopping. So when I refresh, you'll see for a moment we see our design there, but it disappears because we already have an item in the cart. So yeah, I won't keep removing it because we need it to see how it will look like. So let's just proceed at the bottom here. To start with, we'll have this heading, and I can say heading. This was expecting a title, and we can say shopping cart. I save, and we should be able to see it here. There we go, shopping cart. We can pass a center prop. I save, and now it's at the center. We'll have a div here, and for this div, now we'll have this section here. We'll add this title where we have product, price, quantity, total. And we'll use CSS grid to divide it into those sections. So first of all, let's add those headings. So right here, I'll say div, and we will have product, we will have price, we will have quantity, and we will finally have total. Let's add the styles for this. So I'll say class name, we'll display grid, we'll create 5 columns. So I'll say grid hyphen calls hyphen 5, and then we'll set text to be XS, and then we'll have a gap of 4, and then we'll have a padding to the bottom of 2, and finally here we'll have items to be at the center. Now here we have created 5 columns, but the columns that we add here, they are 4. So we'll make this to occupy 2 of the columns. So right here we add a class name, and we'll say call hyphen span 2, and then we'll justify self to the start. Then here we'll add a class name, we'll justify self to the center. We'll do the same for quantity. So I'll copy that, come here and paste. And for the total, we'll justify to the end. So justify self end here. Like that. I save, and now we should have those being listed right here. Okay, they are right here. Like that. Product, price, quantity, total. Now you can see that this heading is so close to this one. We can add margin to the top here. So margin to the top of 8. I save. And now this should come down. There we go. Awesome. So now we'll able to list our items next. So after this title right there, we now have our different items. After this div, this one, we come right here, and we'll have another div, and right here we'll map our cart products. So cart products, and if we have it, we can say cart products, and then dot map. We invoke this one, we pass another function that will return something. For now we can return a div like that, and right here we'll get an item at a time, and here we'll be having a key which will be our item.id, and for now let's just show item.name. So like that, I save, and here we should have at least one item, and we have it there. So I want to design the design for this one right now. We'll do it on the next episode. For now, I want us to complete the design at the bottom here, where we have this subtotal and this clear cut, and then the next episode we'll just work on this one and then move on from there. So after this div, let's come right here. We'll have a div, and inside this div we'll have a button to clear the cut. So I'll add a div again, and then we'll show the button in here. So button, this will come from our components button, and it's self-closing. It expects us to pass a label, and we'll say clear cut, and then it expects us to pass an on click right here, on click, and for now we'll just pass an empty function. It does not do anything. So I save. We have this clear cut now. It's very big, but I want it to be both small and outlined. So I'll say small and then outline, and then right here at this div we'll add a class name, and we'll add a width of 90px, so it will not be more than that. So I save, and it should show a small button on this side. There we go. So we now have this clear cut. Awesome. So this is our button here. At the bottom here we'll now be having the other side right here where we have subtotal and so on. We'll add a div. Inside this div, we'll have a div. Inside this div, we'll have a span, and we'll say subtotal. And then right here, we'll have a paragraph, and this will say taxes and shipping calculated at checkout. Like that. Let's add some styles. So you see this shows at the bottom here. So we can start adding the styles from this div here before our button here, this one. So here we add a class name. We can start by showing a border to the top. So border -t, and we'll include a custom 1.5 px, and right here we'll have our border as straight 200, and then padding along the y-axis of 4, and then flex, and we justify between and have a gap of 4. Now when I save, that subtotal should move on this side like that, and we should have this border right there. So after our button, we move to this div right here, and we add some styles right here. We'll add a class name. We'll make the text to be small, and we'll show flex, then flex call, then we'll have a gap of 1, and items will be at the start. I save. So these styles are for this section right here. Let's style our subtotal right here. So for this subtotal, we'll be having two things. We'll be having the title here and the amount here. So I can wrap this span with another div. So I can say div, and I'll move the span right there. We will add another span right here for the amount. So here we'll have span, and here we will show the price. Okay, I can just show a custom price of maybe $1,000. I save to auto format. Actually, we should be having two things. We should be having this one and this one. So I will remove one of this wrapper div. Okay, sorry. So I'll remove one of this wrapper div and save. Now we have two things inside this div here. We have this and we have this. Now let's add classes here. So I'll say class name. We will flex. We will justify between. We will have a width of 4, and text will be a bit big, so text will be base, and font will be semi-bold, like that. I save, and now look subtotal, then the price on this side, then we have this paragraph. All we can do for this paragraph is to change its color. So we can have a class name, and we'll say text to be straight 500, and I save. So it's a bit pale. Awesome. Now we'll add this checkout button and this continue shopping link. So now after our paragraph here that has taxes, we will have a button. We say button, and it is self-closing. We pass a label. For now we'll say checkout, but later when we add authentication, we'll dynamically show this particular button. Then it expects us to have an on click. For now we pass a function that does nothing, like that. I save, and it should show at the bottom here, and there we go, we have checkout. After this button, we will have a link component. We will show an arrow like the one we had shown at the top, this one and this one. Actually, I think everything here will be the same. So I can just copy this link and I make use of it here. But instead of start shopping, we will say continue shopping. I save, and there we go, continue shopping. So now we have styled the basic structure of our shopping cart. The only thing that we should do is to style each of these products, and let's do that in the next episode. In the last episode, we started styling our shopping cart, but we didn't complete because we didn't correctly design our items. And I want to do that in this particular episode. So all I'll do is that I'll be creating a new component called item content that we'll use to display the item content by including it here. So I'll come back right here. I'll create a new file inside our cart, and I can call it item content.tsx. I hit enter, stateless functional component, and I'll say item content. And here we will be having our item design. So I'll save, and then I'll come back right here, and instead of passing a div, we'll be passing that item content. So I will remove that, and we say item content. It will be self-closing, and right here it expects us to pass a key, and the key will be item.id, and then it also expects us to have an item. Actually, it doesn't know we should because we haven't defined the types or interface, but let's pass it anyways. So we pass item as item. I save. Let's come back to item content, and before we proceed, we'll define an interface for this one. So we'll say interface will be equal to item content props, and here we'll have an item of type cart product type. So we make sure to import this one, and then we pass these right here using React.fc and angle brackets, and here we pass our item content props. We destructure the item from here, and now we can use this item to show the different properties. Let's also mark this component as a client component, so I make use of use client. For this div, we can say class name, and we will be using grid to display it in different sections like we did for this title or heading right there. So let's do this, and I'll say grid. We'll say grid hyphen calls hyphen 5. We show 5 columns. Then text hyphen xs, this means extra small. Then md, the text will be small. Small is bigger than x small. Then gap here will be 4. Then we can have a border, a custom one of 1.5 px, and here we'll set the border to be straight 200. Let's make sure that this border is at the top. So here include hyphen t hyphen, and padding along the y-axis of 4, so that we have some good spacing, and items will be at the center. Now we come in here. We will have a div here. So this div will show these item details. So we'll have the image, we'll have all these smartwatch, black, and whatever. And then the next div is the one that will show the price, this one. And then we'll have another div for quantity. So here we'll have another div, and finally another div for total, like that. Okay. We had created a function that helps us show the price from components, products, product card. We can see where we displayed the price. We used this format price, then we passed data.price. So I'll copy from here, and that is what I'll show for price here. But now instead of data.price, we will show item.price. We make sure to import this format price at the top like this. So I used control space to get that suggestion for import. Awesome. So I save this file, and let's see what we have. And there we go. We have this $40. Awesome. And for this, we'll have a class name. Let's include it like this. We'll have call span of 2, so that it occupies 2 of the columns. We'll have justify self to the start. We'll flex the items. We'll add a gap of 2, and then md, I'll say gap of 4. Make sure not to leave the spacing here. Awesome. So right here we will have two parts. We'll have the image part and the content part, and we'll make both the image here and this title here to be clickable, so that when you click on it, it takes you to more details about that product. So let's come here and we'll have a link. It expects to have a href. We will use some backticks, so we'll set it to be equal to some backticks. We'll have product stroke, and we read the ID of the product right here from item.id, and that will make it to be dynamic. And in here we can pass a div. So this is complaining we should import it, so import it from next link like this. And now we have this one as the first element. The second element will be a div, and for this div will be for this content right here. We can add a class name here, and we'll display flex, and then we'll have flex hyphen column, and we'll justify between. And then in here is where we'll be having the different properties for the product. So that includes the name, and we will wrap the name with the link component. So this expects to have a href which will be similar to this one. So I can copy that one, paste it on the first one. And in here we will show the name that is truncated. We had created the truncate text helper method. So truncate text right here. We invoke it and we pass our item.name like that. Now if I save, we should be seeing this item.name from here, and we have the name there. Awesome. We come down here, we have a div here. This will show the color of the image. This will be available in item.selectedImage.color. I save, and that should show the color. Okay, awesome. And then down here we'll have a button to remove an item from cart. So I'll add another div. We will have a class name, and for this class name we'll have a width of 70 px. So this is custom. Let's make sure we wrap it with the square brackets like that. And then in here we can show our button. So I'll add a button here. We'll say remove. We can add some styles here. I'll say class name. We'll have a text of straight hyphen 500, and we'll have it underlined. And now here we have this remove, and it is underlined. So we'll also be having an on-click event. So on-click, and for this on-click, for now we will pass an empty function. Later on we will work on it. Actually we'll be working on that on the next episode, how to remove an item from cart. Awesome. So we didn't complete this one here. It is still empty here. So let's complete that one. We will be having an image component. Remember to import it from next image, and here src will be item.selectedImg.image. It expects us to have other properties like alt item.name, and then we can have fill, and we can have a class name that says object contain. I save. It will show a very large image, so we should add some class name to this div here, and we'll display relative, and we'll make it to have a max width of 70 px. This will be custom. We'll have an aspect of square, aspect ratio. I save, and now this should be fixed. There we go. We have a small image, and we have this here. Awesome. I feel like we are missing something, so this should be called span, not calls. So I save so that it occupies 2 columns right here like that. Awesome. Now let's go to this price. I think there is an issue there. We should add a class name, and we will justify self to the center. So justify self to the center. I save, and now this should be pushed right here like that. Awesome. Now we are at the quantity. Also for this one, we'll have this class name. So I can copy that and paste it here like that. For this one, we'll have a similar class name, but now this will say justify to the end. And also we'll make the total price to be font semi-bold. Okay, now let's come back to this one and show the quantity. And we had earlier created a component called set quantity. So here we will use that component set quantity. So I click on this one. It will have several props. So the first one will be cart counter, and we'll set this one to be true. Actually, if we just pass it by default, it will be true, but you can also specify like this. We will have our cart product, and we'll pass as the item. It expects us to pass handle increase. For now, we can pass an empty function like this, and also it expects handle decrease. So handle decrease, and for now we will pass this function as empty like that. I save, and look, now we have this. It's showing the quantity here, but increase and decrease are not working. We'll work on that logic later on. Let's show the total. I'll include the curly brackets, and I'll take the item price. So I can include in this brackets. I can say item dot price, and I will multiply this with the item dot quantity. I can use this format price right here. So I can say format price, and let's save and see what we have. And there we go, we have 80. So for a single item it's 40, but because we have two of them, we multiply this, and we get 80. For this subtotal, we'll calculate it later on. But for now, I can see that our design for a single item has come along. And when I expand, we have it like that. Now, in the next episode, let's see how we can remove an item from cart. So in the last episode, we were able to design our item content right here. And in this episode, I want us to see how we can remove an item from cart. So to do that, we just come right here. We'll go back to our hooks, then use cart hook here. And earlier we had added a function like this one for adding a product to cart, and we will add another function like that for removing item from cart. So I'll say const handle remove. You can say remove product, remove item. So in this case, I'll just say remove product from cart. I know it's a long name, but it's a descriptive, which is good. So here I make use of use callback hook, and we invoke it. It expects us to pass two things, a function right there and a dependency array, and the dependency array will contain our cart products. So this use callback will receive a single product. We can say here product, and this will be of type cart product type. So cart product type like that. Now we can write the logic right here, and first of all we'll perform a check. We will make sure that we actually have cart products before we remove anything. Do we have cart products? If we do, let's go ahead and remove one of the product that we pass right here. So in this case, I'll make use of the filter array method. So right here, I can just say const filtered products, and I set this to be equal to our cart products dot filter. I invoke it. We will pass an item at a time, and right here, so we will return item dot id is not equal to product dot id. So when we click on this product and we get that product, then the IDs are equal. We will not include that product in the filtered arrays, and then we'll use this filtered products array to update our state. So down here, all we need to do is to call our set cart products, and we invoke it and we set it to our filtered products. And then down here, we can update the local storage, and also we can update a toast message. So we can copy this right here. I copy all that, then paste here. the toast message will be product removed. Then local storage, we target the eShop cart products and we update with the filtered products. We update the local storage with this and I save. Now we have our method here. We should include it in our value, and also you can make sure to define the type for that right here. So I can use Alt Shift bottom arrow. These will be handle remove product from cart, and we'll save a product. It will return void, so I save. Awesome. Now let's go to our item content right here. We will say const with the structure handle remove product from cart. This one we'll get this from our useCart right here and we invoke it. Now this handle remove product from cart, we will use it on our remove button, this one. So right here I will return that function and I'll call it, and I'll make sure to pass our item and I save. So that is our on click. So let's test it out. Let's refresh. Now I click on remove here, remove, and look, product removed. We go back shopping. Remember, we can only add one product because we hard coded the product inside of all this, like the details are the same, but we'll be fixing that later on. So I click add product added to cart, view cart, and look, we have our product remove and it's working very well. Now in the next episode, let's see how we can increase and decrease the quantity from right here. So right now it's not working, so I'll see you in the next one. So in the last episode we were able to remove an item from our cart, and in this episode I want us to work on this button for increasing the quantity for a product that is already in the cart. So I'll come to our useCart file here, and below our handle remove product from cart, I'll create a new function right here. So here we can just say const handle cart QTY increase, so cart quantity increase, and we'll set this to be a use callback. We invoke it, we pass an arrow function right here. It also expects us to have a dependency array. The dependency array here will contain our cart products, and this use callback will receive an item, so it will be similar to this. So I'll say product of type cart product type, and then in here we can write our logic. So to begin with, we can set a threshold of a maximum value that our product quantity can be. So I can say product dot quantity is equals to 99. That is the maximum. You can set it to 20,000. So this is up to you or the client. So now right here we will return immediately, and we will toast an error using toast.error, and we pass a message and we can say oops, maximum reached. So at the top here I'll create a variable that will help us to update the state, and I'll say let updated cart, like that. It will be undefined and we'll be able to use it at the bottom here. Let's perform a check of whether we already have cart products. So if we have cart products, let's proceed down here, and we will set our updated cart to be equal to these cart products. So I can spread the cart products like that. Now the next thing that I want to know is the index of this product that we want to update in our cart products array. We can use the find index array method, and we had used it earlier, and I'll go and copy it. So I'll open our File Explorer, then let's minimize everything. I'll go to app, then product details. Here in a use effect we had used this particular method here. So I'll copy this logic and I'll come back here and I'll paste it here. Now this will be the index of our product right here that we are trying to increase its quantity inside our cart products array, and we can use this index to increase the quantity for this particular product. But first of all, we'll make sure that this exists. So if existing index is greater than -1, that means that the product exists in our array, else it does not. So here we'll say if existing index is greater than -1, then that product exists. So right here we can go ahead and increase its quantity. And how will I do that? I'll say updated cart, and then we will get that product. Then right here we will get its quantity, and we will set that to be ++, and we access this again. So I'll copy that and I paste it in front of our ++. So this way, this will increase the quantity of that particular product that we are trying to update. And now the only thing that remains is to update our cart products right here using our set cart products, and we invoke this and we pass our updated cart. So I'll also come down here and I'll update the local storage. So we'll say local storage.set item, and we invoke this. We pass our key, which is eShop cart items, and right here we pass our JSON.stringify and we invoke it. We pass our updated cart. So this is it. Okay, I hope this makes sense. So now all we need to do is to take this handle cart quantity increase. We will define its type at the top here. It will be similar to this one. So I can duplicate this one, Alt Shift bottom arrow. Then I take this, I remove it and paste what I copied that way. Now our value expects us to pass this function. So down here you see value components. We come here and we pass handle cart quantity increase, and I save. Now let's hook it up to this button. So we come here at our item content, we bring in handle cart quantity increase, and then we go to this button, plus button. Okay, we had already added this handle quantity increase, and right here we paste our handle cart quantity increase, we invoke it, and we should pass our cart item. I save and let's see. So here I click this, does nothing. Here look, it increased its quantity, and also the totals here are updating. Decrease is not yet working. So in the next episode, let's work on our decrease. So in the last episode, we were able to handle increase of quantity of a cart item, and in this episode I want us to handle decrease. Now that we already worked on this one, this decrease will be straightforward, and it will take us about a minute or two, because most of this logic will be the same. So what I'll do, I'll just highlight all this function for increase. I copy, come down here and paste. We will change the name here to decrease. We will receive the product. We will have a variable. Then here, instead of setting a maximum, we will set a minimum. So the minimum will be 1. So if we get less than that, then we throw an error and we can say, oops, minimum reached. Then here we make sure that we have our products. We set updated cart to those products. We get the index of our product. We make sure that that product exists by performing the check of this index. It must be greater than -1. Then here we access that product, and then we access the quantity, and we set that to -- instead of ++ to this. So we take the existing quantity, we subtract, and then here we update our state, and we also update our local storage. All that remains is to pass that to our value and define the type. So we make sure that that is in our type here. I duplicate this one. We change increase to decrease. Then let's copy this one, come down here, and we pass that function to our value here. So I save, Now that should be accessible now from our useCart hook. So here we access our handle quantity decrease, and from this we copy that and we will use it on our minus. So from handle quantity decrease here, we paste it there. Okay, something is wrong. I copied the wrong thing. So I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. But now this should be decrease. We invoke it and we pass our item. Now that should decrease the quantity. So I save. Let's test it out. Right now it's 19, 18. And when we get to 1, that's the minimum we can get. So if you want to just remove the item from cart, you can click on remove. And it's working. Awesome. Start shopping. So that is now working well. And in the next episode, let's work on clear cart. In this episode, let's work on clear cart. So this will be pretty easy. We just need to reset everything in our cart. So right here, we can create a function const handle clear cart, and we set this to use callback. We invoke that. It expects 2 arguments, a function and a dependency array. So we pass the dependency array as our cart products. We will receive nothing in our use callback, and here we can just reset everything in our cart. So we will set our cart products to null, so that will clear everything. We should set the cart total quantity to null. So I'll set that one to 0. Lastly, we will reset our local storage. So I can copy this local storage. It can be still set item. You can say remove item, but it can still be set item, eShop. Then we set this to null. So it won't have anything. And now this is our function for clearing the cart. We should pass it right here and also define its type. So right here at our cart context type, we define its type here. We will have handle clear cart. It will be a function that receives nothings and returns nothing. Just like that, void. I save, and now we come to our cart client, is where we have clear cart button. So in our cart client, let's look for clear cart. So here we will simply call handle clear cart. We invoke it, and that is all we need to do, but we should get this from useCart. So at the top, let's make sure we are destructuring our handle clear cart right here. So that one, we are calling it right here, and it should work. So I save, and now when I click clear cart, it should clear everything. Clear cart, there we go. So it's working well. The last thing that remains here is to work on this subtotal. Okay, so this subtotal will work well whenever we have multiple products here and we get the totals for each. So we'll see how we'll handle that in the next episode. In this episode, I want us to calculate the subtotal and also the total cart quantity. And that total cart quantity is whatever we'll show right here at our cart count. And before we do that, I want us to also have different products in our cart. Earlier in the course, we had taken a shortcut of including the same product for the details page, but we can easily change this. So we'll start by changing that so that we show the correct product whenever we click here. You need to go to your products folder, then to page. And this is where we were passing this product. And this product, we were getting it from utils. So actually what I'll do, I'll just remove that product now. And if we go to our utils, so utils here, and this product, we can actually remove it completely. So I'll go ahead and delete. And what we will do is that we will make use of these products right here. These products, since we already have the ID of the product whenever we click it in our params. So right here, we will say const product. will now be equal to, and we get all our products. So it's a products, and now this will come from our util, the list of products, and we use the find array method, and here we will pass an arrow function. We will get an item at a time, and we'll perform a check. We'll return the product whose item right here .id is equal to our params .product id. Then this product will be able to pass it here and here. So I save, and that should get us our product. Let's see if it works. We click on this one, iPhone 14. Okay, it's still showing the old one. Let's refresh everything, and it gives us this new product. Let's test again. Let's click this keyboard. There we go. Now it's giving us the correct product for each, which is really cool. And what this means is that we can now be able to add multiple products in our cart. So first of all, already in our cart we have a product, I think. Let's add another one. Let's add Logitech keyboard. Two of them. Add view cart. And look, now we have two products here. We can increase the quantity, we can decrease the quantity, and we can remove a product. So this is really nice. Okay, so now all that remains is when working on this product is to get them from our DB when we actually get there, which will really be cool. So now we can now be able to calculate the subtotal. The subtotal is this amount added by this amount added by any other amount that will be there, and then the total cart quantity now is this quantity added to this quantity. Okay, so we'll do that in our useCart, and we'll do that every time our page loads or whenever our cart products changes. So from the top, I'll come right here. After this use effect, I'll also do this in a use effect. So I'll say use effect, and I will invoke this. So this expects us to pass this function and a dependency array. So we also pass those brackets there, and we pass our cart products as the dependency. So in here is where we'll do our magic. So we can start by defining a function. So I'll say const get totals, which will be equal to an arrow function, and we make sure to call this function down here. So still inside the use effect, so we invoke it down there. We now do everything in this function. We will be using the reduce array method. We will call our cart products, and we'll say dot reduce, and we invoke it. This will accept two things, an arrow function here, and then it also accepts some defaults. And the defaults here will be an object. This object will have total, and we'll set this total to 0. And then it will also have QTY, and we'll set QTY to 0. So this total will be our total amount, and this QTY will be our total cart quantity. So this object that we pass here is our default, and this default is called the accumulator. And for this function that we passed, the first one here usually accepts two parameters right here. That will be the accumulator, so we can say accumulator, and also the current item that we are mapping through. So here this object will now be our accumulator here, and then we have this item. The item is each item that we are going through. So right here, the first thing that we will get is the item total. Const item total will be equal to, so the item total, it's the item price times the quantity. So it should give us this value here. So that is what we are calculating here. So item total will be the item dot price. We multiply by item dot quantity. That way we get our item total. And then down here, to get the total cart quantity, the total price, we will take the accumulator total, then we add to this item total. So we'll say accumulator dot total. We add to this item total. So we can do this using a shorthand. We can say plus is equals item total. So what this means is that accumulator total is equals to accumulator total plus item total. Okay, and then we can calculate the total cart quantity by taking the accumulator quantity QTY, and we add this to our item QTY or quantity, item dot quantity, and then down here we will return accumulator. Accumulator now will have both total and quantity, so we return accumulator like that. Okay, and you see now this error disappears because it expected us to return something. Now I save, and we can set an equal sign here, and we get the accumulator from there. So we'll say const, we destructure the values of the accumulator, and that is the total and the QTY. So it's complaining. Okay, before we perform all this, to get rid of that error, we should make sure that we have our cart product. So right here, we say if our cart products exist, let's go ahead and do all this. So I copy this up to this point, then we take it to the top using Alt and but top arrow. And you'll see this disappears because now it's certain that our cart products exist. Okay, now down here, what we will do is to update our state. So right here, we already had set cart total quantity, and now we'll set this one to QTY. And right here, we didn't have the state for cart total amount. So we can create that state. We can say const cart total amount and set cart total amount, and we set this one to be equal to use state, and to begin with the value will be 0. So we take this set cart total amount and we use it right here. I tab, I paste, and we'll set the total amount here to be our total. This total is the one that we destructure from our accumulator right here. So right now, the only way to test this is to log these values to the console. Console dot log. We will have QTY, and this will be our cart total quantity. Let's duplicate this. I'll shift bottom arrow here. Let's say amount, and this will be cart total amount. And actually we didn't say amount, we said amount. So I think it's good to spell this correctly. Amount is there somewhere else we need to change? No. So we save this and we come to our app console. Okay, let's refresh everything. Console. Okay, this is crazy. First of all is 10, mount 0. Oh, this 10 is the default value that we had set earlier. So let's remove that default. Here we had set a default of 10. So let's remove that and set it to 0. I save and let's refresh again. Now, to begin with, all these are 0. When our cart rolls and updates, the total quantity for our cart is 5. And then the total amount is 400, which makes sense. So if we take this 300 and we add to 100, we get 400. So this 400 value is the one that we will show here, but we'll format it using the format price. And if I increase here, we get now total here is 6. The amount changes from 400 here to 511, and 511 makes sense because it's this plus this. So if we go back here and we add another product, let's add 70. So we take this mouse and we add to cart, view cart. Now we have a total of 467, and we get total here, and then the total amount here will be 5111 plus 70, 581. Perfect. So our shopping cart is working well. All that remains now is to show the total here, and also we will show the quantity here. So I'll see you in the next one for that. So in the last episode, we were able to calculate our totals, that is the subtotal and the total cart quantity. but in this episode I want us to show them on the UI. So first thing, let's export our cart total amount and our cart total quantity using our value. So here we already have cart total quantity. Let's include our cart total amount. This will be number. Okay, I save that. Let's come to the bottom. Here we have cart total quantity. We are also expected to have our cart total amount. So we pass that, we include a comma, and we save. Awesome. So now we can go to our cart client and we will receive that cart total amount here. So cart total amount, we get that. We come to the bottom here where we had our subtotal, and here we remove this. We include our curly brackets. We will use our format price method. So format price from our utils, we invoke it. It expects us to pass a number, and we'll pass our cart total amount right here. We save, and this should be formatted. There we go. Now we get this amount there. Amazing. Now we need to show our cart count here. So for cart count, we will do that on our NavBar. So we go to app, then components, NavBar. So we had only NavBar here. So we will add a new file for this particular component called a cart count. So we'll say cart count and then .tsx. So here stateless functional component cart count, we return a div, and we'll do some stuff here. Okay, let's start with a class name. It will be relative. We'll have a cursor of pointer, so whenever we click on our cart count, it will be taking us to our shopping cart. So that means that we will need to have an on-click event. We pass this arrow function, and here we will have our router dot push, and we will push to our stroke cart. We don't have this router defined, so let's come here before our return statement, and we'll have const router will be equal to use router from next navigation. We invoke it, and whenever we do this, whenever we use a hook, this should now be a client component. So here we pass use client. So I saved to auto format, and this is now what we have so far. We will get our cart total quantity. So we'll say const with this structure cart total quantity, and this will come from now our useCart hook. So useCart, and we invoke that, and now we'll use this cart total quantity to show the number. Awesome. So now inside this div, we'll have two things. We'll have an icon, and let's include that icon inside this div, and we'll say that this is CI shopping cart. It's not being suggested. I cross it. We should import this. So let me copy. Then at our imports, we'll say import with this structure CI shopping cart. These will come from React icons, then stroke CI. Now here we'll have a class name, and we will increase the size for this to be 3XL, extra large. Okay, so I save to auto format, and now below this we will have the cart counter. We will include it in a span. We will say cart total quantity there. Now we'll have some styles, class name, and this will be absolute to our parent div, which was relative. So here this will be absolute, and we'll have a top, which will be a custom value of -10px. We will have right. We'll have also a custom value of -10px. We'll have bg as straight 700. We will have text as white. We will have height of 6. We will have width of 6. So this is a circular counter. So let's make it to be rounded full, flex, items to the center, justify center, and then the text will be small. I save that. Now we have this component. Let's go to our NavBar, and instead of showing cart counter, we'll show that component here. So here I get our cart counter from our cart counter, like that. We save, and it should show here. Let's see, and there we go. Look, really awesome. So we have included this circular label with 7 there using this span. Then the icon is this one right here, and we absolutely positioned this one to be at the top there, and I hope now it makes sense. Now if I decrease here, this is also changing. 6, look, 5, 6, 7. If we remove, 4, and this is working now. Awesome. Now from here we'll go to a whole new section, because when we click on checkout, we should actually be able to go to the checkout page, but we should also make sure that the user is there and is logged in. So we don't have a user in our application, and in the next section of this course we will be working on authentication. So I'll see you in the next section. Now the next step is to add a user in the system so that we can proceed with checkout, and for that we will be working on an authentication system where we can sign up user, login user, using email and password, and also using Google Sign Up. But before we do that, I want us to create a reusable input field in this particular episode, and then we will be able to reuse it in different sections of our application. So we'll create an input field that looks like this. And before we proceed, I want to remind you, if you need the source code for that entire application or this entire course, it's available on my Patreon, and here it is. You just need to unzip it. So I'll leave a link to it at the description section below, and you just need to join for $3 per month, and you'll also get access to other source codes for my videos here on YouTube. So if you scroll, you'll see we have a lot of other source codes, including PayPal payment, including real-time chat app, including another e-commerce site where we used Redux, and so much more. So join my Patreon to simply support my content, and what you get back all the source code for my videos here on YouTube. And you just need to join for just $3 per month. And also you can give me direct DMs to ask me any questions about the course, and I'll give your messages a higher priority. Now we will be making use of a React hook form to create our input field. So we need to install this. So I'll copy this one and I'll jump into VS Code here. Here I already have a terminal open, but I'll add a new one so that I can install that library. So here I'll paste npm install React hook form, and I'll hit enter. So this completed installing. So we'll go to app, then components, and right here we can create a new folder, and we will call it inputs. Inside our inputs, let's add a new file, and we will call it input, and then .tsx. I hit enter. Stateless functional component, we say input, and right here we can return a div, and let's define an interface for this input. So at the top here, first of all, we can say that this is a client component by saying use client. Then here we will define an interface, and we will say input props. Right here we'll have an ID, which will be a string. We will have a label, which will be a string, and we will have a type. So for this type, we are able to say whether this input field is a text input field, a number, an email, and so on. So we'll have a type which will be a string. We will have disabled, and now this will be a boolean. This should be optional. We'll have required, which will be optional. It will be a boolean. We'll have register, and this will be for React hook form to register this input field, and this will be of type use form register. This will come from React hook form, so click on that to auto import it from React hook form. And then here we will use angle brackets, and we'll pass here field values, and also this will come from a React hook form. It's not being auto imported, so we can do it here manually. Field values like that. Then here we'll have errors, and these will be field errors, and also this will come from React hook form, so we can import it right here like that. So this is the interface. So we take these input props and we use them here. So here I'll just say React, then .fc angle brackets, and we pass our input props. Right here we should destructure the different props. We have ID, comma, we have label, comma, we have type, comma, we have disabled, we have required. Okay, we have, yes, we have register, we also have required. Finally we will have errors like that. I save. So we'll use all these props to work on our input field. So here for this div, let's add a class name, and we'll have a width which will be full. We'll have relative. So right here we can add an input element. So I'll say input, and this element will be self-closing like that. And then right here we'll be having a label, and HTML4 here will be ID. And for this label, what we will show here is our label, this one which we bring in via plops. So we have an input field and we have this label. So all we need to do is to add some class names to make our input field look good. So the goal is to make it look like this one here. Okay, I'll add a class name. We'll say peer. We'll have a width to be full. We'll have padding of 4. We'll have padding to the top of 6. We will have an outline of none. BG will be white. Font will be light. We'll have a border of 2. It will be rounded. So this is the border radius. We say rounded MD. We'll have transition, and when it's disabled we will decrease the opacity, so we'll set opacity to 70. And then here, if it's also disabled, set the cursor to not allowed. Since we have some dynamic styles, we need to convert this to use backticks, okay, like that. So now we can be able to make use of some dynamic styles. And here I'll make use of the money sign, and right here we'll check if we have the errors. So I'll say errors, then use this full colon ID. These errors will be coming in form of an array, and then we access the error for this particular field using the ID. And if that error exists, then we'll show these styles. We'll say the border is rows, then 400. This is a reddish color, so it will show that we have an error. Else, if we don't have the error, we'll show a border of straight 300. So straight 300 like that. So here Alt Shift bottom arrow, we check if we have errors. If we have errors, here we'll set focus full colon, and we'll say border rows 400, and right here we'll say focus full colon border straight 300. Awesome. And these are the styles for our input. Okay, apart from the class name here, we need to add more props. So we can add autocomplete. I don't like it auto-completing, so I'll set this one to off. Then here we'll say the ID is ID. Then here I'll set disabled to be disabled. So these are the values that we pass through props. We'll see how we'll be using them. So right here, let's register our input field. We just need to say dot dot dot. Then here we call register, and this is a functionality for React hook form. And we register our ID. Then we set this field to be required. So if we try to submit this input field, when it's not filled, then it will throw an error. Then with these styles, we'll show that we have an error. Then here the placeholder will be empty, and here the type, we use type like that, and that's it for this input. So I save to auto format, and these are the various props, these are the various class names. And then here we have this label. We need to add styles for it. The label is this particular name that we show here. Okay, so as you can see, on focus it moves up a bit, decreases in size. Out of focus it comes back. So a really nice style there. We'll come here and we'll add a class name, and we'll say absolute. So it will be absolute to this div. Remember here we had set this to be relative, so now the label will be absolute to that div. And then I can make them to appear downwards here for clarity. We'll have a cursor of text. We say text is MD duration. This will be for the animation, so duration here will be 150. Then let's add transform. Then here we will translate along the y-axis, so translate -y, and this one will be 3. And then let's set top here to be 5. Let's set a z index of 10. We'll set an origin of 0. We will set a left of 4, and here it'll say peer, and then hyphen placeholder hyphen shown. We scale to 100. I can duplicate this, alt shift bottom arrow, and peer placeholder shown, and we translate along the y-axis, so we'll set translate to 0, so y here to 0. And then down here we'll say peer focus. Here we scale down, so we'll scale to 75. And then here peer focus, we will translate along the y-axis, so translate, and we'll set this one to 4. So here translate is 1n. Now what this means is that when we are on focus, we will scale down our label and move it up. So when we are on focus like this, look, we scale it down and move it up. Then when it's not on focus, then it will show like this. It will scale to 100 and it will be at its original position. To test it, let's see on the next episode when we work on our register form. So I'll see you on the next one. So in the last episode, we started to work on our forms, and in this particular episode, let's work on the design for our sign up form. So back to our app, we created this input field, and now we'll be able to reuse it on different parts. Let's come right here, and I'll go back to app, and I'll go to components, and at the root, I'll create a new file called form wrap. I'll say stateless functional component, and I'll call this one form wrap. It will receive only one prop, which is the children right here. Instead of defining an interface, you can do this. You can just say children, and then right here you can use a full colon, and you say the type for the children will be React, and then dot React node, like that. And now we receive this prop called children. Awesome. So right here I have a div, inside this div, I'll have another div. Inside this div is where I'll include our children plop. So children. And then right here, we can have some class name. And for this, we'll set the mean height to be fit, h to be full, flex, items center, justify center, padding to the bottom of 12, padding to the top of 24. And then for this one, we'll add a class name, and this is where we will set a max hyphen width of 650 px. So this will be the maximum width for our forms. So let's include that. We can have a width to be full. We'll display flex will be column. We'll have a gap of 6 items to the center. Then we'll have a shadow XL. Then the color for this shadow will be slate 200. It will be rounded MD, and padding of 4. And finally, for larger screen, padding will be 8. Avoid this space between this. Okay, this is our form wrap right there. Now let's come back here. Let's minimize everything, and I'll go to app, and we'll create a new page. How do we create a new page? We add a new folder. We give this one a name. We will call it register, and this is the name that will show on the route. And then right here, we add a new file, and we can say page.tsx, like that. We say status functional component. We'll call this page register. We will return the container component. So container we had created earlier during the course, and here you can see we have one from Material UI and one from our components. Make sure it's the one from our component. Then let's cross that right here. Now we use our form wrap. So here I say form, and then wrap from our components again, and I pass these right there. And here we'll be passing another component, and that component is now our register form. So inside our register, we'll create a new file, and we'll call this one register form. So this is our register form.tsx status functional component, and we create our register form. And let's work on it. This one, this will be a server component. This is where we'll get any data that we want, e.g. the user. And here, this will be a client component because it will have interactivity like on click and states. So let's have use client here. And then right here, I can include React fragments. Make sure it's React fragments so that our wrapper here will be able to flex all the items that we include in a column. Okay. So here, let's add a heading, and this will come from our components. It is self-closing. It expects one plop, which is the title, which is mandatory. I'll have a HR element. HR here. I can include some styles. I'll say class name, and BG will be slate, and then hyphen 300 will have a width, which will be full. H will be px. Okay. For now, let me save, and then let's use this register form right here. I'll say register form. Let's self-close it. Okay, I save. This is what we are working on, where we have localhost here, and I'll go to this page now, register. So register, and we should at least have a heading and a line, and there we go. So you can see our form wrap here is having this shadow, and now we have this sign up for eShop and this line. Awesome. Now down here, we'll be able to add our input field, our first input field. So let's make use of the input that we created in the last episode. So make sure it's coming from components, inputs, input. Now this expects various props. It needs to have an ID, and the ID here will be name. Then here it expects to have a label, and the label here will be name. And then here we will make it disabled when our submission is loading. So here we'll be having an is loading state like that. We don't have it, let's add it. So here we'll say const is loading, and we say set is loading, and this one will make use of the use state hook. So use state from React, we invoke it. By default it will be false. So this is loading is the one that we pass here. When our submission is loading, we disable the input field. Awesome. We'll have register, and we'll make it to be register, which we don't have yet. And then here we'll have errors. We'll make errors to be errors, which we don't have yet. And then here we will have required. Now for register and errors, we will get this from React hook form. So at the top here, we will get them from our use form hook from React hook form. We'll say here const, and we will destructure register, this one. We will get our handle submit, which we'll use to submit the form. We'll get our form state, and we'll set these to be errors, and all this will come from we'll set use form. It's not being suggested, but we will import it. We'll say here field values in angle brackets, so that is the type that we are passing. And then we will invoke this and pass some defaults. So this use form will come from React hook form. So here let's import the things that were not being suggested. So we'll say import, and we destructure field values. Let's first say that this is from React hook form, and then let's get here submit handler. Let's also get our use form hook, this one, like that. Now this has an error, means that maybe we missed the spelling. Yes, we did. So this should be field values. Let me save. So here we are simply calling our use form hook, and this field values is just defining the types. And here we get register, here we get handle submit, and we get form state. From form state we are able to get our errors, and here we can pass some default values, and I'll say default values full colon, and we include them here. I'll say email will be empty. Then here we'll have password, which will be empty. Let's make sure that we have this comma here. Also for register we have a name, so we'll say name, which will be empty. Awesome. And you can see this is showing up, but its style is off. So I'll go back to the input field and make sure that we are doing the correct thing. So I'll come back right here and make sure that everything is fine. So a few things that I see we messed up. First of all, this is BG. And then down here, for this translate, we should include a negative here. Negative translate Y4, as well as this one, negative translate Y3. So let me save that one and see if that makes it work well. So now I click on this, it goes up and down. Now I don't want this cursor to be disabled, though it is disabled right now. So something is wrong. We should not include space between these two. Okay, make sure this is not having that space, and I save. And now if I click, now it's up and down. Awesome. it's working now well. Also, you can see the text for this is not black, so we should fix the text for this one. That is our label. So at the bottom here, we should dynamically display the text depending on whether we have an error or not. So for that here, I'll include the curly brackets and a backtick. And at the bottom here, I remove this one. I include the curly bracket and a backtick. And here we can perform a check. Actually, I'll copy one of these one, and then I'll come right here and I'll paste it. Now this we will say if we have the errors, instead of focus here and border, we'll say text will be rows 500 or 400. This is the text, so I can make it more brighter, 500. And then for this one, we will change this. If we don't have an error, then the text will be straight about 400. I save again, and there we go. Now looks good. So when we have an error, when we try to submit this form when it's empty, we will show all of these as red. Now this is one of the input field, so I can use Alt Shift bottom arrow twice. So this one will be for email, so I remove this one, I say email, and then here I say email. So this register will be able to make use of this ID to register this input field. We'll take the password, so password, and label will be password. Now here disabled, we'll have that register, we will have errors, we'll have required, but also we'll add a type here. So the type for this one will be password. So that will hide it. So let's save, and we should now have 3 input fields like this. For password, it hides the content. After this input, we'll be having a button. So I'll say button, and for this button, it expects us to pass a label, and we'll dynamically show this label. So we'll set this to be equal to, we'll say, is it loading? Is our form loading? So if it's loading, we'll set this button as loading. Then right here, if it's not loading, we will say sign up. And then this button also expects us to have an on-click event. So here we will have on-click, and whenever submitting this form, what we will call is our handle submit. And that handle submit, it's the one that we get from our use form hook. So this handle submit, I'll copy it and I'll paste it here. And for this handle submit as well, I'll invoke it, and we will pass a function called on submit. So on submit, we are going to create it in a few. This button, let's make sure we are importing it from our components like that. Let's create this on submit at the top here, and here we'll say const on submit, and we'll set the type for this to be submit handler. So I call submit handler, and that we get it from here. And then here we said this is the field values. The type that will be received by this on submit is the field values, and here we set it to be an arrow function that will receive the data. Now this data is our field values, and before we do anything, we will be setting the is loading state to true here. Okay, and then right here, let's log this data to the console. So console dot log of our data, and we see what we will be having. Okay, cool. So we'll take this data and we'll submit our form right here to register the user and save the data in the DB and so on. So this is our on submit function, which is not yet complete, but we pass that to our handle submit right here. Okay, and now let's test this. So if I click here, go to console, clear the console. Now here Right now we don't have any data, we haven't filled anything, and it should throw an error. And let's try to sign up. Now look, everything is red. This is because in our input we said that this input should be required, and we passed that prop right here for each of them. And because of our styles, everything is turning to be red because of these styles here. Awesome. Now if we include the name, look, the error disappears for the name. If we try to include the email, it disappears for the email, and so on. Okay, so let's see if we are having values. I'll say Chaoo, and then here I'll say chaoo@gmail.com. then here I'll say password. Then I sign up, and look at our data where we are submitting our form. Here, console log data, we get our data. We get the name, we get email, we get password, which is awesome. So this is working well. So right here, after our button, I'll include a paragraph. This paragraph will say, already have an account. If you do, we will show a link. So this will be a component from our next link. In here, we will say login. Then it expects us to have a href, and we'll take the user to the login page, which we haven't created yet. So we'll work on that later on. So here we say login. The only class name that I'll add here is an underline. So I'll say underline. And then for this paragraph, we'll also add a class name, and we'll say that the text here is small. So I go ahead and save. So after saving, we have this down here. I already have an account, login. Awesome. So that is cool. And this is now our sign up form. Awesome. Now one last thing, we need to include this sign up with Google. So at the top here, after our heading, we should have included a button. So I'll say button. It will be outlined, and we'll have a label that will say sign up with Google. We'll have an icon, and we'll include AI outline Google. This one, it's auto imported. Then here we will have an on-click event. For now, we include a function that has nothing. Okay, so I save. Then let's come here and see if it's there. Now look, looks good. Now in the next episode, let us work on our login form. It will be similar to this one, so that one will be shorter. Awesome. So in the last episode, we were able to work on our sign up form, and in this episode, let's work on our login form. Minimize everything here, come to app, then I'll create a new folder, and here we'll say login. Inside this folder, let's create a new file, and this will be page.tsx. Create another file as well inside login, and this one will be our login form.tsx. Awesome. Now inside the page, we create this component using status functional component. We'll say login, and in here we will return the container component. So let's say container. This will come from our components. Let's make sure it's from our components. Inside this container, we'll have a form wrap. So we use the form wrap component. It will come from our components, and let's make sure it grows like that. And right here we'll pass our login form. Let's create our login form component here, status functional component, and we'll say login form. For now, I will return the React fragments just like that, and let's pass our login form right here. So login form. Okay, I missed an angle sign there. then we auto import it and we self cross it. I save, it's auto formatted. This is all we have at the page for now. Now let's jump into our login form here. Now most of the things that we included in our register will also be available in our login. Okay, what I'll do, I'll actually copy everything from here, I'll paste in our login form, and we'll go step by step correcting everything. Okay, so here let's go to login, stroke login. So we don't have anything for now, and let's start at the top here. So instead of register form, we'll say that this is the login form. So you can highlight this, then use Ctrl+D to select even at the bottom here to make sure that we are exporting the correct thing. So here I'll say login. Let's go back at the top. Now here we'll also have the loading state. We'll also have all this, but for the default values we'll not be having a name, so we remove the name. Okay, we'll have an onSubmit function like this, and then we come here for the return. So for the heading we'll say sign in to eShop, and then for the button we can say continue with Google instead of sign up. So continue with Google here. Then we'll have HR. We won't have this input, so we remove that one. Then we'll have an email, we'll have a password, we'll have a button saying loading or login, and then here you have a paragraph. We'll say do not have an account, do not have an account, sign up. Then here instead of login we'll say register. Okay, I save, and we should have our login form right here. There we go. So sign in, continue with Google, then email, password, login. If we don't have anything errors, then we have don't have an account, sign up. So if I click on sign up, we go to our sign up page. So I'll see you on the next one. Hello everyone. So in the last episode we were able to work on our sign in form, and in some previous episodes we also worked on these input fields together with the registration form. And now I want us to start writing the logic for our authentication. And for authentication we'll be making use of our Next Auth, and also we'll be making use of Prisma and MongoDB for data storage. So to get started with, in this particular episode we will create the schema using Prisma for our user. At our nextauth.org we can go to the documentation and see how we can get started on that. So here I'll just click on get started, and then you can go to adapters here, and from adapters you'll see that we have Prisma. So click on Prisma if you are following along with me, and then from here you'll see that we need to install some dependencies first. So here I'll copy the first line here, Control copy, then go to VS Code, then you can pop a terminal. I'll paste that command, and I'll also add next -auth, and then I'll hit enter. So that command will install those three dependencies. Also you can see we need to install Prisma as a dev dependency, so you can copy this one. I'll control copy, and yeah, we can install it after this completes. But as this installs, there is an extension that you can install. So here you can search for Prisma, this one here. So install Prisma. Mine says that I need to reload, and this will help to highlight our code when creating the Prisma schema. So this is a VS Code extension if you are using VS Code. Okay, Now this completed installing, and I can go ahead and install Prisma as a dev dependency. I'll hit enter. Now as that installs, we'll come to our files, and we need to create a new file, and at the root here we'll create a new folder, and we can call it Prisma, and then inside this Prisma folder I'll create a new file, and we will say schema.prisma. I hit enter. Now let's come back to Auth.js here. Actually from here you can see we have this create the Prisma schema from scratch. I can click on it, and these will give details on how we can create this Prisma schema for our user. For this schema, it's meant to be for PostgreSQL, but it will be so similar to our MongoDB one. So we need to define a data source, we need to generate a client, and then right here we will create an account model. Then down here, another thing that we will do is to create a user model, and there are just a few differences between these models and the one that we will be using for MongoDB. You can come here and click on MongoDB support, and you'll see we will be changing things like ID, and we will be mapping our ID. Since MongoDB uses an underscore ID, so we need to map that ID so that we just use ID here. And then just other few things like the user ID, refresh token, we need to do something like this, access token and ID token. So I'll come back to the top and I'll copy, I'll come to my VS Code and I'll paste everything here. I will remove this verification token, I will remove this session. Now we have account, we have user, we have client, and we have this DB. So let's start from the top to fix stuff, and also you can type them out if you didn't copy, so there is no problem with that. Okay, we will set a provider to MongoDB, so remove Postgres and set this to MongoDB. Then we'll have URL and we'll read this from the environment variable. That is okay. We won't have this, so remove that like that. And now this is our data source. Okay, for client we go to provider here and we'll set Prisma client.js as our client, and we won't have this, so remove this one, and there we go. Now we come to account, we'll be having ID, we will change from CUID and we will set this to auto, and then at the end here we will map this ID to our underscore ID. So we'll say at map, we invoke these, we include these quotes, use double quotes. I saw that a single quote has an issue, so, and then I include ID there, and then at the end here I'll say at db.objectID, and this line here is the same that we saw when we go to MongoDB support here, this one right here. And then you can see we have user ID, but here we have it as just a string, so we need to add this right here at db object ID, so space, then include this, and then here we'll have refresh token. This will be an optional string, but at the end here, instead of at db text, we'll say at db string. And if you check the documentation, you'll see that here refresh token is where we are setting this as db string. So we need to do the same for access token and ID token. So you can see all this is in the documentation. So from here at access token, we'll say at db.string. We'll have ID token as string, which is optional, but then here we will also have this as string. So let's come to our user model. The ID here will be the same as this one, so we can copy this one, then come right here and replace this. We'll have account as account, but we won't have session since we removed this one, so I'll go ahead and remove that one. We will add more properties here because we will be hashing the password. We will add a hashed password, and we'll set this to be an optional string. We can add created at when the user was created. This will be date time, and at default will be now. So this will generate the date automatically when we create the user. Also, we can have at updated at, and this can be date time, and the time will be at updated at. One last thing that we will add here is the role, and the role will be of type role, and the default will be user in caps. So this type role, we need to create it. So at the bottom here, we will use enum, and we'll say role, and right here we'll have user, or we'll have an admin. So here we need to include at default, that's why it's shouting, and there we go. So I save, and this will be our Prisma schema for our user. So I'll see you in the next one. So in the last episode, we were able to work on our Prisma schema, and in this episode, I want us to work on some logic for our next auth. So coming back to the documentation, still at our auth stroke Prisma schema, if you go to the very top after installing the dependencies, you'll see here we have the setup. So what we need to do is to create this particular file. Okay, so we'll create a new folder called pages, then we'll create a folder called API, a folder called auth, and a file called brackets next auth. So let's do that first, and then we'll continue. So we just need to come here. Let's minimize everything, and at the root we will create a new folder, and we'll call it pages. So if you are familiar with the past versions of Next.js, you are then familiar with this pages folder. So I hit enter. I'll create another folder called API. I'll hit enter. Inside the API folder, I'll create another folder called auth, and I'll hit enter. And then inside the auth folder is where we'll create a new file. I'll use the square brackets like that, and then we will spread this using 3 dots, and I'll say next auth, and out here we'll say .ts, since we'll be using TypeScript, and I hit enter. So coming back to the docs, you can see how we integrate Google Provider. So we have providers like this, then Google Provider. It's an array, so that means that you can include multiple providers. You can have Google, you can have Facebook, you can have GitHub, you can have credentials for email and password, and I'll show you how to add that one. So what I'll do, I'll copy the contents of this file. I'll go ahead and copy, and I'll paste it here. So as you can see, we have some issues here. We have this adapter is complaining, is coming from auth Prisma adapter. Now in my previous application, I used a different dependency from this one, so I think we should use the same. Right here you can just say npm install, then at next auth, then stroke Prisma adapter. Hit enter to install. Once it completes, what you need to do is to change right here from auth to next auth. So at next -auth, and then you'll see that this error disappears. And then we have this Google Provider. This is complaining, and you can see it's an issue with type. So type string or undefined is not assignable to type string. So here we will load our process.env Google client ID as string like that, and then client secret will do the same. So right here just add as string like that, and those disappears as well. Awesome. Now one thing that I want us to do is to be able to load our Prisma client globally. So we'll change how we are getting our Prisma client. Let's do it right now. Right here at the root, add a new folder, and you can call it libs, and inside this folder we will create a new file which is Prisma db.ts, and in here we will import our Prisma client. So Prisma client from at Prisma client, and then we'll declare a global variable called Prisma. So here we'll declare global. We'll say variable Prisma will be of type Prisma client, or it can be undefined. We will load our client. We'll say const client. We check first if Prisma is available globally. So we'll say global this dot Prisma. So if that exists, we'll set the client to that global Prisma. Else, if it doesn't exist, we will create a new one, and we'll just use this line here, new Prisma client. So I can cut that and remove this completely. Then right here, we will add it there. And then right here, let's perform a check. So if process.env and then .not environment. So if this is not set to production like that, so now we define this particular variable. We'll set it right here to be our client. And then at the bottom, we can now export our client. So we'll say export default client. Okay, so this is all we need to do in this file. And now we should import this client in our next auth. So instead of Prisma client, I'll just remove that. We'll say import Prisma, and this will come from at libs and then stroke Prisma DB. And remember, this Prisma is whatever we exported here as client. Okay, so here now we use this Prisma at our adapter. Awesome. So I save that. Now here we are configuring one of the providers, but we will also add our credentials provider. So here we'll add credentials provider. We invoke it and we pass an object. Also, we should be importing this. It's not being suggested, but we should be importing it. I can say here Alt Shift bottom arrow. We duplicate the one for Google, and here we get our credentials provider from credentials. Then we use it here, credentials provider. We will pass name here, will be credentials. Then we'll say credentials. We pass an object. We'll have email, label will be email, type will be text. Then we'll have password right here, comma, password. We'll have a label, which will be password. And we'll have a type, which will be password. We have some issues here, but they will disappear after we write the next line. But so far, you should be having the name as credentials. Then credentials here, you set a new object. You should be having email with label and type. Then you should be having password with label and type. Now, after this credentials object, right here, include a comma, then hit enter. Then you write async and write this method called authorize and invoke it, and you'll pass credentials here. And then right here, we can work on some logic for logging in a user using email and password. So right here, we'll first check if we have an email and if we have a password. And we'll do that by using these credentials. So we can access them like these, credentials dot email and credentials dot password. So we'll say if we don't have credentials dot email, or if we don't have credentials dot password, we will throw an error. So here we throw an error, we pass our message, and we can say invalid email or password. They're supposed to be caps like that. Then down here, we can find a user using Prisma. So we can say const user, we will await. Here, we will use Prisma dot user and then dot find unique. So this will try to get a user from our DB, but we have not set up the DB yet, but we will do so in the next episode. So let's just proceed here. And here we can say where email is our credentials dot email. Now let's perform a check. So here I'll say if we don't have a user, or if we don't have a user that has a hashed password, then we will throw an error again. So here we can just copy this one and paste it here. Let's continue down here. Now here we check if the password is correct. So if this step passes, then we have a user. But now we check if the password is correct. Okay. So for that, we will be hashing and unhashing the password using Bcrypt. So we need to install Bcrypt. So I'll pop the terminal here and I'll say npm install Bcrypt. And also I think we should install the types. So at types stroke Bcrypt. So I hit enter. Once it completes, we can come right here. We'll say const is correct password. We set this to be equal to await, and we will await bcrypt.compare. So we should be importing this bcrypt. It's not being suggested, so let's import it manually here. Import bcrypt from bcrypt. Then down here we await bcrypt.compare. We invoke this one, and here we will pass two things: the password that the user enters, which is available in our credentials.password, and then the hashed password, which is in the DB. So user.hashed password. So Bcrypt will be able to compare them, and if it's correct, it will return true, else it will return false. So now here we check if is correct password is true or false. So we'll say if is correct password is false, then we'll throw an error. We throw an error again, and we'll say the same thing, invalid email password. So I paste it here. And finally, if we have a user and the password is correct, we will return the user. So here we return user. And now you see this error right here disappears. And I save. After our providers array, we'll provide some more settings right here. We'll say pages, and right here I'll say sign in. We include login here. After pages, we'll have debug. Here we'll say process.env, and then .node environment development, and then right here you'll set a session. Strategy will be JWT, and here we'll provide our secret key will be available in process .env, then .next auth underscore secret. Now I'll go ahead and save that file. So I'll see you in the next episode, where we'll get to set up our MongoDB. So in the last episode, we were able to work on our next auth file right here. And in this episode, I want us to start by setting up MongoDB so that we can get this database URL. So you'll go to your browser and then you'll visit mongodb.com. And if you don't have an account, you'll create one, and then you'll create an organization, and then you'll create a project. So right here at projects, I'll go ahead and create a new project, and I can call it Next eShop. Maybe I can add tut for tutorial, since I have another eShop. So I go ahead and create Next. Right here, do we have other members? No. I'll go ahead and create project. Once you create the project, you'll be required to create a cluster. I'll click on here, create a deployment, and here you can see we have this one which is free, so I'll click on free. Then here I'll go with the defaults and I'll click on create. Then I'll come down here and we should choose a username and a password that can access the cluster. So here I'll go with a very simple username and password. You can just use this name, Chaoo, the same for password, and I'll create the user. So I click on finish and close. Go to overview. Awesome. So here it's loading the overview. I think what you can do now is to come right here, go to security, then go to network access, and from here you can click on add IP, and you can click on allow access from anywhere. So it will give you this particular IP address and you can confirm. So that way you can be able to access from anywhere. So here it's still pending. I don't know if I refresh, it will come through. There we go. Now it's active. Awesome. So go to database now. You can see we have all this. You can click on connect. Then you can come right here, MongoDB for VS Code. Then you'll get this connection string. So I'll copy that connection string and I'll go back right here. We will create an environment variable. So at the root, add a new file, and you can say .env. You'll have the string that we copied from MongoDB, but you'll set that to this one. So here, before the string, we can paste these, then set equal sign to this. And you can either leave it that way, I think, or you can include it in some quotes. So we should replace this with password. So we'll have Chaoo and Chaoo. That was the password in my case. You'll come right here and you can add a database name. So here I'll say eShop, and don't use my string because I'll be deleting this DB later on. Go ahead and create your own. Okay, so that one I'll go ahead and save. Awesome. Now if I come back and close, you can go to browse collections here. This is where you'll see your databases, and you can see we don't have anything. Okay, so now that we have added this DB URL at our .env, we can come to the terminal and you can say npx prisma db push, then hit enter. So environment variable loaded. Here it'll allow access, and let's see what happened. So it has loaded the environment variable from .env, then Prisma schema loaded from Prisma schema. Your database indexes are now in sync with the Prisma schema. So now if you come back here and you click on refresh, you'll see that we have a database called eShop, and that name is coming from our connection string right here, this one. And then here we have now account and we have user. So that means that our Prisma and MongoDB connection is working. We can go ahead and create an API that will allow us to create a user. So let's see how we can do that. I'll minimize everything. So to create an API in Next13, we need to come to app, then you'll create a new folder and you'll call it API. Inside this folder, you'll create another folder and we can call this one register. Inside register, now we can create a file and you must call it route.js. First of all, we will bring in bcrypt. So we will need bcrypt to hash the password. Then we will import Prisma. So import Prisma from @libs and then stroke Prisma DB. And then right here, we will import next response, and this will come from next server, like that. So these are the three imports that we need. And right here, we will need to export a function. So we'll say export async. And then right here, we will say post. So we will be performing a post request. Then here we'll have request, and the type for this one will be request. So in here, we'll be having a body, and we can get it from our request this way. So you can say const body, and we can get it from our request by calling await request.json, and we invoke that. And then now down here we can get the various properties that we get from the body. So we destructure them. We'll be having a name for register, we'll be having an email, we'll be having a password, and all this will come from our body. And then down here we can create a hashed password. So I can say const hashed password will be equal to, we await bigcrypt.hash, and right here we will pass a password, and here we will pass a default value of 10. Now that we have this hashed password, we can go ahead and create a user. So here I'll say const user will be equal to await. Then we can now use Prisma, and we'll have dot user, and then we'll have dot create, and we invoke this. We will pass an object. We can define our data as name, email, and hashed password now instead of password. Now that we have a user, what we should do down here is to return this user using next response, which we imported at the top. So I'll say next response.json here, and we will pass our user. So now we have an API route for creating a user. And now what we will do is to call this API, pass the various data, and be able to create the user. And we'll do this in our register form. So I'll minimize everything. We'll go to app, go to register, register form. Here we had created the form, and we were able to get the data right here at our on submit. So to perform the request, I'll be making use of Axios. You can make use of fetch if you want, but I like Axios. So I'll go ahead and install it, npm I Axios. I'll hit enter. So once it's done, let's hide the terminal, and let's come here. So Axios, let's click on it to auto import it. Make sure it's imported right here. Then here we'll make a post request. So we'll say dot post. We invoke this one. We pass our API endpoint, which will now be stroke API, then stroke register. So this will hit our API here, then stroke register, and it will get our route. And since here it's a post request, then it will load this function which we created here. Okay, then here let's pass the data. Now this data will be now our body, so it will be accessed right here, and we can destructure name, email, and password from data. Since this is an async action, we can tap the .then method. So we can say .then. This will be called when that request is successful. We pass an arrow function, and here we will toast a message. So we'll say toast.success account created. We will log in the user after we successfully create the account. So we will call sign-in method, and this method will come from next auth. So it's not being suggested. So let's go ahead and import it manually. We will import with this structure sign-in, and this will come from next-auth, then here stroke React, like that. So here we invoke this. We will sign in using credentials. That is the first parameter. The second parameter, we call an object and we pass the credentials. So we'll have email here, and the email is data.email. We will have the password. The password will be data.password. We will set redirect as false. Now once this sign in with credential is called, at our next auth, it will make use of this logic to sign in the user back to our register form. So this is also an async action, and we can tap a .then method right here. We pass an arrow function. This one will have access to a callback, and right here we'll check if our callback.ok is true. So if this exists, it means that we successfully logged in the user, and now we can redirect the user using router a dot push, and we can take them to our shopping cart. And then right here, we can call router dot refresh, and right here we can toast a message. So toast then dot success, and we'll say that this user is now logged in. Then we can check for the error. So after our if statement here, we can perform another check. We'll say if our callback dot error, we toast an error, so we'll say toast. Then here we'll pass callback dot error, and this error can be any of this: invalid email or password, or any other error that might occur. So you can see here this router is complaining since we don't have it, we haven't defined it yet. So right here we can say const router is equal to use router, not user, use router. This will come from Next navigation, so let's click on this one to auto import it, and we invoke it, and that error should disappear. We have another error here. Okay, we should include this outside the router, sorry. So let's take this out here and save. Awesome, so this is it. Now one last thing that we should do is to handle the error for this post request here. So after this dot then method here, at the bottom here, we should have a dot catch. Okay, so here we should say dot catch, we invoke it, we pass an arrow function right here, and we can toast something. So we'll say toast dot error, we invoke it, and we'll say something went wrong. So make sure it's before this curly bracket. We will also have dot finary, and here we will reset our loading state. So we will say set is loading, we invoke this one, and we say false, and this should be inside an arrow function. So I forgot to do this and pass this one in here. Let me save to auto format so that you can see everything. So this is our dot finary, this is our dot catch. Awesome. So I think this is what we need to register a user and log them in once they are registered. So let's try to create an account and see if it works. So I'll go back to the browser, to the shop here, refresh, I'll expand here, then here I can say stroke register. So here let's have Charles, let's have email as charles@gmail.com. Let's have password as charles8. I go ahead and sign up, loading, account created, awesome, logged in. Okay, there we go. It took some time, but it's working. So whenever we deploy the application, it will be much faster, because in this case on development, it tries to rebuild the page each time. So let's go to our database. We refresh here at the user. Look, now we have one user. We have Charles, and then we have Charles@gmail. Hashed password is here. Created at role is user, which is really cool. Now for account, I think it's still empty. This will apply when we make use of a third-party login, e.g. Google. So we'll have that later on. Awesome. Let's work on this user menu. I'll go to app, then we go to components, navbar, and we'll add a new file. We'll call this one user menu.tsx, status functional component. We'll say user menu. Let's have React fragments. Let's come back to the navbar, and we will replace this user menu with our user menu component. So here, user menu. I save. Now right here we will have a div, and we will be having another div. So let's add a class name, and we will set this as relative. We will set a z index of 30. For this one, we will be having an on-click event. So on-click, and that means that if we have an on-click event, we should mark this component as a client component. So use client there, and right here we will toggle open. So toggle open, we don't have this function, but we can create it. So right here, let's come and say const toggle open will be equal to, we will make use of the use callback hook, and we invoke this. We pass an arrow function like that, and here it should be having a dependency array. For us to work on this toggle open, we'll be having some form of state. So right here, let's create the state. We'll be having is open, and also set is open, and right here we'll set this to be equal to use state. We invoke this, and by default we'll have it as false. Let's make sure that we are importing this use state from React. Awesome. Now inside here we can write some logic, and all we will do, we will be calling set is open. We invoke it, we will have access to our previous state, and right here we'll be able to use exclamation previous. So basically it will toggle the state from false to true, from true to false, and vice versa. Awesome. So now we have this toggle open, we pass it right here at our onClick. So here for this div we'll be having some class names as well, and also in here we will be having two things. We will be having an avatar. So here we'll be having an avatar. We had created this component before, so we bring in avatar. The other thing that we will have is an icon. I feel carrot down, like that. You see what we have here, the icon for avatar and this carrot down. Awesome. So we can add some classes to style this section. So here we will have a class name. Padding will be 2, border of 1px, border as straight 400. We will flex in a row. We'll have items at the center. Gap will be 1, rounded will be full, or you can use MD. We'll have a cursor as pointer. We'll have hover. We'll set the shadow as MD. We'll include some transition, and finally we'll have text as straight 700. So I save, and this should be arranged nicely. There we go. We don't see the border. So what did we do wrong? Okay, it's there now. It took some time to load, sorry. So we have this, and we are able to click it, and whenever we click it, whatever it's doing, it's changing the state for this is open. So now we can use this state to show something right here. So after our div here, right here, we will conditionally render our menu. We will include the curly brackets, and we will say is open, and we include these brackets, hit enter, and here you can include a div class name. It will be absolute now. We'll have rounded as MD. We will have shadow as MD, fixed width of 170 px. We'll set BG of white. Overflow will be hidden. Let's have right of 0. Let's have top of 12. Let's have text is small. Let's have flex. Let's have flex column. Let's have cursor as pointer. So whatever we are creating here is this menu right here, this one. Okay, so when we click this, we open this particular menu. We'll also have a backdrop, this area where which you click, it also closes the menu. So let's proceed down here. I will include a div here, and the links that we include here will be for our login. When we are logged in, we will see these links. We will pass a link component from next link. It expects us to have a href. We will start with the orders here. So we can create a reusable component that we can use right here. So what we can do, we will come to the navbar, we will create a new file called menu item.tsx, stateless functional component, and we can call it menu item. It will be able to receive some props. So here we can define an interface. It will receive children, and for children this will be React node. It will receive onClick, and for this one it will be void, so it won't return anything, and we'll receive them right here. But first of all, we shall make it to be aware of the props. So react.fc here, angle brackets, and we pass our menu item props with the structure children and onClick. And in here we will return a div. This div will have children here. Then here we will have our onClick, and we pass onClick. This is menu item. I messed up there, sorry. So let me save to auto format here, and we will also have some class name, a few of them. So padding along the x-axis will be 4, and padding along the y-axis will be 3, and on hover we'll change the bg to neutral 100. We'll have some transition. I save. So this is it now for our menu item. We'll make use of that component right here at our link. So here let's have menu item from menu item. For the children, here we'll pass your orders as the text. Then here it expects to have an onClick, and we'll pass our toggle open, the method that we created at the top. So like that, make sure this menu open is being imported like this. Awesome. So right now I think we should be having something. So if I come here, click this, you see we have your orders. Awesome. When I click, it closes. When I click, it opens. So Alt Shift bottom arrow, this will take us to the admin. If we are logged in as admin, so we'll say stroke admin. Also here we should have said stroke orders, like that. Then here we will have admin dashboard. I save, and if I happen to click here, we see admin dashboard. After this, we will just pass menu item without a link, because we won't be going anywhere. We will be logging out a user. So here we'll have menu item. We'll simply say log out. For the onClick, we will make use of an arrow function. We pass like this, and we'll pass two functions in here. We'll have toggle open, and also we will sign out. So sign out, we have a method from our next auth. So when we call this method, we will sign out the user. We invoke it like that, and make sure you bring it in like this. Awesome. Now these links will show when we are logged in, but we have other links that will show when we are not logged in. So after this div, we can group them in another div. So let's group them div. So this will be simple. We can copy one of these, and we'll have only login and register. So I'll paste twice, save. Let's fix each of them. Here we will be having login, and here we'll simply go to login. For this one, we'll be having register, and here we can simply say register. So this will show when we are not logged in. So we'll dynamically display them later on. We need to create what we call a backdrop. So you see when we click out here, we are closing this. But here, when we open, when we click here, it does nothing. So let's create that backdrop. Back right here at our nav, we'll add a new file. I'll call this one backdrop.tsx. Stateless functional component backdrop. So here we will return a div, and it will have nothing but just the styles, but also we'll be having some props. So at the top here, let's have an interface backdrop props. We'll only receive the on click, and for this on click we'll return void. Let's include it here. Then we will be able to receive the on click as a prop. We will have that on click. So when we click on this backdrop, we will call on click. We will have some class name. We will have a Z index of 20. We will have a BG straight 200. We will have opacity as 50. We will have a width of screen. We will have a height of screen. We will have fixed here. We will have top as 0, and then we'll have left as 0. That is it. I save. Then I'll come back to our user menu, and before we even close these, I'll perform a check of is open. So we'll say is open. I can use ternary, and I'll display the backdrop if our menu is open. We pass our on click plop, and we'll pass our toggle open. Else at the end of this here, before the curly bracket, we include full colon, will show null. Okay, I save, and we open, and look, now we have this backdrop like there, and when I click here, it closes. Awesome. I want us to be able to sign in the user, and also to be able to get the user from the DB. So first of all, I want you to log out by clicking on logout. Okay, for some reason it's giving me this redirect logout. So let's go to our next auth right here. We had included this next auth secret. This should be a JWT secret key. So let's come here at the .env file, and we add it here. You can just name it anything. In this case, I'll say eShop JWT. You can make the key as complex as possible, but in this case, for education purpose, it can be as simple as that. Back to our next auth. Whatever we included in this next auth function, it's called auth options, this particular object, and we will be needing this particular object to get our user from the DB. So you can highlight this object that is in here, then you cut it, then right here we will export it. Export, and we'll say const. Right here we'll say auth options, like that, and this will be of type auth options. Auth options, and this will come from next auth. It's the type there. We set this to be equal to, we paste that object. Okay, so look, we export const auth options, we set it to that object. Then down here, this next auth still expects us to have this object, so we can just say auth options right here, and it will still work as it is required. Right here, I'll go to the login. So app login, then go to the login form, and we can log in a user. We write some logic for logging in a user right here. We will be having a method from next auth called sign in. We invoke it, and we say here we are signing in using credentials, and then at the end here we pass an object data, and then we include a comma, and here we'll say redirect, and we'll set this as false. And then after this sign in, we will have a .then method. So .then, we invoke it. We'll have an arrow function. We'll have the callback. Here we can reset is loading. So set is loading to false. Then here we'll perform some checks. These checks will be similar to those we included to our register, so we can go and steal from there. So here we had this and this. I will copy those, then I'll come here and I'll paste here. So if okay, that means that we are logged in. Therefore, we push the user to the cart or the home page, we refresh and we log them in. Also, if we have an error, we toast an error. We don't have this router, we can define it right here. So const router will be equal to use router, and this will come from next navigation. Remember, we have next router and next navigation. Make sure you are calling the right one. So we call that. We also have this toast. Use control space here, and you will auto import it from React hot toast. So I save, and that should allow us to log in. Awesome. Let's see if we can log in. We will go to the login page now, since we have a menu here to work with. Here we'll have email. We area included charles@gmail, and I think the password was charles@. Here we paste and we log in. Loading. Logged in, and we are directed to the cart. So that means that it's working. Now, how can we get the user once we are logged in? Right here at the root of the application, we'll create a new folder called actions, and here we will be writing logic to get data from the DB. And in this case, we want to get the currently logged in user. So here we'll add a new file and we'll say get current user.ts. Okay, in this particular file, we will not be creating an API, but we will be interacting with the database directory by using Prisma. Export async, and we will define a function get session. For the parameters, it will have nothing, so I will remove this. That was auto completed. We will return await, and here I will call a function from our next auth called get server session. I invoke it, and here I'll pass auth options, and these are the auth options that we exported from our next auth file at the pages. Awesome. Now this will get us a session whenever we call this get session. So right here, let's create another function now, and it will also be async function get current user. Let's include a try and catch block here. We'll be able to get our session, so const session, and this will be coming from get session, this function that we created there. So we set this to be equal to await get session, and we invoke this get session like that. Now we have this session, and this session have details about the currently logged in user, including the email. So we can check if that email exists. So we say if we don't have session, then here dot user, then dot email. That means that we currently don't have a user logged in. Therefore, we will simply return null. Okay. So if we have this email, then we can try to get more details about the user from the database. So what we will do here, we'll say const current user will be equal to, and now we will await our Prisma call. So here we will use Prisma, import Prisma here, and this will come from @libs. @libs, like that. We'll have stroke Prisma DB. Now this Prisma is the one that we are using here. So we can await Prisma dot user, and then dot find unique. I invoke it, I pass an object where full colon, then here we'll say email will be session. We will access this simply. So I can copy that and we paste it there. Now we check if this current user is there. So we perform a check. We say if we don't have current user, we return null. At the bottom here, I'll also return. I will spread our current user. It's all the dates. I'll change them to strings, and this is how I'll do it. So here, for example, created at, we'll change this to be the current user dot created at, and then we convert this to ISO string. So we invoke that like that. I'll do the same for updated at current user dot updated at And let's check this current user. I realize this updated art is giving a T as a full. Yeah, so this is small. Those suggestions that we get are actually from our user here. So current user dot updated art, and then here dot to ISO string, and we invoke that. And finally email verified full colon, we have current user, and then dot email verified, and then right here we'll say dot like that, and I'll go ahead and invoke it. And this email verified can also be null, so all null. Now you can see this is shouting here, and this is because we updated our Prisma. You need to call npx Prisma db push. So it's still not working. Close the application entirely and then open it again. After closing the entire application and opening again, you can see that error disappeared. It's a bad developer experience, but it had to do that. So what I'll do here is to restart my application using npm run dev. Okay, now we have this function. This function will enable us to get the user from anywhere in our application. Let's test this and see if it works. So what I'll do, I'll come right here. I'll go to the app layout right here. Before our return statement, we can say const current user will be equal to, we await get current user. This now it comes from our actions get current user, and we invoke that. Now right here we can log this to the console.log of current user. We can say user, then let's include this just to easily locate it, and here I pass my current user like that. Now I save. Now remember that this layout is a server side component, so when checking this console you will not see it on the browser, but you'll see it on your server, and our server in this case is at our terminal. So I'll pop the terminal. Let's go ahead and refresh here. So I can see our user is null. So let's try to log in and see if it will work out. So I'll say charles@gmail.com, then here we include the password, login, logged in, but we still have user as null, so something is wrong. Cannot read property of undefined, reading to ISO string. And so it was so hard to find out where the error was. First of all, I included this console log, and then I checked the DB, and since we had updated this from capital T to small t, our DB had the previous capital T here. So I think that is the main issue here. Also, I changed this from toString to ISO string. What we should do, we have this next. This is usually the cache. So what I want us to do is to remove it. So Control D, you can remove that. And then I want us to run the command npx Prisma db push again, and I'll hit enter. So the database is already in sync. I will start the application npm run dev, and let's delete our DB actually, and we'll create a new user just to make sure that everything is okay. So I'll delete this current document here. So document deleted, and from the app here I'll also click logout, and let's go to register. Let's register the user again. So I'll go with Charles, then password. I want something that I can remember for the tutorial. I sign up. Let's see, account created and logged in, and now look, we are able to get our user. So now I would like us to dynamically display these links depending on whether a user is logged in or not. So since our NavBar is a server component, I can use this particular function directly there. So from the layout, I'll just remove this, save that file, and exit. Then I'll come to the NavBar, and before my return, I can paste it here, and we make sure to import these get current user from our actions, and there we go. So I can remove the console log, and we should pass this user to our user menu. So here we can have current user prop to be equal to current user. Then we should make this user menu to accept that prop. So by the way, if I hit Control and click on this, it gets me to the user menu component. Okay, so here we'll be accepting the current user, but we should define an interface for this one. So here we'll have interface user menu props. Here we will have our current user. Here we could have used the types from Prisma, which is user, but these will not work. At our get current user, we changed some of these types here to string, and in Prisma they were dates. So we can create a separate type that we can replace right here. To do that, we can come to the root of the application. We create a new folder. We can call it types. We can create a new file. I'll call it index.ts. So here we will export type. We can call it safe user to be equal to. We will call omit angle brackets. We will pass our user from Prisma, a user comma, and here we will omit these fields. Created at, we use a pipe here. Updated at, we use a pipe here. Email verified, and then out here, and we add these types. Now we will have created at, and we'll set this to a string. Here we will have updated at, we set this to a string. Email verified, we set this to a string as well, and I go ahead and save. Now in our user menu, instead of using user here, we can use safe user from our types, and here we'll have react.fc angle brackets, and we pass our user menu props. So now we have our current user here, and we can make use of this current user to dynamically display these links. After we call is open, and then after this first div right here is where I'll dynamically display them, and we'll have our current user. So if this exists, we want to show those links that should be there when we are logged in, and we had already divided them into two divs. So this first div is for logged in, and I can cut that and include it here. Else, so we use a full colon here. We include these links that are for a logged out user. So I cut those and I paste them there. Now I save, and if I preview, this should change. Since we are logged in, we have now your orders, admin dashboard, and logout. Awesome. And another thing that I will add before our logout here, I'll add a HR. So here we'll have a HR, which will be self-closing tag, and that will create a line right here. There we go. So now we know this is logout. Then this up here, you can have even more links like profile and so on, but in this case we have this. This is awesome. So NavBar is complaining. Why? So for email verified, we should have said string or null. That's why I think it's complaining. Also in the user menu, I should have said safe user or null. Okay, why is it still complaining now? There is one mess that I did, and if I check this, you can see here we have updated at as string, and here we have update at as date. So in my Prisma, I had mistyped this to update at instead of updated at. So basically we can change this value for Prisma, and again it will give us a lot of issue. We'll have to create a new user and so on, so that to correctly update the types. So at the moment I think I'll just ignore it and change the value here to update at instead of updated at. And then so here we change to update at, and also here we omit update at. that was like a typo. Awesome. So now it's working there. And the next thing that we can do is to protect our routes. So for example, we should not be able to access the login page or the register page when we are already logged in. So let's do that. I can just cross everything, and then here let's start with maybe the login page. So we'll go to app and then login. Then we have the page here. We just call const current user to be equal to, we await get current user, and we invoke that. If we do this, it expects us to have an async function here. So we change this to async. We will pass this user to our login form. So here we'll have current user, and we set this to be equal to current user. So I save this file, it complains since it doesn't expect that plop, so we can go ahead and make it aware of the plop. So here we will define an interface, login form plops, and we will accept the current user, full colon, this will be a safe user, or it can be null. We pass it here, React.fc, angle brackets, and we pass our login form props. We destructure our current user just like that. And now before we return anything, right here we check if we have the current user. So if we have our current user, let's go ahead and return immediately here, and we will return a paragraph. Here we will say logged in, and we can include a message of redirecting. Then here we can include a class name, and we will say text to be at the center. I'll save, and you see when we are logged in, it will call this logged in redirecting. Now we must make this redirecting to work, and for that we can make use of a use effect. So at the top here, maybe after our hooks, we will call our use effect. So we invoke it, we pass an arrow function real quick, and at the end here we should pass the dependency array. And now this, when the page first loads, we will check if we have our current user. If we do have the current user, we will go ahead and perform a router dot push, and we will push the user to either the home page or the cart. I like to push them to the cart, and then they can start shopping from there. And then right here, router dot refresh, and we save. So it will say redirecting, and then it will take us to a different page, which is the cart. You see, we are at the cart. So if we try to access login here, I'll say login, it will say logged in redirecting. So we can see those login form, which I think it's better. And we can do the same for our register. So at register here, so this is the register form, but we should also have this register page. So from the register page, we get the user like this. So I'll copy this one, and at the register, I'll get the user. Let's make sure that this is coming from actions. Let's make sure that this is an async function. Let's pass the current user as a prop. So current user, and we set this as a prop here, current user. So the type here will be similar. So I copy that, come to register form. At the very top, after our imports, I define the interface. Now this will be register form props. So we say register, and then this will be safe user, and it comes from our types. Then here we include React.fc. We'll have now the register form props, and we can successfully receive our current user. When we get the current user, we can check for if the user exists. So at the form here, first of all, I'll save this one and I'll go ahead and close it. Then at the bottom here, before our return statement in our register form, we check if we have the user, then we'll say logged in, redirecting, and we'll also include the use effect to redirect the user if they are logged in. So I'll copy that and I'll come at the top. After our router, we paste that use effect. We make sure to import this use effect from React. So I'll save, and yeah, that should work, I guess. So let's go to register here. It's loading. So logged in, redirecting. So we can see those forms that are in our register form. Now, the next thing that I want us to do is something really cool, and that is Google Auth. So right now, let's log out. For us to implement sign up with Google or continue with Google, we need to set up some environment variables. So in our pages, next auth, right here, we were passing the Google client ID, and right here, we were passing the Google client secret. So we need these two, and I can copy the two of them, and we will include them at our environment variable. So go to your .env file, and right here we will have the Google client ID and the Google client secret. So to get this, we need to go to Google Console. So Google Cloud Console, search for that, then click on that, and then from here you can see I'm already working on this eShop here, but I want to create a new project to demonstrate this. So I'll create new, and we can say eShop tut. I'll go ahead and create. So this is creating. Wait a moment. Now we can select this particular project, and you can see now we are viewing the eShop tut here. So we can click on this side nav here, and you click on more products. When you scroll down, you'll see we have API and services. So click on Auth consent screen. Right here, we'll go ahead and create an Auth consent screen. So I'll click on external, then I'll create. Here we should set up a name. I can just say eShop tut will do. Then here, support email. These others are optional. At the bottom, developer contact information, I'll set up the email. Then I'll go ahead and save and continue there. Here, save and continue, and save and continue. Now we have this information there for our app. Now all you need to do is to click on credentials, and we will create credentials. And from here, we'll go to OAuth client ID. Application will be web application. You can set up a name, and we will create an authorized redirect URL. So from here, right now we are working at localhost, so we'll take this. But if you host or deploy your application, you'll have to change this later on. But for now, we'll have localhost here, and we will add stroke API here, then stroke auth, then stroke callback, then stroke Google. So this will be our authorized redirect URL, and we'll go ahead and create. So once it's created, you'll see it's providing you with the client ID and the client secret. And you can always access this from the credentials in API stroke services. You can as well always search at the top here. So here I'll copy the client ID, then go to VS Code here, and you can see here we have now Google client ID, and I'll hit space and paste that there. Then here we have client secret. I'll copy that, and I'll come back here and space paste that there. So I'll go ahead and save our .env file. We need to go to our app, then go to login. You can go to the login form where we have the button for continue with Google. So I'll scroll down here, And right here, we will simply call sign in from next auth. So I invoke that, and then here we will just specify that we are signing in with Google. So I'll do the same for register. I'll go ahead and save that. I'll go to register, and here we had this button, and I'll just paste that. And here we can just say, I think, continue with Google. And now at sign up, we click on continue with Google, and it's loading. And look, some emails are listed like that. Now I can click on one of these. So I'll click on this one, and this will now create a new account using this Google details. So it's loading and logged in, and it's now redirecting. And there we go. Awesome. So since we are logged in, I think we can check our MongoDB and see what we have. So here I'll click on view database deployment. We can go to browse collections, and now at our account, you can see we have one account here, and now the type is Auth, provider is Google, and we have all these other details like access token, expires, art, and so on. And at our user, now we have two accounts. We have this one, which is now from our Google, and we now even have this image which we can use to show at our menu here. So let's do that. So we can just go to the NavBar, go to components, NavBar, then user menu. And from here, I think we had added an avatar. At this avatar, since we have our current user, and our current user now can either have the image or not, we can just call src, and right here we'll call our current user, and we'll say .image, and I'll go ahead and save. Now that avatar will show here for that Google icon. So it's loading, and there we go. We have that avatar right there showing that we are logged in. So I can log out, and I can continue with Google at any time. So that is it for Google Auth. And from here now, we can work on this checkout and process payment using Stripe. So once we are logged in right here as a user, we'll be able to see this checkout button. And what will happen is that when we click on checkout, it will be able to create what we call a payment intent in our Stripe dashboard. If I go ahead and click on checkout, this will load the Stripe forms, but also it will do something whenever we visit this page. It will create a payment intent to begin with. So if I refresh right here, it will create what we call a payment intent, and you'll see here we have 180. And another thing that it will do is that it will create an order in our own database. So if I come to my orders here, this is on another page, but still in our application, I will refresh at my orders here. We'll be working on this later on, don't worry. But now right here, you can see a few seconds ago, we created this order of 180 right here. And I can view more details about it, where we can be able to see all the products that we ordered, the delivery status, and so on. So this is really amazing. Then another thing that will happen is that whenever we complete filling this page and processing the payment, then our order in the database will be marked as paid right here, and then our payment status here now will be completed at Stripe or succeeded. So let's see how this will work out. So here let's use some dummy data, and I'll use a fake card which is provided by Stripe for testing. So 42424242, a future date, and CVC like that, and I pay. Now it's processing, and you can see checkout success. Now when I check my payment intent here and I refresh here, you'll see that now this payment is succeeded. And then when I come to the orders here and we refresh this page, you'll see payment status is completed. So this is really amazing, and we will be doing this using Stripe. So are you ready? Let's get started. To begin with, I'll start by creating an API that will help us to create what we call a payment intent, and also update that payment intent when we want to. So that is the first thing that we will do before we continue to creating the payment page. So to create this API, we just need to minimize everything here, then go to App, API, and here is where we were creating our different APIs. So here you just need to create a new folder inside API. So make sure API here is underlined, okay, not register. So when API is underlined, create a new folder, and we will call this one create-payment-intent. Hit enter. Then inside this folder, we create a new file called route.ts, and we hit enter. So in order to create a payment intent, we will need to have installed Stripe in our application. So right here, go ahead and say npm I Stripe. Then hit enter. And this will install Stripe in our application. I can start by importing that Stripe. So I'll say import, then Stripe, and this will come from Stripe. We will also bring in Prisma. So we will import Prisma, and this will come from, we say @libs/Prisma DB. Import next response from next server. And down here, we can start by loading Stripe. So we can say const Stripe will be equal to new Stripe. We invoke this. The first thing that we will do here is to load our secret key from the environment variable. So here we'll say process.env Stripe underscore secret underscore key. And we'll say here as string. So this will be the first parameter, and the second parameter we will pass an object, and in this object we'll just call API version. We'll set this to this one, and I go ahead and save. Now down here, I'll go ahead and calculate a total order amount. So we had done this area when calculating the subtotal here, but we need to do it again on the server, because on the server it's more secure, and we don't want anyone to manipulate the amount before they purchase anything on the client. So we have to do this again on the server. So here we'll have an arrow function, and right here we will receive our items. Okay, so this will be all the cart items. And then right here we can define the type. The type will be cart product type, this one right here, and it will be an array. We can use these items to get our total price. So we can say const total price will be equal to, here we will get our items, and we use the reduce array method like we had done before, and this will receive an arrow function here just like that. It also expects a default value. Now since we are only calculating the total amount, we will use 0 here. So here we'll be having accumulator and item. We will calculate the item total. So we'll say const item total will be equal to item.price here, and we multiply this by item.quantity. We return the total now, which will be our accumulator, and we add our item total. We should finally return this total from this function. So after this, we go ahead and return our total price, and I save. So now let's export here an async function which will handle our post request. So we invoke this. We will receive a request of type request, and in here we can write our logic for this API now. So first things first, we need to check if we have a user. So we load a current user. So we'll say const current user will be equal to we await get current user. This will come from our actions and we invoke that. Down here, we perform a check. We say if we don't have this current user, we can return an error. So we immediately return response.json. Right here, we can invoke and we can actually pass two objects, one for the error, and we can say unauthorized, and then the second parameter, also an object, and these can have the status code of 41, meaning that unauthorized. Now that is just to check if we have a user or not. If we have a user, then we will proceed down here. So here, first of all, let's say const body will be equal to, we await, and we'll say request.json. We invoke that. Then down here, we destructure whatever is in our body items. We will also be passing a payment intent ID, and this will be coming from our body. To clarify things, this payment intent ID, we will either be having it or not. Once we create the payment ID, we will be storing it in the local storage, and then when we perform an update of our shopping cart, we can make use of that payment ID to update our payment intent in Stripe. Therefore, we won't have to create many payment intents in Stripe. So with time, you'll understand how this works. So let's continue down here. We can get our total amount. So we'll say const total will be equal to calculate order amount, and we pass our items after getting them from the body. And here we will multiply this by 100, and the reason is because Stripe takes the payment in cents. Let's create an object that we will represent our order. So here we will say order data. We will have a user. We will set to an object. We will say connect full colon, and here we will pass the ID of the user, and we'll get the ID from our current user.id. We will have the amount. We will set this to our total. We want the currency to be in USD. Then right here we'll have the status. To begin with, this will be pending. We will have delivery status. To begin with, this will be pending. We will have payment intent ID, and we'll set this to our payment intent ID that we get from the body. We will have products. We'll set this as items. This represents the data that we will be saving in our database for our order. So in Stripe, we will be creating the payment intent, and then in our database, we will be creating the actual order, and we should have the payment intent ID so that we can be able to update this order whenever we make a change on our payment intent. So down here, we will check whether we have the payment intent ID or not. We'll say if payment intent ID exists. So this is the ID that we get from the body. So if this exists, what we will be doing here is to update the order. Then here we have else. This means that we don't have the payment intent if the payment intent does not exist. So what we will do here, we will create the payment intent. Then we'll also create the order. Make sense? So let's start with this one here, since by default we don't have the payment intent. So here we will start by creating the payment intent, and we'll just say const payment intent will be equal to, we await, and we use our Stripe here dot payment intents dot create. We invoke this one, and then we pass an object. We will have the amount, and we'll set this to the total amount. We will have the currency. We will set this to USD. We will have automatic payment methods. We will say enabled. We'll set it to true. So this is how we can simply create the payment intent. Awesome. And then down here, now we will create our order. In order to create this order, we will need to have order schema in Prisma. So I think we can go ahead and create that order schema. So let's save this file and leave it for a while. As we go to our root here, go to Prisma, then click on Prisma here. We need to create the order schema right here. After our user, we'll say model order, and in here we'll start by having an ID. The ID will be having this, so I'll copy this one up to this point and I'll paste it here. Then we'll be having a user ID, and for the user ID this will be a string, and we'll say at db.object ID. We'll be having the amount. I'll set it as float. Currency, this one will be a string. We'll be having status. This one will be string. We will be having delivery status. It will be an optional string, so string, and include a question mark there. Created date, this will be date time, and at the end here we'll set a default of now. We'll be having the payment intent ID, and we'll set this one to a string which should be unique. We'll be having our products. Now this will be an array of cart products. We don't have it yet, so we should be creating it. Okay, so here we'll have address, and we'll set this to an optional address. We don't have it, we should create it. Then here we should be having user. It will be similar to this one. I can copy this one, then down here I can paste it. So we create this type, and we had created this type on our front end. Let's go to product details. It will be similar to this one, so let's copy this cart product type and we add it here. So the thing is, we don't need to say export, we need to change the formatting. We just need to say type here, and then we should not have the full colons, and this should be starting with a capital, and then right here we should not be having the semicolon, and also remove this equal sign. So we need to do all this formatting. What I can do, I can select this full colon, use Control D, 1 2 3 4 5 6 up to this point, then remove it all together, then select this semicolon, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 up to this point, remove that. Now to format this, I can select all strings, then here I remove the small s, include the capital S. For the selected image, we need to change this to image. We will create a type for the image. Then the quantity, we can use int here instead of number. Then the price here will be float. Now we have another problem here for the image. Let's create that type. We'll say type image will be color, a string. Then we'll have color code will be a string. Now we'll have the actual image, which will be a string. So now this error disappears and this error disappears. We set an address right here. We'll have type, we will have address, and right here we'll have a city, which will be a string. We'll have country, will also be a string. We'll have address line 1, this will be a string. We'll have address line 2, this will be a string, which can be optional, actually optional string for line 2. We'll have a postal underscore code, we'll have a string, and then we'll have the state, and this one will be a string. So we have created this type, this type, this type, and used them on our model here. So this is complaining because once we use the user here, our user should also have the order, like we did here. We included the user here and we included the accounts in the user. So the same, once we include the user in the order, we include order in our user. So here we'll just say orders, space, maybe tab up to this point for formatting, then order, and we use an array like that. Now when we come down here, this is no longer having an error. Awesome, I save. So now I think everything is fine. Let's go to our route. So right here, since we now have our order in our Prisma, we can use that order model to create our order in the DB, but this is not in sync yet with our MongoDB database, so we need to make it in sync. So we have to run npx, then Prisma db push. We hit enter. So now right here, before we create our order, we'll update the payment intent that is at our order to be equal to payment intent dot id. And then right here now we use Prisma to create the order. So we await and we'll say Prisma dot order and then here dot create. So once you do this, you'll see that these in your case might be underlined, and that is because Prisma is not yet detecting our order, although we had put that in sync with our MongoDB. So what you need to do is to cross and open your VS Code again, and then hopefully it will work out. So try that. It worked for me. So here I'll go ahead and add data, and we'll set this to be our order data. And then right here we will return payment intent. We make use of next response.json and we return our payment intent like that. Okay, now this is for the case when we don't have a payment intent ID, meaning that we don't have a payment intent, and therefore we go ahead and create one. So what of here where we already have a payment intent ID? That means that we have a payment intent, and in that case, first of all, we can update the payment intent using our new total amount. So here we'll say const, we say current underscore intent will be equal to, we await, and we will await stripe dot payment intents dot retrieve, and we invoke these and we retrieve the payment intent using the payment intent ID that we get from the body. If this current intent exists, we'll go ahead and update it. So we'll say const updated underscore intent will be equal to, we await, and we will await stripe dot payment intents dot update, and here we will pass our payment intent ID as the first parameter. Second parameter will be an object, and we will update only the amount to be total. Okay, now down here we should update our order, and we will do two things. We will get our existing order, and also we will update the order if it's there. So we'll say const, here we will destructure the existing underscore order, we will destructure updated underscore order, and we'll destructure this from, I'll make use of await, we will use promise.all, and here we'll perform two requests. So we invoke that and we pass an array. So we are simply destructuring this and this from this array, and this array should be having two requests. The first one should get us the order. So Prisma.order.find first, we invoke this, we pass where payment intent ID is our payment intent ID. This is the first request to get the order. Then here we perform another one, dot update, and we invoke this, we pass an object, and we'll say where payment intent ID is payment intent ID. This expects a second parameter of data, and this is now the updated data. So we'll set amount to total, and then we'll set products to be items. Make sense? We are simply getting the order here, the one that exists, and then here we are updating. Here now we have the existing order and the updated order. First of all, we check if this existing order exists. So if we don't have the existing order, we return an error. So here we will return next response.json. We invoke it. We will pass the error, invalid payment intent, and then the other parameter here will be an object of status, and here the status will be 400. So if we don't have this existing order, we throw an error. If it exists, we'll go ahead and we will return the payment intent. So I'll copy this line here, and that is what we will return here if we have the order. That means that we even updated the order, so we pass the payment intent here as the updated intent. Okay, so here we have an error. It can't access our updated intent, and that is because we limited this to this if statement, while we could have included all this logic inside here. So after our payment intent right here, we should have included all this logic right here in there. So I use the Alt top arrow to move it up there. I save to auto format, and now down here you should be having two curly brackets before else, and then you should be having this return, because this logic is inside our if statement there. Make sense? So that is how we can create and update the payment intent. After creating our route, we can close all this, and we need to go to our hooks folder here, useCart, and we'll do some stuff here. We need to handle the state for our payment intent. I'll say const payment intent set payment intent. These will be equal to use state. We invoke these, we pass the types. It can either be string or it can be null. And to begin with, we will not be having a payment intent, therefore it's null. I can remove this console log. And right here at our use effect, we will be saving this payment intent to the local storage. And once we complete payment, we clear it. If we don't complete payment and come back again, we update it by getting it from the local storage, saving it again whenever we make a change to our order. So here, we will get it from the local storage. So const, we can say eShop payment intent. We set this to be equal to local storage dot get item. We invoke it and we pass the key. The key can be eShop payment intent. So I'll copy that and paste it here. I will pass this using JSON. So we can have another const. We'll set this to be equal to JSON.pass. We invoke it and we pass our eShop payment intent. Once we have the payment intent, we update our state. So here we'll go ahead and set payment intent to be our payment intent. This is for the case when we just want to get the payment intent from the local storage, but how do we store this in our local storage? So down here we'll create another function that will help us to add that payment intent to our local storage. Before the value, this can be equal to use callback. We invoke that, we pass an arrow function. The dependency array, I'll set it as the payment intent. We will set payment intent. We invoke these. So the value, we'll be getting it right here. So here we can have value. The value will either be a string or it will be null. And also we simply update the local storage. So local storage.set item, we invoke these eShop payment intent. Then the second parameter, we have JSON.stringify. We invoke it and we pass our value. So now we have this function which will help us to set the payment intent. Now we need to export this payment intent and the function that we just created. So at the top here, we first need to define the type. We will be having payment intent. It can either be a string or it can be null. Now we'll also have handle set payment intent, and this will receive a value which can either be a string or it can be null, and it will return void. Now down here, our value expects us to have the payment intent and also handle set payment intent. I save. Awesome. So we need to create a new page for checkout. You can close this, minimize everything, go to app, then we create a new folder, and here we'll say checkout. We add a new file, page.tsx. We will be having another one which we will call checkout client.tsx. So in page.tsx, stateless functional component, we can say checkout. We will return some stuff. Let's copy this one. Control A, copy, come to checkout client, paste here. Then let this be checkout client. And this one, client. I save that, okay? Back to page. Here, we'll be having a div. And we'll have a class name. And we'll set the padding to be 8. Then in here, we'll make use of our container component. Make sure it's from our components. And then in here, we will have our form wrap from our components again. And then right here, we can now load our checkout client, which we have just created a few seconds ago. We pass it like that in our checkout client. The first thing that we can do is to get whatever we have at our useCart, like cart products, payment intent, and handle set payment intent. And then once we make use of a hook, we should mark this component as a client component. So here, let's say use client. For now, I'll not be doing much right here. I'll just say checkout. We'll create the UI later on. Right now, what I want us to do is to create a payment intent by making a call to our API endpoint. So right here, I call useEffect. I invoke it like that. And in the dependency array, we will be calling this again whenever our cart products changes and whenever our payment intent changes. So here, we'll check if we have cart products. So do we have cart products? If we do, we proceed in here. And at the top here, I can create two states, one for error and one for loading state. I save to auto format. Then right here now, if we have cart products, we will set loading to true. So loading to true. We will set the error to false. So I'll say fetch, and we invoke this. We pass our endpoint, which will be API. Then create payment intent. That is the first parameter. The second parameter will be having an object. We specify the method here, and we are performing a post request. And then we'll be having headers as here. We'll say content type is application JSON. We can now have our body. We will use JSON.stringify. We invoke it and we pass our data in here. So whatever our route expects at the body is items and payment intent ID. So right here, we will pass the items as cart products that we get from our useCart. Then we will set our payment underscore intent ID as our payment intent. So after performing this request, we can tap a .then method. So .then, we invoke this. We will receive a response inside an arrow function. So let's pass an arrow function like this. We will be having a response. We will set loading here to false. And then right here, we'll perform a check. If response.status is equal to 41, that means that you are unauthorized to perform the request. Therefore, we can send this user to the login. Else, if this is not having an error, we will return here response.json. We invoke that. Now let's define this router. We just need to come here and we'll say const router will be equal to use router, and we make the one from the next navigation and we invoke that. Now this doesn't have an issue. Now here we return response.json, and this will give us back the data that we get from this API. And what do we get from there? The payment intent. So right here, after this .then, we will tap another .then. And in this case, we will get the actual data from our API. So here we will get the data, and then once we get the data, what we want to do is to get and set our payment intent client secret, and we'll be using that to process the payment. So right here we can add a new state, so we'll say const, and we will say client secret set client secret. This one will be equal to use state, and we invoke this, we pass an empty string. So we'll say set client secret. We will get this from data dot payment intent dot client secret. Then down here we can now set our payment intent ID using handle set payment intent, and here we'll get this from data dot payment intent dot ID. Now after this dot, then we'll have dot catch. We invoke it, we pass an arrow function, and here we will have access to the error object. We will set error to true, so set error to true. You can also toast the error here. Right here something went wrong. I will import that from React.toast. So this is our logic here. Perform a fetch from our API endpoint, and once we make a request to this, it will be a post request. Whatever we do, if we don't have a payment intent, we create it and return it. If we have a payment intent, we update it and return the payment intent. And once we do that, we will come right here, we get the client secret, which will help us to complete the payment, and then here we set the payment intent at our local storage, or rather we update it, and then right here we throw any errors that are there. We need to see if this works. For that, we need to also set up our Stripe. The first thing is to set up an environment variable. So at our route here, you'll see that we had added this process.env Stripe secret key. This should be an environment variable. So you can copy that one and then go to your .env file right here, and we will add this Stripe secret key. We will be getting this from Stripe, so you can open your browser, and right here I already have my Stripe open. So what you need to do, if you don't have an account, just visit stripe.com and then create an account. And if your location is not supported, you can actually choose any location for learning purposes. And then once you are logged in, you'll go to your dashboard and you'll go to developers right here. At developers, you'll go to API keys and you'll see your secret key right here. So you just need to reveal it. I think they'll ask you for a password or not. So copy that key and you'll paste it right here. So I'll go ahead and save that file. Now at checkout client, I am logging payment intent right here to the console, and also I can log this client secret to the console as well. One last thing that you need to do is to make sure that your Prisma is in sync with your database. So I know we had already run this command for orders and so on, but I think you can run it again. npx prisma db push, hit enter, allow access, and you should be able to see this message. The database is already in sync with Prisma. I don't know why this comes here. I don't like it. Let me try to run this command again. npx prisma db push. I don't know if it's that Windows pop-up that comes. Sometimes it doesn't. So let's see. It's still there. I'll be checking on this error return, and I hope it's nothing serious. Okay, you will run your application. So make sure you have at least one item at the shopping cart, and we will check at this price. This payment should show at our dashboard where we have payments here, all payments, and it should come as a payment intent. All these incomplete payments are payment intents. We were trying to pay for something, but we didn't complete the transaction. So we should see this value 102 coming right here once we visit the checkout page. So right here, we will go to the checkout page. We are at checkout. We will check the console. At the console, we should be having a payment intent ID and a secret key. client secret. So you see, we have this client secret key, we have this payment intent ID. At the local storage, we should be having the payment intent ID. So go to here, then application, then here we have I think this is eShop payment intent. Yes, this one, and it ends with BU. So if we go to Stripe, we don't see it immediately, but once we refresh, we should be able to see it. So I refresh, and look, we have it here, BU, and we were trying to pay for 102.99. So this is our payment intent. We are trying to pay for something, but the transaction is not yet complete. Now, if you go to the database, you will be having an order created. So refresh your database and go to order. Now look here, we have this order created, currency USD, status pending, delivery status pending. This status here is for payment status, so it's not yet paid. And then here we have payment intent ID. We have product. So if we expand this, we have one product, which is Logitech MX keys, which we are trying to pay for, and its amount here. Also, we have all this, even the images and so on. So we are having the order and the products that we try to pay for. And this order can act now as an abandoned cart when the status is pending. So this is awesome. This is working nice. And we can test if the order will update once we change our shopping cart and still use the same payment intent. So back to our shopping cart, let's change the order by adding 3 of them. So we should be having 300 here, and we visit the checkout page again. Currently we are not able to use this. We will work on this button return, but for now let's use at the top here, visit checkout again, and see if our order will update. And we actually have an error, so something went wrong. We have an invalid integer. That might be the issue. So I think we need to cut this to 2 decimal points because Stripe is not supporting it. At our calculate order totals, instead of returning total price, maybe we can have another constant here, const price. We set this to be equal to our total price dot to fixed, and here we'll say 2, so it will be into 2 decimal points. And then right here, instead of returning total price, we will return our price. And I think I'll just say any right here. So I'll save that file. Back to our app, I will refresh this page, and hopefully we won't get any errors. Let's see. We still have this error here. I'll scroll here. Why is this still this wrong? So here I'll use math.flow since this to fixed is not working. This is an issue with the decimal point. So if you have a better solution, I think you can try it on your side. So here I'll pass the total price and I'll save. Let's see if it behaves the same. Okay, so I'll refresh again here. Now I don't see any errors, which I think is a good sign. Okay, so let's check our payment intent if it was updated to at least 300. So here I will refresh, and here we have 308.00. I'll take that. It's good. So it updated the payment intent. And let's check our MongoDB. It should have now the amount here updated. I will refresh, and now here we have 3800. Now the problem with the mother.flow is that we won't have these points as 99 something like that, or .58 something like that. It should always be 00 since I used math.flow. So if you have a better solution, I recommend that you change this to a better one, okay, because we are losing those points. Now the next big thing that we will do is to complete the transaction. So let's do that next. So now that we are able to create a payment intent, I want us to complete the payment by creating this form, and we will be making use of a Stripe form elements to create it. and then we will be able to process the payment. And once we process the payment, our payment intent will be marked as succeeded. For us to do that, I have already opened some documentation here. If you go to this link right here, stripe.com/docs/payments/quick start, you'll find yourself here. You can make sure to click on React and Node, or you can click on Next.js here. So React and Node and also Next.js, they are so similar, so there is no much difference. So here at server.js, we already did this. I already showed you how we can create a payment intent. We started by calculating the total order amount, and then we created the payment intent. And amazingly, we also added more logic about our order, which is cool, so that we can save some data to our own database. And then here we have app.js, and this is now on the front end. This will basically be our checkout client or checkout page. So from here, what we do, we make use of the use effect here to make a call to the create payment intent endpoint, and we create the intent once the page loads. And then now after that, what we'll make use of is some Stripe form elements. So the form, we will call these components from Stripe to create it. And you can see here we have a checkout form, and you can also follow these instructions to work on it. So most of this code will be similar to what we will be doing. The first thing that we need to do, we installed Stripe already. Now we need to install Stripe React, Stripe.js, and at Stripe.js, and this will give us the different form elements that we need. So I'll copy this link, I'll open my app here, I'll go to the terminal that I'm not using, and then I will install those two. So it completed installing here, and again, this is what you need to install: npm install --save at stripe/react -stripe-js and at stripe/stripe-js. So I'll cross that terminal now. So now from here, we should start by loading Stripe. So if you check the documentation, you can see we are creating this Stripe promise, and we are calling load Stripe, and this load Stripe will come from one of the libraries that we just installed. And then we will pass here a publishable key, as you can see here. So here we'll say const Stripe promise, then load Stripe. Let's include this part of the code just before our component here, just like that. We will invoke this, and we should import this from at stripe/stripe.js, just like that. Then here it expects us to pass what we call a publishable key. We will store this in an environment variable. So here we will say process.env and then .next_public_stripe_publishable_key, and here we will say as string. So we should create this environment variable. I'll copy this so that I make sure that the spelling is the same. So here we had already added the Stripe secret key. Now we should add this next_public_stripe publishable key. And we added this next public because we are adding this key on the client, not the server. So you need to do this, okay? Now back to my browser, I'll go to my dashboard, and if you go to your developers here, then API keys, you'll see we have this publishable key. You just need to copy that, and you will include that right here. Okay, go ahead and save that file. Then you can go back to your component. So now we have this Stripe promise, and it will help us to create our Stripe elements. So down here, before we return, we will create some options. Here you can say const options. These will be equal to an object. So I can define the type here. The type will be Stripe elements option, this one, and we can add them right here. we will pass our client secret. So client secret, the first parameter, and then we will pass appearance object here, and we will set the theme to stripe, labels to floating. At the top, we should create some state to help us know whether the payment has succeeded or not. So here we'll say const payment success, and we'll have set payment success. This will be equal to use state, and I invoke this, and right here I'll pass false. Now down here we'll create a helper method, and we can say const handle set payment success. We set this to be equal to use callback. We invoke this. We should pass here an arrow function, and we should be having a dependency array. Now right here, all we will do is to update our payment success state by calling set payment success. We invoke this, and we pass a value. Now this value, we will be receiving it here as a boolean. So value will be boolean. We will make this to be a div. So we return a div. We can add a class name. We will set the width to be full. We will return an elements component from Stripe. So if I come back right here, we have these elements. We are passing our options, and then we are passing Stripe promise, and in there we are passing a form. So what I can do, I can actually copy this right here. So I'll copy that, and I'll paste it right here. So we want to show these elements if we have the client secret, and also if we have our product. So here I'll say, do we have cart products, and we load this from Stripe. So I'll bring it in from Stripe React Stripe.js, and for this checkout form we should create it. Let's come here at checkout, add a new component, and we'll say checkout form dot tsx status functional component. Here we'll say checkout form, this one. For now we can return some React fragments, and for this checkout form here we will pass some props. So I'll define an interface for it at the top here. So I'll say interface checkout form props. Also let's mark this as a client component, so use client. And then right here we will be receiving a client secret. This will be a string. Also we will be receiving handle set payment success. So here we will pass our react.fc angle brackets, and we pass our checkout form props. Here we destructure client secret, so client secret, and also handle set payment success. So for now I'll save that file, then I'll come back to our checkout client, and we should now import this from checkout form. I'll pass the client secret, and this will be coming from our client secret, which is in state. And then right here we should have handle set payment success, and we should pass handle set payment success. So I save that, and now this is our checkout form here. So after this check, I'll come down here, and we will check the various states and display the various UIs. So for example, we will check if our page is loading, and here if the payment intent is still loading, we will say that checkout is loading. Loading checkout. We can add some classes. We'll just say text center. You can add more if you want. Now what of error? So here if we have an error, we will display a div as well. So I can copy this one, paste it here, and text will be center, but we'll set text here to be rows 500 or 400 will do. And then here we display the message. You can say something went wrong. Now, what about when we have a successful payment? So here we'll have payment success, and we will have a div, and in here I'll pass 2 more divs. So here I'll have div. So we have this parent div, then we have this 2 div. The first one will just show a message, payment success, like that. And this one will be having a button, and this button can come from our components. We'll say that the label is view your orders. We'll have an on-click event. So here we can say router.push. We invoke that and we pass order. Make sense? Now here let's style this one. We will add a class name, and we'll say that the text is till 500, and then we'll say text hyphen center. Now right here we add class name first, then we'll say a max hyphen width hyphen a custom width of 220px, and then here we'll say width hyphen full. We come here, we'll add a class name, and we'll say flex. Here we'll set items to the center. Here we'll flex call, and we will have a gap of 4. So when our payment is successful, we'll be able to see this. When we have an error, when our payment intent is loading, we will see loading this one. Now let's go to our checkout form, and we create the various parts of this form. So here we can say const, we destructure the cart total amount. Actually at the end here you can start by saying useCart. You invoke that, we make sure to import it, and now right here you'll be able to get all the cool suggestions like the cart total amount here. So that is what we will be paying. Then here we'll have handle clear cart, so we get the suggestion, and handle set payment intent, so we get those from useCart. Okay, and then here we'll say const stripe will be equal to use stripe. We invoke that, and we make sure to import this. So we don't have suggestion for this one, but we'll get this from React stripe.js. So at the top here, let's import it. We'll say import, we destructure use stripe from at stripe React stripe.js, and we get it here. We will also get our elements. We'll say const elements will be equal to use elements. Again, it's not being suggested, but these will also come from React stripe.js. So use elements. Here we can also set a loading state. Now let's come down here. We will load our formatted price by calling our function format price. So const formatted price will be equal to, we call format price, that was suggested at least, and we want to format our cart total amount. We will call a use effect, we invoke it, we pass an arrow function. So this will be equal to an arrow function. We need to have a dependency array. For this dependency array, we will have stripe. So we have this use effect right here. So we'll perform some checks in here. We will make sure that we have stripe, we have the client secret, I think basically that. Then down here we'll create a handle submit function that will help us to submit the form. and you'll see down here we are simply creating the form. So that's all we will do in this file. Okay, in here we perform a check. If we don't have Stripe, we will return immediately. So we will call return. That is all we need there. We check if we have our client secret. So if we don't have our client secret, we will also immediately return. Here I'll say handle set payment success, and we'll set these to false. This is all we need to do at this use effect. So I'll save. Now down here, as you saw, we can create a constant that will help us to process the payment now, and we'll say handle submit, and then right here we will have an async call. We will receive an event, and this will be React then dot form event. That is the type, and in here we can write some logic. We can prevent the form from reloading, prevent default. We make sure that we have both Stripe. So here I'll check for Stripe or the elements. So if any of this is false, we will immediately return. So if we don't have Stripe or we don't have elements, we'll just say return. Okay, then right here we'll now set loading here to true, and now we can call Stripe dot confirm payment, and I pass an object. We will have elements here, and then we will call redirect, and we'll set these to if required. After this we will tap a dot then method. We will have access to results or result, and we can call an arrow function on this one like this. So here we'll say if we don't have result dot error, what we will do is to toast a success message. So we'll say toast dot success, and here we will say checkout success. So checkout success, all payment success, something like that. We can clear the cart, so we will call handle clear cart now. Since we have already paid for these products, then we can call handle set payment success to true, and then we'll be able to show some nice message and a button to take us to our order, and we will set our payment intent here to null. So when we call this, it will reset our state and also our local storage. So we'll no longer have a payment intent, and when we try to perform another payment, it will create a new payment intent, and we perform a payment on that one, a new payment intent and also a new order. And since here we had set loading to true, we can come down here after this, and we can set it to false. I save to auto format, and this is our logic. So Stripe will get the payment data from these elements right here. So we will return a form, and here we will have on submit. On submit, it will call this function that we just created. So I'll copy that and I'll pass it right here. This form can have an ID, and we'll say payment form. The content of the form, to begin with, we can have a heading, so I'll call a div. So here we'll have a class name, and we'll add margin to the bottom of 6, and then right here we will have a heading. It expects to have a title, and we can say enter your payment details to complete checkout. So that will be our heading. So this is this heading. After the heading, I can have a simple H2, and we'll say that you will enter your payment information. So we have the address information and we have the payment information. So the payment information is basically maybe the card and so on. So payment information, and here we can add a class name, font can be semi-bold, and margin to the top can be 4, margin to the bottom can be 2. So I save that and you should see it on the screen. Now right here we have another component from Stripe, and this is now called the payment element. So payment element, it is not being suggested again. I hate when it doesn't. And this will come from Stripe, React Stripe here. So from this we will get our payment element. We will also be getting our address element, so we can also import it here like that. I save. Now here we get our payment element. You can see we already see the card here, which is cool. We can add some props like an ID, and we can say payment element, and then we'll have options. I add an object in there and I say layout is tabs. Now I save. Above this we can have the address information before our payment. So above it, let's add a h2. The styles will be the same as this, so I think I can copy and I paste. Then I will remove margin to the top, since we already have this one here, margin to the bottom. And then right here we will have now our address elements. So address element, and we already imported it. We can pass options here. We pass an object, and in this object we'll have mode. We'll say it's shipping, and then here allowed countries. So you can pass the different countries that you want to ship to. Here I'll pass US, and I'll also add here KE. I save, and now you should see that we will have address information. Look, we have address information, payment information, billing address is same as shipping address. If I unmark this, it tells you to select the country. This is really cool. And if you add address line 1, it will also show address line 2, address line city, postal code. Awesome. So here I'll pass a div, and we can say total will be, remember we had added formatted price, so we display our formatted price. Here we can make this to be bold and maybe big. So I'll add a class name, padding along the y-axis will be 4. Then text will be at the center, so text center. Text will be straight 700. Text will be large, so text for Excel, and then font will be bold. So we show the total there that you are about to pay. I think for Excel it's too big, so we can reduce this to XL. I think, yeah, that is good enough now. We add a button that will help us to submit the form. So button, and it can be self-closing. This button can come from our components, and here we should pass a label. For this label, we will dynamically display the text depending on the state of is loading. So here is loading. If it's true, then we will show processing, and then here we'll say pay now. It expects us to have disabled. This will also depend on whether the form is submitting or not. We check the state of is loading. So here we'll say all, no Stripe or no elements. We should add an onClick event. So onClick, I'll just pass an arrow function that has nothing. So by default, the button will submit the form. Okay, so I save, and there we go. So we have created our form right here that will submit our payment information. So now let's test it. It shows now all these Stripe elements. We are about to pay this amount. At payments, let's refresh this and see if we will see this price 411. we refresh the payments here. This is what we are supposed to look for. So we have this other payment intents, and I created this from our live site here, so it got mixed up. Okay, so what we should check for is this one right here, below 180. If we complete this form, it should be marked as paid. Okay, so let's fill in the details. So here I'll choose some dummy information. We have a test card from Stripe, use 4242424242 until the end, until you can't add any more. 4444 for expiration, then 4444 for CVC. This can be any future date, this can be any 3 numbers. Now right here, let's pay, processing, and checkout success, view your orders, payment success. So if we come to Stripe, we should pay attention to this line right here. Down here, I hope you can see. So I refresh and let's see if it succeeds. So you see now at the top, we have this succeeded, and this is actually working. Our payment intent has been marked as paid. Now, the only issue is that now at our orders, it will not be marked as paid because we didn't implement logic for that. And for that, we will be making use of Stripe webhooks so that we can update our order once a payment has succeeded. So let's update this checkout button. So I'll open this. We will go to app. Then we'll go to cart, I guess. Here, cart client. And here we have our button here. We should dynamically display this depending on whether we have a user or not. So we should be receiving a user in this particular component. React.fc. And here we will destructure our current user. Now down here, we can make use of this current user. So for the text, it should be dynamic. So I use the curly brackets here. And then right here, we'll say, do we have a current user? So if we do, we will show checkout. And if we don't, so here we will show login to checkout. That is the label. We will do a condition for on click. Let's define this router. So at the top, just right here, you can say const router will be equal to use router from our next navigation, and we invoke that. Okay. Here we say outline. Awesome. So that is our button. We are conditionally rendering it. Now we need to pass the current user to this component. So at the page right here, we should mark this as an async function, async, and then right here we can now say const current user will be equal to get current user. From our actions, we invoke that, and now we can pass this current user right here as a prop. So current user, and this will be equal to current user. Okay, here I didn't pass our cart client props. And come back here. I'm still getting this error. Okay, here I also missed a wait. So now let's test our app. We are logged in, so we see checkout. We click on checkout, loading checkout, so it takes us to checkout, and here it will create a payment intent of 40. You see, 40. That's okay. Now let's go back. Let's log out. Once it's logged out, you'll see here we have login to checkout. So when we click on this, instead of taking us to checkout, it will take us first to login. There we go. It took some time as well. Again, on development, it's because it tries to rebuild each page. That's why it loads much. Now, the next thing is that we will try to update our order once we successfully perform a payment. So now we are able to perform the payment using Stripe, but we are not updating our order for a successful payment. And I told you we'll make use of Stripe webhooks for that. If we go back to our browser, to the Stripe dashboard, you can see here, you click on developers, you'll see we have API keys. Then right there, you'll also have webhooks. So for webhooks, you can either add a hosted endpoint, and this is for a site that is live. And usually this is easier to add, but you can also add for local listeners when you are developing your application. So we will do both. We'll start with this, and then later on when we post our application online or deploy it, we will cover hosted endpoints. So right now, if you come to local listeners and you click on add local listener, here you'll have instructions on how you should go about it. So right here, we have a sample endpoint, and this is in Node.js, although we will be doing this in Next.js. So it will be similar, but we'll need to change some stuff. So all we need to do is to create an event, and we'll create an event using this method here, and we pass our request body. Now the thing is, this request body should be raw data, okay? And we pass a signature, we pass an endpoint secret, and then after we get our event, we'll be able to use that event to check its type. So if payment is succeeded, we can do something right here. If we have a charge succeeded, we can do something, and so on. Okay, so to begin with, we will create this endpoint, and then now later on, I'll show you how to run it, okay? So let's go back to our VS Code, and we will do that in Pages. I tried to create the API on our app folder, but I just got a lot of issues. So let's do it on Pages like we did with our next auth. I'll add a new file. We can call this one stripe -webhooks.ts. I hit enter, npm I micro. So this will help us to read the raw data that we need to pass when creating the event, okay? So I installed that library, and then at the top here, we will start by adding a config. So we'll say export const config. We'll set this to be equal to, we'll say API, and here we will say body parser is false. We create a function, so we'll say const stripe will be equal to, we load our stripe like we did before. So this will be new stripe, which we should import from Stripe. We invoke it, we pass process dot env, then dot I pass our stripe underscore secret underscore key, and we'll say here as string the API version, and we include the current version of 2022. We export now a 100. So here we'll say export default, and we'll say async function 100. I invoke this, and we'll do stuff in here. We will receive a request of type next API request, and then I'll receive a response of next API response. All this will come from next. Now in here, I'll call const buffer all buff, and this will be equal to await buffer. We invoke this and we pass our request. This buffer will be coming from micro, so we are able to read the raw data. Now right here, I'll get the signature, and this will be available in our headers. So request dot headers, and then I include this square brackets, and we'll access the Stripe signature. And the request to this API will be made by Stripe automatically whenever a payment has been made or an event has occurred. So we'll be able to call and do all this. So we get the signature like that. Now let's make sure that we have this signature. So if we don't have the signature, we will come right here and we will return response.status 400. We will say .send missing the Stripe signature right here. We say let event be of type Stripe event, and then down here we can now try to create the event. So we'll use a try and catch block. So here now we'll have the event, and this will be equal to Stripe dot webhooks, and then dot construct event. We invoke it. We will now pass our buff, and then here we pass the signature, and we pass our environment variable, which is available in process.env.stripe webhook secret. And here you can use an exclamation mark. So I save. Now this is how we have registered our event. Now here, in case of an error, at the end here I add error. Now once we have the event, now we can use a switch statement to check for the different events. So we'll say switch, and then we get our event dot type, and right here we are really interested in only one event here, which is the charge succeeded. So here we'll say if the case is charge dot succeeded, we'll say const charge will be equal to event dot data dot object, and we'll say as Stripe dot charge. We will confirm if we have this charge by checking the payment intent. So if we have type of charge dot payment intent being equal to a string, right here we will await Prisma, and then dot order, then we update the order, and we'll make use of this charge dot payment intent. So here we have an issue. I think we can define the type of this charge right here as any, and this should be type of, like that. Let me see if this any has any effect. Actually it doesn't. Invoke this, we pass an object where we'll set the payment intent ID to be charge dot payment intent, and then it expects now for us to pass the data, and what we want to mark is the status of payment as complete. So here we will update the status to complete. So complete, and you can also now add an address to our order. So address, and here we'll add charge dot shipping, and then here dot address that was used during the payment. Okay, this is complaining. I can just say this to be any, and this will update our order. It will add the status and the address. After that, if statement, we will break at the end. Here we will set a default, and here we can just console.log, and we can say unhandled event type. I save to auto format, and now after this switch statement at the end here, you must now return something. So let's say res.json. We can just pass a message here of received, and we set it to true. So there we go. This is our webhook endpoint. So whenever we perform a payment, this charge will be called, and we will update our database. we need to have a Stripe webhook secret and run the webhook rockery in our machine. Later on when we deploy, I'll show you how to run it when it's live. Okay, so right now, right here, I'll include this, and let's see how we can set up Stripe webhooks locally in our machine. We need to follow these steps here. First of all, we download Stripe CLI, so you can visit this link, and from here you'll see we have different ways of installing Stripe CLI. You can use Homebrew, you can use apt, you can use all this. I'm on Windows and I'll use Scoop. So Scoop here, I'll open it on a new tab here, and you just first need to install Scoop if you don't have it. So in scoop.sh you can copy this command, and we need to do this on PowerShell. So here I'll search for PowerShell and open Windows PowerShell, and then right here I'll paste that command and hit enter, and you'll see mine has already told me that Scoop is already installed, and I don't need to install it again. So now once Scoop is installed, you can run this command to install Stripe. So I can copy this, and most probably this is also installed for me, but I can run it again. So Scoop and Stripe bucket already exists, so you can see this is also existing for my case, but for your case you need to install it. Awesome. Now back to the dashboard here. We need to log into Stripe by calling Stripe login. So you can do this on your normal terminal, I think. So here cmd, and right here, I don't know if you can see, let me zoom. We will say Stripe login. This will ask your credentials, I guess. Press enter to open the browser, and this is my pairing code there. So I'll allow access granted, and there we go. And then right here I come back here. This is how we can forward an event or start our webhook, okay, locally. And this has to be running for the payment in our order to be marked as paid. But once you host, you'll just leave a link here and it will always check for events, okay. We just need to copy this command here, and I'll paste it here. Now we need to forward this to our API endpoint. So that is this Stripe webhook API endpoint. So right here I'll say localhost 3000, and then it will be stroke API, then it will be stroke Stripe webhook. So Stripe hyphen webhook. Then I will remove this last part. So let's run this, and fingers crossed it works. So I'll hit enter, and you can see it has run, and it has given us a webhook signing secret. So we need this key up to this point. Make sure to copy it well without white spaces at the end. Copy that key, and then in the .env file you need to paste it here, okay. Save this file, and now whenever we perform a payment, our webhook here is listening to this particular API, and it will fire the various events, and then those various events will be received by our endpoint here, and for charge succeeded we will be able to mark these as paid in our own database. Okay, now let's test this. Let me put this side by side with what we are doing here. Now let's pay this and see if the events will be fired here, and if it works or if we will get any errors. So I pay, and look, charge succeeded has been fired, and we have an error right here of 404. But you can see this charge succeeded event was fired, although we have an error. So we have to figure out what the issue is. So right here you can see it's 404 error, meaning that it didn't find this endpoint. And one mistake that we did is that we included this outside the API folder. So what I want to do is to move this inside the API folder. So I remove it inside the API folder, move, but it should be outside the auth here. So we move that. We should perform another payment to see now if it works. Okay, include a number 424242424242 444. I pay now and see if our post endpoint will be called. There we go. We have this being called successfully charge succeeded. This is successful. So that means that our database was updated by this Stripe webhook. It's listening to event and it's sending requests directly once we process the payment. So let's see if it worked. We go to Stripe. Let's cancel there and go to payments. We should have our 70 here is succeeded. Let's go to our database at the orders and let's refresh. We should have at least one order marked as paid. So we refresh, and now the one that has 70, right here it's 700 because it's in cents. Remember we had multiplied by 100, but look right here we have status as complete, which is really awesome. Our order is being updated in the database through Stripe webhooks. So we will create an admin dashboard like this one. We will have a summary section to show some summary data. Then at the bottom here we also have a graph for the last 7 days sales, and then we will be able to add products or create products, and we'll be saving the details in our MongoDB, but for images we'll be uploading the images in Firebase storage. So right here maybe we can try to create a demo product. So demo product, and then the price, let it be 45, brand, let it be maybe Apple, description Apple right here. Then I can say desk. For description we say that the product is in stock. Then what are we selling? We can say it's a laptop. Then amazingly here we can select the different colors that we want. In this case I'll upload a black one. I can click on this one, just a demo image. Now this is the banner that I used at the home page, and right here we can add the product. Creating the product, it might take a while, so we wait. It's creating, still loading. Okay, product created. And now if we go back to our home, we should see a product like that, and this is it here. You can see demo product, then all this right here. Really cool. We can increase, decrease quantity, we can add to cart, view cart, and there it is. Also we can remove it. So we will see how we can create the product using this form, and then we will be able to manage the products using a rich data table like this one. So we can select stuff. I think we can also filter. We can do a complex filter here and sort and so on. And right here we can be able to mark whether a product is in stock or out of stock. We can be able to view that particular product. So I can't see the product that we added. Okay, it's at the bottom here, demo product, and we can view it, and you see we get that product. Then we can also be able to delete a product. So deleting product, product deleted. Really awesome. Okay, we will have orders, and for orders we'll be able to mark them as dispatched. We can also be able to mark them as delivered. We can view the order, and here it is. Awesome. We will also work on our own orders. So we have your orders here. We will create this table right there. Another cool thing is that after we create products, we will now also create this bar right here for the different categories, so that we can filter our products depending on the categories. Okay, and then we'll also work on this search right here, so that we can search for anything. For example, let's search for phone, then search, and it filters only the phone. Maybe we see this right here because it has a font somewhere, maybe in its description. That's why it shows up, because we also check even the description, and you can see at the description here you have font. Okay, that's why the watch showed up. Another thing that we will do is to work on our product reviews right here, because we haven't worked on it yet. So yeah, basically we are going to complete the application in this particular video, and then we'll also deploy it to Vercel for free. So I'll show you how to do that. Okay, so the first thing that we can do is to create this admin page, and then we will work on this navbar here, and it's a nested navbar because we have the top one and also this one. So this is the complete application, but here is the ongoing one. So this is what we are working on. So when I go to admin dashboard, it doesn't exist, it's 404. So let's start with that one. Back to the files here. What you need to do is to open the app, and then you'll just add a new folder here called admin. And by that, it has already created that route, but this needs to have a file, and the default file here is page.tsx. It can be TS, it can be JS, status functional component here, and we can say this is the admin. Right here we return something. For now we can return a div, and we will say admin page. Let's go ahead and add a class name, and we'll give it padding to the top of 8. So I saved that one. Now we should be able to see that page when we go to admin. I refresh, and there we go. Now our admin page loads, and you can see here we have admin page. So how do we create the nested navbar? So the good thing with the Next13, we can nest our routes, and we can have nested layouts. So we have the default layout right here, this one, which have even the top navbar, the main content, and the footer. But we can also have nested layouts at page level. So that is what we will make use of. So at admin here, we'll add a new file, and we will call it layout .tsx. So here we should also be exporting a component, and we can call it admin layout. Then right here we will have a div to wrap everything, and here is where we will show our nav. So here, let me just add a placeholder. We will have a nav there, but we should also include children, and the children are our pages or the rest of our content. So here I include this, and I'll get children from props, and we can give this a type. So children, again, this will be of type React node. And now here we show the children, and the children will involve this page right here. So here we say children. So for each of the nested layouts, it can have its own metadata, because this is like a completely new section. So we can also export here const metadata. So we can have title, eShop, admin, and also you can have a description for this. Let me just copy this eShop, just takes time to write that one. And here we'll have this as admin dashboard, and I save. So let's see what we have now. I open the app, and here you see nav. So nav will show for all the children that we'll be having, okay, for other pages. Okay, the first one is this one, so it will be available for all of them. Another thing is that you notice that the top here now we have eShop admin, and that comes from these metadata that we have added right here. So let's work on this nav. So at components, we can add a new folder called admin, and we can add a new file, and I can call this one admin nav.tsx. Here status functional component, and we'll have as admin nav. Let's render a div. Let's have width as full, shadow small, top hyphen of 20 will do, and then border 1px. So let's include these as border at the bottom. Finally, I can add a padding to the top of 4, and then right here we will make use of our container component which we created in previous videos. So container, it's auto imported there, and we have it like that. In here we will have another div, so div, and in this div is where we will list our different links. So we will have these links right here: summary, add product, manage product, and the rest. So let's style the way those links will show. So here we will display flex. The links will show in a row, so flex row. Then let's have items to the center. Then let's have justify between. For MD, let's have justify to the center, so medium, screen, and above. Then let's have a gap of 8. Then MD, let's have a gap of 12, and overflow here X of outer, so go to X outer. Flex we have no wrap, just like that. Now for our items, since we have a lot going on, like the icon, the text, we can create a component for it and then we can reuse it. So let's create a new file inside admin here, and we can call it an admin nav item .tsx. Status functional component will have admin nav item. We will be returning a div, and we will have an interface because we will be accepting some props. So let's create that interface. We can say interface admin nav item props. We will have a property of is this item selected. So let me show you. So if it's selected, we'll have this underline, it will be more dark, you see. So we know that we are at that particular route. Then here we will have an icon of type icon type, and this will come from React icons. So icon type, make sure to import it like that. We'll have a label. This is now like the text, so this will be a string. Let's make sure that our component know about these. So we destructure the various props. We'll have selected, we'll have icon, and we'll have the label. So this icon should be a component, so we can rename it to icon. They should be inside curly brackets, just like that. Right here we'll have a class name. Use this and then backticks because we'll concatenate strings or join them. And let's start with flex here, and then items to the center. Then we'll have justify center, text to the center. Then we'll have a gap of 1, a padding of 2, border bottom of 2, and we'll have a hover text hyphen straight hyphen 800, and then we will transition. Cursor will be pointer, and we will say if it's selected, we will show some styles here, else we will show others there. We'll have a border bottom, and these will be straight. Hyphen 800 will do, and then right here we'll have border as transparent, so it's not visible. Also here the text will be straight hyphen 800, and for this one it will be 500, so text straight 500, so it will be a bit pale. Okay, so those are the class names. Let's get inside this div. here we will be having our icon. We can have the size prop, and we can set this one to 20. The second thing, we should show the label. So here we will be having the label, and for this div we'll also have a class name. We will change the font here to medium. Text will be small, text will be at the center, and we'll say break hyphen normal, and basically that will be it, not unless we made a mistake somewhere. I hope not. So let's come back now to our navbar, and inside this container is where we will make use of our admin nav item. So remember, these are links, so let's add a link here, and this can come from next link. In here is where we will have our admin nav item component, so it will be available there. For this link, it expects us to have a href. We can push this user to stroke admin. This expects us to have a label, and for this one we will say summary. So at stroke admin, that is like the home, we will have the summary there. We need to have an icon, and this will be MD dashboard. Hopefully it is suggested here. It will come from React icons, and then right here let's set selected. We can perform a check on the path. So here we need to get access to the path, and we can make use of a hook called use path name. So here, before our return statement, you can have const path name will be equal to use path name, and this comes from next navigation. So make sure it's imported from next navigation, and make sure to also invoke this one. So this will give us the current path that we are at, and we can perform a check here to know whether we are currently there or not. So here we'll say if our path name is equal to the route that we added, so equal to admin. So I save, and right now we should be having a nav with at least one item. Let's check and see if we made progress. Okay, we should hook this at our layout. So instead of this nav, we should have our admin nav. Now I save, and we should be having something now. Let's refresh manually. So we have an issue. Use path name only works in client components. So let's make sure that we mark this particular component as a client component at the very top. So sorry, I had forgotten about these, but the good thing is that Next.js has reminded us. So let's see, and look, amazing, we have this now nav here with one item saying summary, and it's underlined, working like magic. Let's add more links now. So Alt Shift bottom arrow, that will duplicate it, and we can add like how many? 3. So that is 1, 2, 3. Let's come to this one. Now this will be stroke admin stroke add hyphen products, and then here we'll have the label as add products, icon as MD library add, selected here will be add hyphen products. That's it. So these will be stroke manage hyphen products, label will be manage products, then down here we'll have stroke manage hyphen products, and then here the last one, let's have manage orders. Now we didn't change the icons. This one will be MD DNs. This one will be MD format list. This one format list bulleted. Okay, so we have those. I save, and let's see. So yes, we have all this. When we visit them, we are getting 4 4s because those routes or those paths does not exist. So how can we fix that? It's pretty easy actually. At our app, make sure you are in admin, and in admin you have layout and page. So here we will add a new folder, and now this will be like the nested routes. We can start with add hyphen products, enter. For each of these we will be having a page, so page.tsx, status functional component. Then we can say add products, and let's have a placeholder here. You can say div, and we'll say add products. I save. So now when I visit add products, we should be able to see this component being loaded. So let's come back, click back here. We click on add products, and there we go. So you can see here add products. Now this does not become active. We need to fix that. Here we should be having stroke admin, and now it should be active. This should be the same as this, and for all of them make sure they are the same basically. And there we go, it's there. Now look, we can go to summary, we can go to add products. Now we just need to create these other two pages. So again, app admin, add a new folder there. This one will be manage orders. Let's create another folder. Okay, it must be at the root of the admin there, so make sure you add correctly. Manage here products. For each of them we should be having a page. Let's create page.tsx, status functional component, manage orders, div that will have our manage orders. Let's come to this one, this folder which is empty. Add a new file, page.tsx, status functional component, manage products. We return a div of manage products. Just like that. I save. Let's test all the routes now. And as you can see, this is the structure of our admin dashboard there. We have these different pages, then we have this default page which will load all the summary, and we have our layout. Awesome. So manage products might take a minute to load because on dev it has to rebuild each page. Okay, there we go. So all of them are active, and you can see the content here is changing, and that is how we can simply create a nice admin nav like that. You can also consider creating a side nav for the admin, whichever style you want. Okay, cool. Now the next thing that I want us to do is to cover add products. Okay, let's start with this one. For us to be able to successfully create the product, we will need to have Firebase storage setup, because we will be using that for storing images. So right here, I would like you to visit firebase.com and then log in or create an account. Okay, you can proceed with Google. And now right here, I'll just add a new project. I can say eShop vid because it's for the video. And here I'll continue. I will disable analytics and create the project. This should take a minute also, and then we will click on continue. So once we are here, we will create a web project. So click on web, give the project a name, a nickname. So again, I'll say eShop vid. I'll just register. I don't need to add hosting, so I'll register there. And here you'll see instructions. First of all, we will have to install Firebase, so just copy that command and you can install Firebase. So I'll paste it and make sure to add it to my project. And then we have this information right here, or configuration. Just copy that configuration, and from the root here at our ribs, we can add a new file. So we had this Prisma dbts. Let's add a new file, and we can call it Firebase .ts, and all we need to do here is to paste whatever we copied down here. I'll say export default. We can call it Firebase app. It doesn't exist, so I will replace this app with that Firebase app. So this is complaining because I think it needs to complete installing there. So I'll save that file for now, and then I'll go back here and we continue to console here. We need to set up our Firebase storage. Click on build, then click on storage. Click on get started. Yes, we can start in production mode there. Next, select a location. I'll just go with the default. Now you can see that our Firebase storage here has been set up. We need to go to rules, and we need to allow access to everyone. So here, just allow read write, then publish the rules. Okay, awesome. So we'll use these for storing images. It's very easy to use. Okay, so this has completed installation, which is awesome, and this error has disappeared. Awesome. So now let's us first set up the product schema. So at our Prisma schema.prisma, you can come here, and maybe before the order or after the order, you can start working on the product schema here. So I'll have model product. We'll be having an ID. ID will be a string. Then we'll have at ID. Then we'll have at default. We call that and we pass auto, and we call it again. Then outside here we'll have at. We map our ID, MongoDB ID underscore ID. Out here we'll say at db dot object ID. We'll have a name for the product, which will be simply a string. We will have a description, which will be a string. We will have price, which can be float, a brand, which will be a string, category, this will be a string, in stock, these will be boolean, image. So we can have more than one image, so this will be an array of image. So this image, I think we had created it before at the bottom here. Awesome. Let's have reviews, and we'll have our review like that. So down here, let's create a model for the review. So we'll say review. The ID will be similar to this one. I copy this and I paste it here. Down here we will have a user ID. For this one it will be a string, and at db dot object ID, this should start with a capital there. We'll have the product ID. This will be a string, and at db dot object ID rating, this will be an integer. We'll have comment, and this will be a string. Let's have created date or created at, whichever you want, and this one will be date time, and at default we'll set this one to now. So as you can see, this is still complaining, so down here we should make sure to refer to it. So right here we'll have our product. We'll say product at relation. Here we'll have fields, product ID, reference will be ID. You can see the error disappeared. Also we will pass a user, and the type here will be user. Then at relation, and here we'll have fields, user ID, we'll have reference as ID. We will add on delete will be cascade. Okay, so we need to go to the user and also refer to this review. At the user here we need to say reviews, can tab maybe up to this point where we have them, and here we'll say review is an array of type preview. So I'll go ahead and save that file. I'll stop the running application, so Control C. Then I'll say npx Prisma db push, so that we update our db together with the model. We put them in sync. So I hit enter. My database indexes are now in sync. Awesome. I go ahead and start the application using npm run dev. Let's create an API route that will handle creating a product. So at app, we need to go to API. We'll create a new folder. We can say this is product. In that folder, we'll have route.ts. We can copy one of our routes. Okay, let me use this one because it's shorter. So at our product route, I'll paste this register route, and then we modify it as we go. Starting at the top here, we don't need bcrypt, so remove that one. We need to have this Prisma. We need to have this next response. So here we will import another function, get current user from. We had created this at actions, so at stroke actions, then stroke get current user. Now here we export an async function. It is a post request. We will have the request like that. Then here we can get the current user before anything else. So here I'll say const current user will be equal to, we await our get current user and we invoke that. So import it like a default import like that. Awesome. If a user is not an admin and if a user does not exist, they should not be able to create the product. So here we perform a check. So if we don't have current user, or the current user dot roar is not equal to admin, then let's immediately return. So here we will return and we'll say next response dot error. Down here we get the body from request.json. Then here we can get all the properties that we need from the body. We will need the name, then we will need the description, price, brand, category, in stock, array of images. So all that we'll get from the body. We don't need to create a hashed password, so we remove that one. We will have const product is equals to await. Then we'll have prisma.product.create. So here we'll have product. So if it doesn't complain, means that our sync was successful. Then here we add the description, brand, category, we add in stock, we add images, price, and for price here will be pass float, and we pass the price. We have an error at this, meaning that I included image instead of images at our Prisma schema. Yep, we said image. So I'll go ahead and change this to images. That's the best we can do there. And still it will not recognize it. So we need to stop the app and run it again. Just do that quickly. Actually, before you run it again, make sure to run npx prisma db push. And then after that, we start the app and yeah, I think after that, everything will be fine. So you see, the error disappeared. Then I can run that up again. So we have created the product, and all we need to do is to take this product to the user. So here we just pass our product, and that is our API route. Pretty simple, right? Now we have our backend setup where we have created the model, we have created the API route, we have set up storage. So let's work on add product form. We need to do that at app admin. Then we had this add products. This is our product page for adding a product. So here we add a new file. We can call this add product form.tsx. So this will be a client component. So use client. Let's go ahead and create this component, the trace functional component, and we'll say add product form. Then for now we return only the fragments or a div maybe, and I save that file. So I'll come back to the page because this is the beginning of stuff, and this will remain to be a server component. We need to bring in our add product form. Okay, before we do that, let's do some stuff here. We add a class name, and we'll say padding generally will be 8, and then right here let's remove that. We will return the container component that will come from our components like that. Wait a minute, I check something. Where did we create the admin nav? I feel like we used the container. Did we import it from the correct stuff? Oh no. So this should have come from our app, not material UI. I had a feeling that we messed up there. We should have brought that from this one here. So I saved that, although it worked well, but let's still use our own. We need to have the form wrap from our app like that, because now this is a form and we pass now our add product form. Let's click on that to also auto import it, and we have that now. So const current user, this will be equal to await get current user, and we invoke that. Now this complains because we should mark this function as an async function like that. Now we perform a check here. We'll say if we don't have the current user, or if the current user dot role is not equal to admin, then we immediately return right here. We can create a component that will help us to return the errors whenever we need to. So at components, let's create a new file, and we can call this one null data.tsx. It will have an interface of null data props. We will only have the title. It will be a string. Now down here, const null data, and we pass our null data props like that. We set this to be equal to an arrow function that will accept the title prop. So title, and here we have the arrow. Now we will return a div. Inside the div, we will have a paragraph that will include our title like that. Then here we can have a class name, and width will be full, height will be 50 VH, we flex, and items will be center. Then here justify center text will be XL, MD text will be to XL. We'll have another class name. We'll set this font to be medium. Now down here, let's go ahead and export default component, which is null data, and I save. I go back to page now. So null data, and we make sure to import it. We should pass the title because it expects it, and we'll say oops, access denied. Awesome. So if we check and try to access add products, you see we have access denied. So we have kind of protected this route. Now we need to be admins for us to get this. So how do we become admins? We need to go to MongoDB and log in if you are not logged in. So I will browse corrections at my database, then I'll go to user, and from here we can be able to change this from user to admin. Okay, so from user here, and I can only do this from the database. Okay, so I changed that to admin. Yeah, so let's refresh the app now, and we should be able to see this box here. That means that it works. We no longer see this error. It is loading our add product form. we see nothing because our add product form has nothing. Okay, now let's handle this form. This form will be massive, but we will finally complete it. So starting with the return here, actually I'll return React fragments, and let's enter in here. We will have a heading to begin with. We already have this component, so heading, it expects to have a title, and we'll say add a product, and here we can put it at the center. So let's confirm that we are seeing that heading. It should show here. There we go. Add a product. We will have an input field. So the good thing, we have already created some of these components. So let's have input. Now these will have several props. The ID will be name, label as name disabled. It will be disabled if we have is loading as true. So we don't have that property right now. Let's go ahead and add it. So const here, we include square bracket is loading and set is loading, and right here we have our use state, and that will come from React. This should be false. Okay, so here it's loading now, does not have an error. We will have register, and this register will be register, and this will be coming from React hook form. So we don't have it, we will add it. Let's have errors, and this will be equal to errors. We don't have it, we will add it. Let's also make it to be required. So to solve this and this, let's come here. We will say const. We will destructure some stuff there, and we will be getting this stuff from our use form hook, which is coming from React hook form. We can make sure to invoke that. Right here, we will have field values as the type. These will come from also React hook form field values. Then here we can include some default properties. So we'll have default values. The name will be just empty, description will be empty. So this is actually the list that we included at our API. I feel like just going and copying it from there because why not? Let's copy them. Then name, description, then I paste these. Okay, so brand here now will be empty, category will be empty, in stock a boolean, false. Images, we will include an empty array, and then we have price, let it be empty. So these are the default values. Now here we will be able to destructure register. We'll be able to get our handle submit. We'll be able to get set value, watch, and also reset. And finally here we will have form state, and from form state we will be able to get the errors object. I save. Okay, now down here we have our input, doesn't have any errors anymore. Cool. Let's check if that input shows, and it's refreshing, and there we have our input field as name. Awesome. So let's add more. We'll have input, and why do I feel like we should have just copied these and just change stuff? So remove one of this. We'll have price as price, label is price, disabled is loading, register, errors required, and for price, let's have the type here is a number. Let's proceed. We'll have another one. These will be for brand, so let's have brand, and here the label will be brand. So one thing, this ID should match your default one here so that they work together. Then disabled, register, errors required. Okay, that's good. The next one should be a text area, and did we create a text area really? Let's see. Components, inputs, we only have input here, but we will add a new file and we will call this one text area. .tsx. So this text area will be so similar to our input here. So I'll go ahead and copy this input, come to the text area and paste it. So at the top we import all this. This will now be text area props. We'll have ID, label. We don't need the type. We will have disabled, required. We have register. We have errors. Then right here, or instead of input, we will have text area, and then React right here. We have a text area. Then here we remove the type. Yes, let's scroll down. We will change now this input to be a text area. We can remove autocomplete here. You'll have ID, disabled, register, ID required, placeholder. Type is not there, we remove it. We can set some height, okay? Max hyphen height to be 150px, remain hyphen height to be 150px as well. All this will be fine. Errors will be fine. Then we come to the label. So for the label, everything will be the same. Right here, let's export this component, text area. I save. Now back right here, we copy one of these, paste it here, and this now will be our text area. This one, let's make sure it's also imported. Now this will be for the description. Label description is loading, register, errors required. Cool. I save. Let's see how it looks like. Look, we have our form there. Awesome. Now we need to include this checkbox. Then we will add this select a category. Then we will come to adding an image. Here we will be having a checkbox. So at our inputs, let's add a new file, and we will say custom checkbox .tsx stateless functional component custom checkbox. So for this one, let's do everything from scratch. Use client here. Then we will need props. So let's create an interface for the props. Interface check custom checkbox props. Then here we'll have ID, which will be a string. We'll have a label, a string. We will have a disabled, which will be boolean, and this can actually be optional. So question mark there. Finally here we will have register. This one we will make use of use form register. This will come from React hook form. It will be of type field values. Let's hook our interface here. React.fc angle brackets custom checkbox props. Let's pass the props here now. ID, label, disabled, and register. We will be returning a div and an input right here. Type will be checkbox. Let me save to auto format, and we work on this. So here we'll have a class name, and width will be full, flex it, flex lap, flex row, gap will be 2, items will be at the center. This input, let's cheat a bit. Let's come here and copy all this. Copy, and we come back custom checkbox and paste here. Okay, let's remove autocomplete. We will have the ID, we will have disabled, then we will register the ID. Let's remove this part where we say required. Then we'll have placeholder is empty. The type, we already included that, so let's remove that. Save auto format. So this is it. Then down here, let's have a class name, and we'll say cursor here is pointer. just like that. Okay, we need to have a label right here. So label, and we'll simply show the label like that. And here we can have HTML4, and we pass the ID here, so that when you click the label, also the checkbox will be checked. And then here we'll have a class name, and red font be medium, and cursor be pointer. Do you see pointer there? And that's it. Okay, so let's save. Right here now we pass our custom checkbox, and here we'll have ID, and we'll say in stock. Then here we will add register to be register. Then finally here we'll have label to be this product is in stock. We have this one here. Okay, cool, amazing. So now we need to add the select a category section. Let's do that. So for that one, I'll just add a div here, and we'll do everything right here. We'll have another div, and this is where we'll say select a category. Let's add some class names, because we need to make use of those awesome TailwindCSS classes to make it look nice. Do you agree or not? So with full font medium, then here we'll have another one, and for this one we will have margin to the bottom of 2. Font will be bold, so font we can use semi bold, works best. Cool. Now right here let's have another div now, and this is where we will be having all those cool selections. And you can see the way we have them like this in 3 sections. These are 3 grids, so we'll make use of grid here to organize them nicely. So let's say grid, then we include the number of columns, so grid dash calls dash 2. So this is 2 columns. This will be for the small screens, but for medium and above, then we'll have grid dash calls dash 3. Makes sense? And then here we will have a max height, and here we'll say 50 VH. If they overflow, let them scroll. Okay, so overflow y outer. Right here we should map through the different categories, which we don't have, so we should create them. So I'll save this file first of all, and then minimize everything here, go to utils and add a new file. And right here I'll say categories dot ts, and we will also be using these categories at our top nav for this complete app. We'll also use them here. Okay, so we are using them here, and also we are using them at our admin right here. Okay, so let's add this data. It will help us a lot. So here we'll basically export const categories, and we'll set this to be an array, and we will be having the different objects for each of the category. We'll be having a label, and here we'll have all. Okay, then here we'll have an icon, and we will say md to front like that. It will come from React icons md. That is one. We will have several, so let's duplicate this one about 6 times, and you can add as many categories as you want or as few as you want depending on your use case, but I guess this is for learning purpose. Use Alt Shift bottom arrow, then we'll have 1 2 3 4 5 6. Maybe those should be enough. If not, we will add, or if they are excess, we remove. So here we will have the font category, and here we should include a font icon. So I say AI fill font, that is from React Icons AI. Okay, then here we will have a laptop, again from AI outline, then laptop. Down here we will have desktop. Let's have something that looks like a desktop, AI outline desktop. Let's come here, watch, then let's have MD watch. Here TV, MD TV. So I had carefree checked all these icons. So if you don't find them attractive, you can go and explore others. There are so many icons at React Icons. Let's finally have accessories here, and we'll say MD. Let's have a keyboard to represent the accessories. I save. So we are exporting that array of categories. Awesome. Let's cross that, come here, we will make use of it here. We will have categories dot map. This will give us an item at a time, and here we pass an arrow function, curly brackets, and let's check if item dot label is equal to all categories. We don't want to show that, so we return null. So return null. Then down here we return, we'll have a div, so we have that, and right here we will be returning a single category at a time, and I'll create a component for that because it has some simple logic for selecting and so on. So for that, again we will go to app, components, inputs. So let's add a new file, and we will say category input.tsx. I hit enter. Stateless functional component, and here we can have category input. Okay, at the top we'll have some props. So let's define an interface here, and we'll have category input props. We will have selected, and this will be a boolean. Let's have a label. We can have this as string, an icon, and we can have this as icon type. Okay, it should come from React Icons. Let's have an onClick, and here we'll have a value when we click, which will be a string, and it will be returning void. We'll have react.fc, and here we pass our category input props. I save. Okay, it doesn't auto format because here we should be returning something, and we will be returning a div. I save now, and at the top, since we have some onClick events, this should be marked as a client component. So use client here. Here we destructure the different props. We'll have selected, we will have label, we will have icon, and we can set this as icon. We will have onClick. I save to auto format like that. Then right here at the div we will show an icon. So we will have an icon, and it will accept a size prop, and we can set this one to 30. The other thing that this accepts is a label. We will set a label here inside a div label. Then we'll have a class name here, and font will be medium. here at this div we will have an onClick, and we will be calling onClick here, and we pass the label here. We add a class name, and now we style our specific item or category. So this will be rounded XL. We'll have a border of 2, padding of 4, have rex is call. We'll have items to the center. We'll have a gap of 2, hover, full colon, border, hyphen straight, hyphen 500 when we hover. Then let's have a transition. Finally here can have cursor as pointer, and we will change the style depending on whether this is selected or not. So I'll change whatever we have at the ends and include backticks. I'll open the bracket here and close it here. So right here we can have dynamic styles using selected like that, and here if it's selected we'll have border hyphen straight hyphen 500, and then right here border hyphen straight hyphen 200. So I save now. Now we have this category input. Let's make use of it in our form here. We will return our category input. It's self-closing and it expects several props. We will have onClick. So when we click here, we will receive a category. We will set a custom value, and we provide a key which will be category, and we will set this to be category. Let's come at the top before our return here. We'll say const category will be equal to watch, and here we invoke and we pass category. We'll make use of this return. At the bottom again we'll say selected. We'll set this to be equal to category, and if this category is equal to item dot label. Now right here we'll have a label item dot label. Here we'll be having an icon, and the icon will be item dot icon. This is complaining. This should be custom value, so we don't have it yet. Let's define it. I'll come at the very top. First of all, I'll remove this import, which was a mistake, and below this let's have const custom value. Okay, set custom value, not custom value, and here we'll set this to be equal to, we will be receiving an ID which will be a string, and here we'll be receiving a value which will be any. So this is the category that we pass here, and this is the value that we get. Okay, I set this to be an arrow function here, set value. Now this is coming from our React hook form right here, and we are now setting the category value so that it updates in our form data. We will pass the ID and we pass the value, and right here we pass some options. So we'll say should validate, and we'll set this to true. Should dirty, we'll set this to true, and should touch, we'll set this to true. And yeah, now at the bottom we have this category input which is custom right here, and the key can be the label because it's unique, so item dot label, and right here we'll have a class name, and the class name can be called hyphen span. Okay, so why is this throwing an error? I misspelled. I save. So at this point we should be able to see our categories because we are passing the label and so on. So let's see what we are working on here, and there we go. We have these categories there. They don't have a gap. We can select, look, we can add a gap of 3. I save. and there we go. Awesome. Now we have that section. The next big section is this one for selecting images. So let's handle it. Why not? I'll add another div. We will have two sections here. We'll have a div where we have the description, and we have a div here again. Now right here we'll have a class name, and width will be full, flex will be column. Let's add a flex wrap, and let's add a gap of 4. Okay, now for this first part, let's have a div class name here, font hyphen bold. So I can copy the text from here we'll have another div here. You can come here, copy that, paste there. I can have a class name, text small. I save. There we go. So now let's work on selecting an image. We might need to create several components, and also we need the colors. I'll go back to utils here, and I'll create a new file called colors.js, and here we will export const colors to be equal to this. We pass an object here, and we'll have a color. For each color we'll also have the color code. For this one, let's have a comma there, let's have a comma here, and we'll have an image. This will be null. So this is how one color will look like. We need several. You can add like 8 of them. Let's have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 here. Let's have silver, color code C0, C0, C0. Let's have gray, 80, 80, 80, 80. Let's have red, FF0000. Gold, FFD 700. Let's have blue, 0000 FF. Let's have graphite. So these are like the common colors when it comes to electronics, like mobiles and so on. So let's add white so that there are 8. So white can actually start. It's a very popular color. FF. I save. Now we have the colors, and we will need to map through them. Let's come back here. We had this div here. We will map through the colors here. So you'll say colors.map, and we invoke that. We'll be passing the item and the index, and here we will be having an arrow function that returns something. So return, we will return a component. For now, let's have React fragments. These colors, let's bring it in from our utils, and here for this div, let's have a class name, and here we'll say grid calls will be 2 and a gap of 3. Okay, fix this div here. I'll go ahead and save. So for now we are not returning anything, but we should return a component, and I'm going to call this component select color. I'll go to app, components, inputs, and add a new file. I'll say select color.tsx. Let's have an interface here of select color props. Here we will be getting an item, and this item will be of type image type. So we don't have this type. Let's create it at our add form. So right here, let's add some types there. We will export type image type. This will be equal to color of type string, color code. This will also be of type string, and amazingly we'll also have the image here, which will be of type file, or it can be null. Now this is the image type that we select, but we will also have the one that we have uploaded. So here let's have another one of uploaded image type. Uploaded image type, color will be string, color code will be string. Now here we will only be getting the string from our DB or from Firebase storage. Okay, so now we have those. Now back here we can import this image type from our add product form like that, and we will have a function called add image to state. And for this one, it is a function, therefore we use an arrow function here that returns void, and here we'll have a value. It will be of image type. Now here we'll also have remove image from state. This will have a value and image type, and we return void as well. Here we'll have is product created, and this will be a boolean. This should have void. I save. This is just the props and their types. So right here select color. Let's pass the props or the interface. So here React.fc angle brackets our select color props. Let's pass all the structure, the different props, the item, the add image to state, the remove image from state, and is product created. So here for now let's have an empty fragment like that. So before our return statement, let's create some state. So const, we will have is selected and set is selected false. Here let's import this one from React, and another state that we will add file and set file, and right here we will simply say use state, and we include its type. It can be a file or it can be null, and we invoke our use state. Initially the file will be null. Now here let's have a use effect, and for this use effect we'll be checking whether the product has already been created or not. So if the product has been created, then we reset our state. Okay, so here let's have that, and we must have a dependency array, and we will check for is product created. Let's perform a check. If is product is created, let's reset our state. So set is selected, and we'll set that to false, and also let's reset our file, and we'll set this one to null. Let's save that one to auto format. Now down here I am going to create some helper methods that we will use. So const, and we will call handle file change. So I make use of use callback to optimize it, just like that. Remember, use callback always has some dependency array also here, and here we will be receiving a value, and the value here will be the file. So here it will be of type file, and then here we will be having set file. So we update our state now. Here we were resetting the state, here we are updating the state, and we will set this to value. Also we will call add image to state. We will create this function later on. So here we will have the item, and image will be having a value. So remember, with color we are handling both the color and also the image. So here let's spread the item and we add the image. So here we have handled a file change. So let me create a function here called handle check, and here we can also make use of use callback. We will set is selected. We will call e.target.checked. So this will tell us whether the checkbox is checked or not, and then we can conditionally render our UI. So here we are receiving an event, and the event is of type React.change event, and then angle bracket we pass HTML input element. So when we check, we will show this right here, and this will help us to upload a file, okay, as all select one, and then when we uncheck, we want to clear it so that we can upload again. We will perform an if statement. If we get an event and what we get is that a.target dot checked is false, that means that we have unchecked. All we want to do is to clear the state. So set the file to null, and here we will remove the image from state. So we simply remove it from the data that we will save in the database. So these and these will be manipulating our form data. This data. Okay, cool. So it will make sense once we complete it. So now we have those functions that will really help us, and we can continue at the bottom here. We will return a div. We'll have another div, and let's add the class name for this one. So class name grid. Let's say grid hyphen calls hyphen 1. It will be one column, but for MD we will be having 2 columns. So grid hyphen calls hyphen 1, and then here we'll have an overflow of y to be auto. We'll have border, a custom one, 1.2 px. We'll have a border color, so border straight to be 200, and items center and padding of 2. So that is the parent div. We have all those classes. I save to auto format. Then we have this div now, and we will have a class name for this one. We will flex, and flex will be in a row. Let's have a gap of 2. Let's also have items at the center, a height which will be a custom height of 60 px. Okay, now here we will add this part where we have this checkbox input. It will have an ID of item.color. We will be having the type will be checkbox. We will check if it's checked. So if it's checked, we will say here is selected. So it's a controlled input. So here we will also pass $check. We'll have a class name, and we will say cursor pointer. And then we'll have a label, and the label will be having the item.color. Another thing is that here we will be having HTML4, and these will be for item.color. Let's have a class name, and we'll have font as medium, cursor as pointer. After the label, we have this div. After that div, now some React fragments. And for these React fragments, we will perform some checks. We'll say is selected. So this checks if the input is selected. If there is no file, so if it's selected and there is no file, then we'll proceed and we will show something right here. And whatever we will show now, it's a div. So if I select now, that div will show this section here where we have the image selection. So we will do that in its separate component. So for now, let's have a class name here. We'll have a call hyphen span of 2, and then text will be at the center. Now let's create a component that will select the image, and then we will add it here. So at our inputs, and we'll say select image.tsx. Let's make this to be a use client. Let's start with an interface here. Here we'll have items, optional, then this will be of image type. Okay, not items but item. So we get an item. We will also pass handle file change, so it will receive the value, and the value here will be the file. So type file, but it will be returning void. Now here, let's create that component, the trace functional component, and we will say select image. We pass the interface here. Then right here, let's destructure our props here, item and handle file change. Let's have a div. So here we will make use of a library called React Drop Zone. We need to install it, so you can copy that and install, and then you can read documentation on how it's used, but basically we just need to import this use drop zone from React Drop Zone. So we'll basically need that to import it. We import that hook, and then we will have this on drop, and then we will do something there, and then we'll get all this get root props, get input, and we will make use of them right here. So let me copy some of these. I'll paste before our return statement. Let's import use callback. Let's add the types for accepted files. This will be an array of file, and we will do something right here. So once we drag and drop, we'll check if our accepted files dot length is greater than 0. We only need one, so we will take the first one. So here we'll have handle file change. This should be handle. That's why I'm getting errors here. We get the first file by getting our accepted files, and we access the first one. So we pass the file to handle file change. That will be received at our here. Then that will later be passed to our parent right here. So we haven't created add image to state, but we will. So let's continue here. We have all this. We'll have on drop, and then we can specify the kind of files that we want. So here we can add accept, and we'll say full colon object, so image like that, and then we say asterisk, then full colon, and this full colon should be out here, .jpeg and all .png. So if you upload a different file format, then it will not work. So I save, and this is now our use drop zone like that. Now let's come to our return. So right here we will use curly bracket, and then we will spread get root props, and we invoke that. In here we will have an input which is self-closing. We will pass some props, get input props like that, and we invoke it. So those props will be automatically added. Right here we will perform a check using is drag active. So if we are dragging, then we can specify where we want you to drop the image. We will have a paragraph like that, and you can say drop the image here. Then here we'll have else. If we are not dragging, we will show the plus button. So let's have a paragraph here. We'll say plus, then item dot color here image. So I save. We need to style this box, so let's have a class name, and right here we'll have a border of 2, then border can be straight hyphen 400, padding will be 2, then we'll have a border dashed, cursor will be pointer, text will be small, font will be normal, text will be straight, and then here 400, then flex. Let's have items to the center, and we justify to the center. Awesome. So those are the styles for this particular box, and we export our select image. So that is it. All we are doing here is making use of use drop zone to drag and drop an image or to select the image file. Now that we have this, let's come back to our select color, and we should use it here. Select image. From select image, it accepts the item, or it expects us to pass the item. It expects us to pass handle file change, and this will be handle file change. And this function here, it's the one that is here. After this, let's check if we have the file. So if file exists, we show a div. like that. And here we will show the name of the file, so to make sure that they can confirm that the file has been selected. So file dot name, we show the name of the file. Then right here we will show a button to cancel that file. So here we will have a button. Remember, we already created a button component in previous episodes. This expects us to have a label, and we can say cancel. And then right here, when we click this, we will simply call this arrow function, and it will reset the file. So it will set the file to null, and right here it will remove the image from the state. So it will remove the image from the state. We pass the item. This will be a small button, and also it will be outlined. Okay, let's come here and add some classes. So class name, we will flex here will be in a row, and then we'll have a gap of 2, and text will be small, call hyphen span will be 2, and items will be at the center. We justify between. Awesome. Let's also add a class name here, and we will say that the width here is 70 px. I save, and that is our select color component. Now we need to hook all this. So our select color, we need to hook it up at our add product form. Now here we will return a single component, which is our select color component from our app, like that. Let's add various props. It needs to have a key, and let that be the index. Then it will require us to pass the item. That will be the item that we are mapping through. Remember, we have these colors, then we have each color at a time. Then here we will have add image to state. We don't have this function, so for now let's pass this function that returns nothing. We also need to have remove image from state. So these are functions that we don't have yet. So let's see first of all how it will look like, and then here we'll have is product created. Let's for now say true or false. Okay, false. But here we should pass something that is dynamic. So I save, and that is our select color right there. If I come here, go here, there we go, and they are all displaying downwards. Look, I can select. Let's try to drag and drop a file here. So I try and drag. Look, drop the image here, and it's selected, and it cancels. Awesome, it's working well. But now it's not updating the data up there at our form data. Another thing, I think this is not what we wanted. We wanted 2 columns, and I found that we added a comma here. So just remove that and save. Now there we go, we have 2 of them. Awesome. And if you check here at select color, I don't know why I added these, because it's 1 column anyways, so it's still 2 and works very nice. Okay, so now we need to complete image selection and adding it to state by defining these particular functions. So let's create these functions. So at the very top, right here, we have is loading. Let's also add const images, then set images, and right here use state, and we pass our image type like that, all null. Then we invoke that. I save to auto format. Then here we will be having const is product created. Then we'll set is product created. We will have use state. We invoke it and pass false, the default. Okay, now this is product created is the one that we will pass down here to check whether a product is created or not. Now maybe after use form hook here, we can create an effect. So use effect and then inside here we will call set custom value. So set custom value, like we called it at the bottom, like we called it here. We called the key, category, and the value. So we are doing the same. We'll call this the custom value, and we will set images, that is the key, and then here we pass images from the state. So if images changes, then we also update our state. Another thing, once we create the product, we want to clear everything. So we make use of a use effect here, and here we will check for is product created. Once a product is created, we want to reset our input fields and also to clear other states. So here you'll say if is product created. Let's check if it's true. If it's true, then we reset our input fields, reset like that. Remember, we have reset from here, so it will help to reset it. We set images to null. We set is product created now to false. Cool. I save. Now let's create our helper functions. We can create them before the return statement right here. So we'll say const add image to state. We make use of the use callback hook. Then we will obviously have this, and instead of me keeping on typing this one, we can duplicate it. So alt shift bottom arrow, and this will be remove image from state. And remember, the state is the one that we have here of these images, and when the image change, this use effect will update it to our React hook form data. I hope that cycle makes sense. Okay, here to add it's easy. So we'll set images, we invoke, and here we can usually pass an arrow function, and we will have access to our previous state. Then here we will check if we don't have the previous state. So if previous state is null, then we will simply return the new state, which is an array of our value, and our value is the selected image. So value here, then image type, the type. Okay, now down here, else if we already have some previous state, then we will just spread the existing one. So we will take the previous value and we add our new value, and that is how we can simply add an image to our state. So I'll copy that, and this is what we should pass here, add image to state. So now let's remove image from state right here. Again, here we'll get the value and it will be of image type, and then right here we again call set images. Same cycle, we get the previous state, we can make use of it right here. At the bottom we return previous, then right here let's perform some checks. So if we have previous state, filter out the image that we want to remove using the filter array method. So we'll say const filtered images will be equal to previous dot filter. We invoke these, and this will give us an item at a time, and in here we can return the item dot color that is not equal to value dot color. And now down here we simply return the filtered images. Now we pass this remove from state right here. Okay, cool. Let's log console.log of images. Right, that let's just specify images, something like that. Okay, so let's test it out. Let's open the console here. Let's go to console. Now you see images undefined. Let's select there, then let's select an image. Let's take that one, open. Whoa, it's not working. Actually it's working. I just refreshed the page and you can see it's adding the images here to state. So white, color, and then the image file right here. This is coming from our use React drop zone. Then here, let's upload the same thing but now black here. And look, now we have two of them, two images. Now if I uncheck this, it's not logging to console, but it should remove it. So we should not have this arrow function, but pass it directly like that. So we can test it now. I will refresh and let's select an image. This one, open. Let's select another one so that we clearly see what is happening. So we have two, then we uncheck, then we have one. Awesome, it's working. And when we cancel, we have 0. So that is good because we are able to select the images and multiple images here. And all that remains is to take all the data from here and submit it. So let's add a submit button at the very bottom. Before this fragment, we can have a button. This comes from our components. It's self-closing and it accepts a label. We will dynamically display this. So it's loading. So if it's loading, the label will be loading, or it will be add product. And then here we can have an on click and we pass under submit, and here we'll pass on submit. This on submit, we haven't created it yet, but we will in a minute. And yeah, this is our button there. Now let's come at the top. That under submit comes from our this one, our React hook form. Now after the effects, we can come right here, and here we'll create a function that will help us to submit that form. So we'll say const, and we'll say on submit and full colon. This will be of type submit handler from React hook form. Then we pass field values here. So field values, and then right here we set this to be equal to, and here we'll be able to receive the data from React hook form. Now to test this, let's console.log this data. So console.log of our form data, and here we pass our data. I save, and now these are disappeared, and let's see what we have. So look, we have add button. So let's remove this images log since we are no longer using it. Where is it? This one. So that our console is just clean. I save now and we clear console. Let's try to submit without anything first. So we try to add, and look, all these are required. Awesome. And for these ones, we will be adding checks before we even submit the data, so that you don't submit empty form. This is good. So let's test. Let's say this is an iPhone, any price. It's so expensive. And then brand. So you can specify the price here is in dollars or something like that. Okay. Brand Apple. Then description, Apple phone called iPhone. That's a good enough description. In stock, let's select this is a phone. Let's upload an image here, black, and we will have an example image as our banner image. Now if we try to submit, it should show us the data here. So add, and look, okay, we are not yet clearing everything, but we have this. So look, we have brand as Apple, category is phone, description, in stock, true, name, price, and image. So we are getting all the data when we click the submit button. All that remains is to come here, and what we will do is to first upload images to Firebase, FB for Firebase, and then once it's successful, we'll save product to MongoDB. So saving the product to MongoDB is an easy part, while this might involve some workout, but the documentation is clear, so nothing to worry about. For example, if we come right here and search for Firebase image upload, everything is online on the documentation. You'll see we have upload files with cloud storage, and here you have different ways of uploading the files. blob file etc. We have right here manage uploads, and here you can be able to see when upload is on, when it's post, and so on. And this is what I want us to use right here. When upload has completed, we will be able to get the download URL from Firebase, and then that download URL is the one that we save on our MongoDB. So we will be working on a code like this. It will look similar to this. We will get the storage ref, we'll get upload task, and then we will have this upload task.on. Then we will have upload progress, error, and when it's done, we'll get that URL, and we'll use that URL to save the image information to our own database. Okay, let's try this and see how it goes. So to begin with, set loading to true, and then we will create a variable. We will say let uploaded images be equal to an empty array, and the type for this one will be uploaded image type, and this will be an array of that. Okay, so it will be an array of strings. So once we upload the image successfully, we will be able to update this particular array. Makes sense? And then now down here, let's perform a check on categories. So if we don't have data.category, let's go ahead and throw an error here or return an error. So we will set loading to false because we are no longer creating the product because we have this error. And then right here, we can immediately return, so it won't execute the code below, toast.error. And right here, we will have now the error, and we can say category is not selected. So we don't want to have a product that don't have a category. So let's bring that in, and then we will do the same for images. So if we don't have any image, then we throw an error. So here we'll say if we don't have data.images, and we can say all if data.images, and then here dot length is 0. We don't have even one image, then we return. We must have at least one product image. So we set is loading to false, and we immediately return here. So we return toast.error, and we can say that no selected image. Okay, now after that, we come right here and we will create a function. We can say const handle image uploads. This will be an async function, and we can set it to be an arrow function, just like this. And at this point, we can let the user know that we are creating the product, because uploading images, especially if they are big ones, it might take some time. So we can say creating product. So we toast that. Now in here, we have to upload each image at a time. Remember, we have multiple images. Let's first have a try and catch block. Then we start with try here, and we need to loop over all the images so that we upload each at a time. So here we'll say for const item of, then we'll have data.images. So we get an item each time. We'll say if item dot image. Remember this data.images, each image has color code, and image. So we get the image. If we have that image, then we'll go ahead and start now working with Firebase right here, and we can get the file name, and we want the file name to be unique. Therefore, we will say this const file name will be equal to, and we construct a new date. So new date, we invoke that, and we get the time, get time. We invoke that, we concatenate strings or join them. We can use a hyphen, and right here now we include the actual name of the image, item.image.name. So why do we do this? Sometimes a person might have images with the same names, so we don't want the names to collide at Firebase storage. Therefore, we add this to make the name unique. Okay, so we get the file name like that, and then here we get the Firebase storage. So we'll do this by saying storage is equals to get storage, and right here we pass our Firebase app. So this get storage should come from Firebase, but it's not being suggested. So let's just import it manually, because why not? I can just say import, and we will destructure something from, then we'll have Firebase stroke storage. And what are we getting from here? Get storage. So we get the Firebase storage. Then let's go back right here. I'll get a storage reference. So I'll say const storage ref will be equal to, we use a ref function from Firebase storage. Now that is auto imported, make sure yours is imported too, and we pass the storage comma, and then right here we pass the path that we want our product to be saved at. So we want it to be inside the products folder. So right here let's use backticks so that we can later on read a variable in here. So we'll have products. So this is the path that will be at our Firebase storage. So we will have a folder called products, and then inside that folder we will be creating a new file with the file name. So here we pass the file name. So file name, just like that. Now we have the storage ref for that particular file. Now right here we will say const, we will get an object called upload task, and we'll set this to be equal to upload bytes resumable, and then we invoke that, and we pass our storage ref like that, and then we include a comma there, and we'll say item dot image. Okay, so we'll create a promise, and I'll say await a new promise like this, and we'll say here it's a void. We invoke and we pass an arrow function just like this, and here we will have resolve and reject. So when upload is successful, we will call resolve. When we have an error, we will call reject, and we won't proceed to creating the product because there was issues while creating the images. Okay, so here now let's do this. We will now use upload task. This logic is actually at our docs here. We want to have something like this: upload task dot on state changed. Then we will have a snapshot, and we will track the progress. If we have an error, we show the error. If it's successful, we will be able to get the image URL. So that's basically it. That's what we are doing here now. So upload dot on, and then we invoke this one. The first parameter here is state changed, and right here snapshot, and here we pass an arrow function, and we can be able to track the progress using this snapshot. Actually, I'll just copy this code here. I'll copy that and I can paste it here. So here we have this const progress, and you are saying snapshot dot bytes transferred stroke snapshot dot total bytes. Then we get the percentage. Then these will log the percentage of the upload on our console. Snapshot dot state, if it's post, if upload is post, you can do something there. If it's running, you can do something there. Then after this snapshot, we will have a part where we have the error, and that is basically this one here. So I can copy that and paste it here. And if we have an error, we want to do something right here. So for unsuccessful uploads, we want to reject. So we want to reject the promise. So we'll say reject, then we pass the error there, and then right here we can say console dot log, and we'll say error uploading image, and right here we pass the actual error. So you can see that error on the console. The last part is this one right here, where now if it's successful, we handle successful uploads. So here I'll just copy this one and I'll make use of it here. So I think we should bring this in. So we import it from Firebase storage, and here we'll be able to get the URL. Let me just remove this message there. When it's successful, we want to resolve, so we call resolve, and then right here we want to update our array right here. So we update our uploaded images array right here. We will have now uploaded images, so we'll say dot push because it's an array. And what do we push here? So we will push an object and we spread the existing item. So this is the current item which has the color code and the image, but we will change the value of the image now to be a string, and the string will be now our download URL, and this URL is simply a link to our uploaded image. Okay, so we do that, we can log these to the console, we resolve. You can see here we are tapping at dot then. So after this dot then, we can also tap dot catch. We will have the error here. We can reject, so we'll call reject, and we pass the error here. We can log something to the console, error getting the downloadable URL. So this is how we are getting the download URL. Okay, I hope all this method here makes sense. So that is our method, and also we have this promise that we are creating. So yeah, that's basically it. We had this try right here that will try to upload the images. So we also have the catch right here. So let's complete this catch right here. We can set is loading here to false, and right here we will console.log. We can say error handling image uploads, and right here we have the error. Cool. Now right here we can also return, and we will toast a message, toast.error. You can say an error occurred. Actually, you can just say error handling image uploads as well. So just like that. And now we have completed this particular function from the very top. This handle image uploads. Okay, so we toast this to let the users know that this will take time. Then we try. If it fails, we catch down here, and then right here we loop over each of the images, and if we have the image, then we go ahead and get all these functions from Firebase, and some we create like the file name for uniqueness, and here we create a new promise so that everything else waits for this to complete. And we have this upload task.on, and it will check when the state is changed, when it's in progress, when it's post, and so on. If you want to know or to have a loader or something like that, you can make use of this. If you have an error, then we reject the promise. If it's successful, we accept the promise by calling resolve, but also we update our array of uploaded images. Now all we need to do is to call this particular function and then test it. So after this function below here, still within our on submit function, I know these brackets might be confusing, that's why I'm trying to be just clear here. We will await now. We will call await our handle image uploads, and we call that one. And now here, if it's successful, we will be able to have our uploaded images, and therefore here let's have product data to be equal to, we spread the existing data, but we update our images to be our uploaded images. So uploaded images like that. Now right here we can just log these product data to the console and see if it works. So we'll say console dot log of our product data. I save, and now we can test and check the product data and also see if the image is uploaded. So back here, let's go to our app, let's call a refresh there. Now I'll come to storage here and see if the images that we upload will be added right here. so there is no file right now. Okay, so here let's create a dummy product. Watch. Price of this watch is $100. Brand, I don't know brands. Any description, it's in stock. We want to have a watch, and let's upload a white watch. So we click on the banner image. It's just for testing all this, nothing serious. Now we should pay close attention to the console. When I click add product, creating product, please wait, and you can see upload 0% done. Upload is 22% done, 66%, 98%, 100% done. Upload is running, and then here we get the product data at the end of it all, and also we get this file available at this particular storage. And if I visit this storage, or if I visit this link, open in a new tab, we get to that particular image, and there it is. So I think it was successfully uploaded. If we check our product data, you will see we have images, an array, and if I expand, we have the color as white, the color code, and also we have the image link. And this product data is now what we will save in our own MongoDB. So now if you go to storage here, let's refresh the page, I guess. So let's refresh here. We should have the product added here. There we go. We have products, and when we click on this one, we will have one image, and it's our own image. And you can see here we have this timestamp, then banner -image, because we added this timestamp using the date. Now it's unique right there. So this is awesome because we are able to upload images and update our product data. Now all we need to do is to call Axios and call our own backend API in order to save this product data in our own MongoDB database. And that is pretty easy. We just need to say here Axios.post, and we invoke that. We need to pass the endpoint stroke API and then stroke product. Then right here we pass our product data, and now we can tap the .then method and we invoke like that. Now here we will toast a message, toast .success, the product was created. And then right here we will say set is product created, and we will set this one to true. When it's true, it will clear the form state. Awesome. And then right here we can call router.refresh and we invoke that. Now we don't have this router, so I'll come at the top here. We should create it. We just say const router will be equal to use router from next navigation. We invoke that and let this be at the top there. Awesome. Back to our Axios call here. We refresh, and we can also call the .catch method. So here .catch, then here we'll have our error, and we can do something with it right here. So we will toast an error, toast.error. We'll say something went wrong. Okay, now right here we can have .finary, and we can set is loading to false. So here let's call this, and we set is loading to false. I save, so we can test it out and see if our MongoDB saving works. TV price $1,000, LG desk, that one, then TV. Let's say this is now a gray image. We select the image, we add it there, then we add loading, creating product, please wait. It's there, it's running, and file available at that, still loading, and product created. Awesome. So that means that now we have that product in our MongoDB, and let's go to MongoDB and check. So here MongoDB. Another thing that we should do is to test whether it's uploading multiple images. So let's create another product, phone, price, iPhone 14. It's a phone. Let's upload a white image. We can just select glare and have the glare one open. So we want to see if it will be able to upload the two images. So let's upload, and file uploaded. It completed the first one, then it started the second one and finished. So it's working. This is awesome. So now if we go to MongoDB here, if we click on products here, you'll see we have the TV, LG, images, object, and it has a Firebase URL. Awesome. And then we have this phone, iPhone, the one that we added now. Then here we have two of them, this one and this one. Very cool. Now this is working well, and if we go to our Firebase storage, now we should have 4 images. So let's refresh there and let's see. Look, we have 4 images. We have this iPhone 14 white, iPhone 14 gray. We have the banner image and the banner image. So this is all working well, and that is how we can handle image uploads and how we can create our product. Okay, now I want us to work on our rich data tables. So we will work on manage products, and also we will work on manage orders. Okay, to begin with, we need to be able to get our products from the database and also to be able to get our orders from the database. So we will create some helper functions that will help us do that. So in our code, we need to go to actions. So here we will say get products.ts, and for this get products, we will also make use of it at our home, because we will use it to get our products. Remember, we were using a dummy array for all these products right here. So we need to be able to get the products, and we will also be able to filter them depending on the category that we will be selecting here. So we need to consider that while creating our function. So let's move on here. The first thing is to import Prisma. Now here we will export an interface. Right here we'll call it iProduct params, and here we will pass category, and it will be optional, string, and it can also be null. We'll have a search term which is optional, string, it can also be null. Now down here, let's export a default sync function called get products, and we will be receiving a parameter. So we'll say params here, and here they will be of type iProduct params, and then we come in here. So let's try and catch this one. So try catch. If we have an error, we will simply throw an error. So we'll say throw a new error to be error. Error can be of type any. And then we come in here. Now we will get the category and the search term from our params. So we'll say const. We destructure the category and also search term, and all this will come from params. This is complaining because we need to include an a right there. We can say let search string be equal to our search term. So here we will check if we have the search term, and we'll say if the search term is empty. So if we don't have the search term, here we will set the search string to be an empty string. Okay, and then right here we will create a variable called let query. Initially this will be just an empty object, and it can be of type any. And if we have a category, we will update our query object. So here we will say if we have a category, we will come right here and we will set query dot category to be category. Our query object will no longer be empty, it will be having a category in it. So down here, this is how you can get the products. We'll say const products will be equal to we await Prisma dot product product dot find many. We invoke that. We pass an object, and here we will say where we spread our query object, and then right here we pass we pass an array. We include the logic for the search, so we will check the name when doing the search, and right here we will say if the name will contain the search string, and the mode will be insensitive. So whether you include with caps or small letters, we'll still get that particular product. Then we will also want to check our description. So description, and we'll have the same properties right here. If the description contains the search string and insensitive. Cool. Now after where, right here we'll include a comma, and we'll say include when getting the product. Let us also include the reviews for this product. So include reviews, and for the reviews let's include the user, because we want to know the user who created that review. So user true, and also we can order by right here, order by, would say created date descending. Before now our error, before we get out of this block, let's return our products just like that. Okay, so we have written the logic for both the search and query, and we are getting the product depending on whether we have the query and also whether we have the search string. Awesome. Now that is for the products. Let's create another one here for the orders. I'll add a new file, and we will say get orders.js. We will start by bringing in Prisma. So import Prisma from @libs and then PrismaDB. We will export default async function called get orders. We invoke it and do something right here. We try and catch. We'll have const orders to be equal to, we await. We will say Prisma dot order dot find many. We invoke that, and we pass an object, and we'll say include the user. So user will be true. We'll say order by, and we can say created date descending desk, and we simply return it. So here return orders. Pretty easy, right? I save that function. I can close these files, minimize everything. You can go to app, admin, then we go to manage products. Right here let's create a new file, and we can call it manage products client. You can include client or not, so .tsx. Stateless functional component, manage products client, and then at the very top let's make sure to include use client like that. Here let us return a div manage products. I save that file for now, then go to page here, and from here instead of this we will return our component here. Now in this particular file is where we will get our products. So let's say const products will be equal to, and we simply await get products. We get it from there, and we should invoke it, and remember we should pass category here, and we will set it to null. Now right here we will have async, so that this await doesn't throw an error. Also we can get our user, current user will be equal to await, and we will call our get current user, and we invoke that. Right here we can check whether we have a user. So I can just go to add product, then page, and then I'll copy this logic. Copy, come here, and I'll paste it here. We import this null data component, and there we go. So for this product we'll pass it as a prop to manage products client. So products will be equal to and right here we pass our products. And that is all we need to do at this file for the page. So let's go to manage products client. This is throwing an error because we haven't defined an interface. So right here, let's add an interface, and we'll say manage products client props, and in here products, the type will be product from Prisma, and right here we make sure that it's an array. So I go ahead and save. Let's include a full colon, and it will say React.fc, and we pass our manage products client props right here. Let's destructure that. So products. Okay, so we have created our default skeleton. Now we need to create our data table right here. For us to move fast and create a very nice data table, we will make use of Material UI. So if you go to the browser, search for Material UI, I want us to make use of this particular library to create our data tables. So if you go to docs, we can click on Material UI here, and we have installation. We need to run this command to install everything. I'll click on that, pop the terminal using Control J or Command J, and then right here I'll go on this one and paste. So I'll install all these at MUI material at emotion stroke react at emotion stroke styled, and hit enter. As this installs, we can come back here. We can search for data table right here, or search for table. If you search for table, we get this, and look, we have the basic table. You scroll down, we have this now data table. I think this is what we want, and this is a very rich data tables because you can do a bunch of stuff. You are able to filter, you are able to select here, sort, ascending and sort. You are able to manage columns, hide some of them and show some of them. Let me show you, and so on. Look, we can hide the ID column right there. We can show it, and this is really cool. So this is what we will use. So we already have the code right here on how we can do it. So just copy this code, and then I come back right here and I'll paste that code right here. So let's go ahead and import these. So I'll say import, I'll destructure data grid. This will come from x-data-grid. So the thing is, we also need to install this at MUI x data grid. So just copy that, and I'll say npm I, and I paste that. I don't know why it shows at the bottom here, but if I hit enter, it will still install. So install at MUI stroke x-data-grid, and that should get rid of this error. So once it completes, you can see that error has disappeared. So now the error that we have is for the rows and columns. So first of all, I'll save to auto format that file, and then we can work on these two. So before our return statement, we will check if we have the products. So we'll say if we have the products, we will go ahead and do something right here. Let's create a variable for our rows. So I'll say let rows of type any be equal to an empty array. So initially rows will be an empty array, and then right here we can update our rows if we have the products. So we'll say our rows will be equal to products dot map. We invoke this here. We will get a product at a time, and we can return something right here. We will return an object. The object will have an ID. The ID will be our product.id. Then we will be having a name, product.name. We will be having price, product.price. And actually we should format the price. So we had a util for format price. We can call it right here. So format price, we import it, and we pass this product.price in there. Next will be category, product.category. category. Next we will have the brand. Let's have product.brand, and then right here in stock we will have product.instock images, and we'll have product.images, like that. Really cool. So I save to auto format. For each of the row we'll be having an ID, a name, a price, category, a brand, an in stock, and an image. The next step is to add the columns. So after this if statement right here, I'll say const columns will be grid call def. This will come from our MUIX data grid, so bring in that one. So columns of type this one, and it will be an array, will be equal to an array. So to begin with, we will be starting with the ID. So we'll say field is ID. Header name will be ID in caps. We can specify the width, and the width here will be 220. After that we'll be having the name. Okay, here we should be having a comma, and this field should be the same as the ones that you included here, the properties that you included here are the keys. So field ID should be same as this one, name should be the same as this one, so that under this field we'll be showing that particular product name. Okay, or under this column we show that particular product name, under this column we show that particular product ID, and so on. So we'll have the columns for each of these properties. Okay, so down here the width will be 100. I want us to add something different right here, and that is because we want to include some styles to our price. So if I check the complete one right here, we want the price here under it to be bold, and for us to add the styles we need to use some TailwindCSS for this particular column. So this is the column here. So what we can do is to add a property here called render cell, and we will be having an arrow function just like this. Right here we'll be able to receive params, and then right here we can be able to return. We invoke that, and we can pass a div in here now to show the actual data. Let's use curly brackets, and we will use params here dot row, then dot price. So we get the price like that, and now we are able to add some styles for this one. So we can add a class name, and we can say font hyphen bold, and then text straight we will say 800. So that is for price. We get these. We include this render cell so that we can display a custom styled data there. So let me copy this one here, and we will have category after that. So Control V, and we'll also have brand. So let's do this. This will be category. This will be category. Let's say 100. Header name will be brand. The width 100. The next one, it's whether a product is in stock or not. I can just duplicate that as well. Here we will have in stock, header name in stock, and the width here can be 100 or maybe about 120, and we will also call render cell. So let me copy this one from here. So I copy that one, and here now we'll have a comma and paste that render cell. Let me first save to auto format, and right here we will show a div yes, but for the content we will check params.row.instock, and if this one is true we'll be able to return something right here. We can say in stock, else we'll say out of stock. Okay, for now let's have that. We'll come back and style it nicely. Now lastly we'll have another field for our actions right here. So for this one we'll say it's actions, width can be 200, and also we'll have render cell. So let's copy this one and use it here. Paste. This is render. Let me save to auto format. And for this render cell, for now, let's just remove this, and we can say action here. So this is where we can have delete, a product, and so on. So we'll come back to it. Also, we can remove this class name from there, as well as from here. And I save. So right now we should be able to have something, and then maybe we can make it better. Okay, let's go on admin dashboard, manage products, and we get an error when trying to get the product. So here you can see unknown argument contain. Did you mean contains? So let's check that. Okay, this is contains, this is contains. Let's save, hit a refresh, and look, we have a table with our current products that are in our database, which is really cool. And you can see under price, these are in bold. We can filter and we can hide columns. For example, let's hide price. We can show all. So this is really cool. So we just need to make these look like this one. So we'll add some actions like these ones. For in stock, we'll show something like this, and we can be able to switch whether the product is in stock or not, like that. Really cool. And then we also decrease its size so that it fits nicely. Starting with our data grid, you can control the page size using these options. So if you want to show up to 20 products, you can do that. And if you want for them to be more right here by default, you can do that. And then right here you can set a page size of 9. Refresh. Look, we have rows per page as 9, and you can go up to 20. And then let's add a header. So I'll add a div, and I'll include the heading component from our app component. Right here we'll have the title as manage products, and then we can center everything here. Okay, that is good. Let's add a class name here. So we'll have class name, and margin to the bottom will be 4, and then right here margin to the top will be 8. Let's wrap this data grid with a div. So right here I'll say div, and our data grid will go in there. Save to auto format, and then right here, actually I'll add an inline style. Here we'll set the height to be 600, and then here we'll set the width to be 100%, like that. For this parent div, let's add a class name. We'll say max hyphen width. So the maximum width for this data table will go up to 1150 px. Then here we'll say margin auto, and text will be XL. I go ahead and save. So let's check it out. We have a maximum width, and also we have a height for the data table up to this point that will occupy up to 9 items. So now for us to show this status, we will create a new component that we can reuse. Let me go to app components, and I can create it at the root here. I'll say status.tsx status functional component, and we'll say status interface status props. We will be receiving the text whether it's in stock or out of stock. So this will be a string. We'll be receiving an icon of type icon type from React icons, this one. Okay, cool. And then we'll be receiving the background color for this particular status. So I'll do it like that, and also I'll be receiving the color, and I'll do it like that. Here let's make sure that these knows of our interface, so react.fc, and right here we pass the status props. Let's come here and destructure the text. Let's also destructure the icon, and we set this one to icon. Let's also have the BG and the color. We will return a div, and in here we'll have the text, and at the end here we will show the icon, which can have a prop of size. So let's have size here. We set this to 15. For this div, let's add a class name. So right here, we can read the BG using the money sign, then curly brackets BG. We can also read the color in the same way. Then we'll add some few more styles. Padding along the x-axis will be 1. Then it will be rounded. Then we'll flex the items. Items will go to the center, and let's have a gap of 1. And that's all for this particular component. I saved out of format, and let's make use of it now at our manage products. So right here where we had in stock and out of stock, instead of that, we will return the status component. So status from our app component. So I import it, and right here it expects us to pass the text will be in stock. They also want us to have the icon, and for this one we'll use md done from React icon. So click on it to auto import, and then the BG, we'll say BG till 200, and the color here will be text till 700. I save to auto format. We'll have a similar one, so I'll copy that one, paste it here, and whatever we'll do is change this to be out of stock. Then these will be md close. Make sure to import it. Then this one will be rows instead of till. So Control D, rows, and that's it. So let's save and see if it came along. Look, in stock, this one didn't work out well. So okay, there we go. So it has updated. So we have in stock and out of stock. Let's work on our actions. So for actions, we'll create a new component at our components. So I can minimize everything up, components, and we add a new file. We can call this one action btn.tsx. We'll also be having an interface for this one. So let's add an interface of action btn props. And right here, we'll have an icon of icon type from React icons. And then we'll have on click. This will be having an event of type React dot mouse event HTML button element, and it will return void. Okay, this one should not be there, but here, and we return void. We'll also have disabled boolean optional like that, sfc, and we'll say action btn. We will receive those props. First of all, let's pass our interface here, action btn props. Then here we'll have icon, which can be icon. We'll be having on click, we'll be having disabled. We will be returning a button. The text or the content will be our icon. So we'll only be having an icon with a size of 18, and then right here I cross it like that and I save. Now for this button, I'll add a class name. We will flex. Items will be at the center. Justify will be center. It will be rounded. We'll have cursor as pointer. Width will be 40px. Height will be 30px. Text will be straight 700. We'll be having a border straight 400. We'll add disabled. We can say end. We'll have an opacity of 50. Cursor not allowed. So that is the button, but we still need to add an on click here. On click will be on click, and then disabled will be disabled, and I save. That is our action btn. Let's make use of it right here. So here is where we had action and we had this div here. So here for this div, we'll have a class name, we will flex, we justify between, then we'll have a gap of 4 and width will be full. Right here we will have our action btn. Let's pass an icon. We'll say md cached. It expects us to have an on click. Let's just pass these like that, and I can duplicate it 2 more times. For this one we'll have a different icon, md delete, so make sure to import it. And for this one, md remove for view. So let's see how it looks like. And look, we have our actions, we have these, we have this. Awesome, looks much better. Now when I click on any of these buttons, you can see it's selecting the checkbox. So what you can do down here, so disable row selection on click, that one, add that property so that when I click on this, it stops checking the checkbox. Awesome. So now we need to add functionality for this toggle, for this delete, and a router to take the user to that product. Before our return statement, we will create a new function. So const handle toggle stock. This will be equal to use callback, and we invoke it. We pass an arrow function here, and also it expects us to have a dependency array. So for this one, we will receive the ID of the product. So the ID will be a string. Also we will receive in stock. This will be boolean, and in here we will make a call, an Axios call. So here I will say Axios, and then we will use .put because we want to update some resource in our database. Then we invoke that, we pass the endpoint, it will be at stroke API, and then stroke product. That is the first parameter. The second parameter is this object. We'll pass the ID, and we will pass in stock. We will negate in stock because we are doing a toggle. So if it was true, then it will be false. Now if it was false, then it will be true. We will tap a .then method, and we will have a response. We can do a toast.success, invoke these, and we'll say product status changed. I'll also say router .refresh. We don't have this router, so let's create it. It's easy. We can say const router will be equal to use router from navigation, next navigation, and we invoke it. Let me save to auto format. Let's come back to our function here. We catch the error. So here .catch, we invoke that. We will have our error there. Now right here we can toast an error. So toast.error, something went wrong. We can console.show the error, and I save. For this one, we'll have now handle toggle stock. We will pass the first parameter, which will come from params.row.id, and then a comma. Then the second parameter is params.row.instock, like that. So I save. Right now it will not work because we don't have this particular API. So let's create it. At app API product, we already had this route, and for this one we were doing a post request, and we want to have one for put request. We will add a new function. So we will export a sync function. We will say put. Then right here we will have a request of type request, and in here we get the current user. So we can copy this one. Also we can make sure that we have this. So I'll copy those, paste them there. Then right here we will get whatever is in our body. So const body will be equal to await request.json, and we destructure our properties from the body. So const id here in stock, and we set this to be equal to body. Now use the id and in stock to update our product state. So const product would be equal to await, and then here we'll say Prisma, then dot product, then dot update. We invoke this, and right here we pass where and full colon. We say id here is id, then we'll have data and we pass in stock, then we return the product. So I save, and there we go. So we have that functionality now, and we hit this endpoint by saying axios.put from our manage products right here, axios.put API stroke product, and we pass the necessary body properties. Now let's test it. So here this is in stock, this is out of stock. Let's toggle this one, and product status changed, and these updates. Okay, you can also add a loading spinner. Maybe you can make this to, you know, load something like that, so that we know that the process is in progress. But I don't want to waste so much time on it, so let's move on to delete. So delete will also need to create its own API route and also make a call to that API. So here I'll say const handle delete, and we'll set this to use callback again. We invoke that, we pass an arrow function here. We also pass a dependency array. We will simply receive the ID. It will be a string, and then we will have images of any array. We can start by adding a toast, deleting product, please wait, because it might take a while. We are deleting resource from two places, one Firebase storage and the other one from our own database. So we will start by deleting the image. Once it completes, we will go on to deleting the product. Let's have const handle image delete, and we set this to an async function, and we invoke that, and then right here we try and catch. So try catch block. If we have a catch, then we will return console.log of deleting image error, and we pass the error here. And then right here we'll go through the images. So we'll say const item of images. We get an item at a time, or each image at a time, and if the item has the image property, let's go ahead and delete that image. We get the image reference, so const image ref will be equal to ref, and this is from Firebase storage. We pass the storage from Firebase storage again. We will import it manually. Okay, then here we pass the item.image. This is the URL to that image. So let's import this image storage. Actually, we won't import it directly. We need to say here const storage is equal to get storage. Now this is what we want from Firebase storage, and we invoke that. So I come back down here. Here, this is not error but error. So I save first to auto format. This should be an arrow function here. So I save now, and it's formatted. We'll have the ID. Awesome. So now we have this delete here, and first of all we handle image delete. Here we get the reference to our Firebase image, and then we await. We call delete object from Firebase storage. We invoke it, and we pass our image ref. Then here we can also log something, console.log of image deleted, just to know we deleted it. And right here we pass item.image. Okay, now after this function right here we await it. So we say await handle image delete, and we invoke it, and then we make this to be an async function. So here let's add async so that await doesn't throw an error. And then now once we delete the images, we go ahead and delete the product from our database. So right here we will have axios, then dot delete. I'll make use of a backtick to create this string, and we'll have stroke API, then we'll have stroke product, then here we'll have stroke, and I pass ID here, so the ID will be in our URL. We will say dot then, okay, we invoke it. Actually it will be similar to our dot then here, so we'll have a response and a toast, so I can copy that and include it here. And the toast can say product deleted, router dot refresh. I save to auto format there. After dot then we can have also dot catch, and I invoke that. Here we will pass the error and we can return something from that, and I save. So now we have this helper function handle delete that will help us to delete a product. We delete images, then we delete from our own database. So let's make use of this handle delete right here. So I'll say handle delete, we invoke it, we pass params dot row dot id, then comma, we pass params again dot row dot images. I save. We don't have the API route for delete, this one, we don't have this, so let's create it inside the app API product. So inside the product we will create this part ID part, okay, and it is dynamic, so we add a new folder and just use these square brackets and pass the ID there, and then inside there we create a new file called route.ts. We hit enter. So let's delete the product from the MongoDB database here, and here we just need to export, and we will say async function, we say delete, we invoke it, and right here we'll have request of type request, we include a comma. Right here we will also destructure params. The params will be of type params, which is an object having the ID of string, and then here we do something. We'll have the user, so const current user will be equal to, we await get current user, we invoke it. We should check if this user is an admin. Next response dot error, we import it from next server, and I save to auto format. Now down here ID will be available in our params ID, so we can just go ahead and delete this product using the ID. So we can say const product will be equal to await Prisma dot product, then dot delete, then we pass where here, and we will say here ID is params dot ID. Just that. Down here we return next response dot JSON, then we pass our product. So I go ahead and save. Pretty nice. And look, we have an error. We should pass our Firebase app right here. So Firebase app. So I save now and let's refresh. So there we go. We have our products, and we want to test the functionality of delete. So let's open the console as well, so that we can catch the errors as they come. So let's try to delete TV. So I'll click on delete, deleting product, please wait, image deleted, awesome, product deleted, and it gets out of our list. So the functionality of delete is working well. Awesome. Let's finally complete this by working on our eye there. So that should be easy. We don't have any functions or APIs that we are creating. It's just a redirect to a different page. So we use router.push and we invoke that. Also we use backticks. We'll say that we are going to our product, then stroke here, and we use this and that, and we'll say here params id. Just that. I save. So right now we might not get the product because our products from the product page are not the same from the database, so we haven't put them in sync. But let's see what happens if we click it. So I click and the URL here should change. Product, then this is the product, but we get 404, so we'll fix that as we move. Next, let's work on manage orders. So for manage orders, it will be easy because we will just be copying what we did on our manage products. So at our code here, I'll copy everything at manage products client, Control A, copy. Then we go to manage orders here, then create a new file and we can call it manage orders client.tsx, and I hit enter. Now from here we can just paste everything and we will change manage products client. Use Control D to select even at the very top. Control D again to select this one and this one, and after all of them you can change this to manage orders. And once I come to the very top, this is now manage orders client plops, manage orders client, and so on. So we should hook this up to our page. We can come to manage products page, this one, and copy everything from here. Then go to manage orders page and replace here. We can change this name here to manage orders, and I save. So here instead of products we should be getting orders. We will have our orders and we should await get orders from here. So get orders, and we don't have any category for orders, so I remove that one. Let's import this one. So I'll click on that to auto import and remove this one, get products. From there we get our current user and we check if current user is there and whether they are admins or not. Then here we should pass our orders right here. So here I'll pass orders, and then right here we should have orders. So this component doesn't know about the orders prop, so we should go to our manage orders client and we should create an orders prop. So here we'll have orders and type extended order. We don't have it yet, so we can create it down here, and we'll say type extended order will be equal to our order type from Prisma client, and here we'll say and we include an object and we'll set user to user. So we should also bring this from Prisma client, and now we have our type like that. So here we will be bringing in our orders. So let's have that orders. So here we'll have the router. We won't have the storage since we are no longer working with images. We will still have our rows. Then here we should create our rows now using our orders, and we'll have orders here, and we get an order at a time. And I can just highlight this, use Control D to select these, all of these, and we'll say order. So order doesn't have some of these properties, so we should go one by one changing them. Here instead of a name we can have the customer. Instead of saying price we will say amount, and the amount will be format price order dot amount. We divide by 100 since we changed this by multiplying by 100 when processing Stripe payments. Now for this one it will be order dot user dot name, and here we can have payment status. It will be order dot status. We can have a date. We can use moment for the date, so we'll say moment. We import it from moment. We invoke this. We pass order dot created date, and then right here you'll say dot from now, and you invoke that. We can also have the delivery status here. So delivery status, and we set this to order dot delivery status. That's the last one, so we remove the image since we don't have images in our order. Now we come to the columns. The first one will be ID 220. Second one will be customer here, so we remove that. We say customer. The header name will be customer name, so customer name, we can set the width to 30. Then we come here, instead of price we can say amount. You can also use price if you want. Then this can be amount in USD amount. Then width can be 130. Render cell here, we'll still have font bold, text straight 800, then params.row.amount. This can be payment status, and this one will be payment space status 130. Then after that we won't have the brand, so I remove that. Next we will have delivery status, and we can have the header name as delivery status. Here it will be 130, and we will have this render cell. We will have a div, then we'll check params.row.delivery status. We'll check if the status is pending. So if this is pending, if it's pending, we show this status, and we will say the text here is pending. The icon, we can say MD access time, then field, like that. The BG will be straight 200. Color will be text straight 700. We come down here, else we check the delivery status again here. So we will copy this one, copy, we paste it there, then we include another question mark there. If this one is dispatched, then we will show a status like this one. We will say dispatched, then here we will have MD delivery dining, then this one will be purple and this one will be purple. So I select both and I say purple. After this, before we have the curly brackets, we include a full colon. We can perform another check if the delivery status is delivered. So here we say if this is now delivered, we include a question mark. We will show this, something like this. So I paste there. Else at the end here, full colon, we can show null or have empty fragments like that. So this one is for the case when it's delivered. So we say delivered, then this one will be MD done. The colors will be green, showing success. So green. So I save, and this is for delivery status. For payment status, we should also have some render cells, or rather we can just duplicate this section. Let's duplicate it. Use Alt Shift top arrow, then we remove this one. Let's copy the payment status here, copy there, and we paste here. You copy here and you paste here. Let's copy this one again because we will use it here. So I use Ctrl D to remove those three delivery status and paste. Okay, now remove this field and let's customize this one further. The first one, we'll check whether the payment status is pending, then we will show this. That is okay. Then next one, we'll check if the payment status is marked as complete. If it's so, then we'll say here completed. We will have a different icon, MD done. We won't have this one here. From this full colon to this full colon, I'll remove that part. Okay, actually I should include a full colon there. So I save. We have this if none of this matches. One should be there at least though. Okay, so just a recap, we have ID, customer amount, payment status. We have now a delivery status, which has this render cell, and then action. So before we go to action, we should be having a date here. And after that, we have now the action. The styling is the same here. Then we'll have this action btn. The icon will be MD, delivery dining. So this will be for marking an order as dispatched. Then here we'll have handle dispatch. We'll just pass the row ID. So I remove this part. We'll have one for MD done for marking an order as delivered. So MD done. These will be handle deliver. Then we also pass the ID. So I remove that section right there. Then here we have the last one, which will have the I, and it will take us to stroke order, stroke that one. Now let's create these two functions. We will remove handle delete. So we remove the entire of this part, handle delete. Then for this one, we can call it handle dispatch. We will have use callback, which will receive just the ID. So we remove this in stock. We'll call Axios, then we'll put at API stroke order. Then we'll have the ID, and we will mark here delivery status. We will mark it as dispatched. Then here we toast order dispatched. So this is it for handling the dispatch. For deliver, it will be similar. So we just copy this function, and down here we can just paste it. So handle deliver, we will receive the ID. We hit this API endpoint. Then we will mark the order as delivered. Then here order delivered for something that went wrong. Cool. So we move on down here to this table. Here we'll just say manage orders. We'll have our data grid rows. I think everything else will be the same, and I save that file. So we have created our table, and we can check it out and see if it works. So let's remove some of these unused imports just like that. I save. Okay, we have more here. Let's just remove them and save. Okay, so let's see. Look, we already have this, but for completed here, it should not be this color. So that is one thing. We don't have the delivery status showing here. So let's check them out. We check if the payment status is complete. We use now here a green color instead of purple. So that is the only fix for that. So Control D, and I say green. I save. So it changes to green, and that's good now. So we should be seeing the delivery status. We see none. So we must have made a mess. Maybe our rows, change this to delivery status here. Save. That should fix it. Let's see. And there we go. So they are pending. Awesome. Let's work on this action button so that we see if these will change. So we actually worked on them and included the functions. The only thing that we are missing is this API endpoint. So we should create that. You can minimize everything, go to app, then API. Here we had product, and we created an endpoint to update our product. So let's copy whatever is in our product, copy all of that. Then inside the API here, we'll create a new folder and we will call it order. Inside the order, we create a new file and we can call it route.ts. We paste whatever we have in our products. We don't need to post, so I remove this post function. Okay, then here, current user, we await the current user. If we have an issue with the user, we return the error. Then here, the body, we will get only the ID and the delivery status. So here, we get the delivery status from the body. Then here, we will have the product. So Control D for all three product there and replace with order. So we await Prisma order.update where ID is ID, and we change the data here. We will only pass the delivery status. So we pass the delivery status and that's it. That's it. So I save. Now we have our API endpoint, or rather we are hitting that API endpoint, and we can see if it works. So here we mark an order as dispatched by clicking this one, and order dispatched, and the state changed to dispatched here. We click on this one, order dispatched, although the payment is pending. Then you can click on this one, order delivered, and for order delivered we see nothing, meaning that we have an issue. So we come back here. Let me copy this one. I think this spelling is wrong. Is it? Yes, I save. So that's the only issue, and it should show here as delivered. So it's still not showing because we already have the previous wrong data saved. So let's click it again and it should mark it as delivered, and we should see it now. Yeah, there we go. That is awesome. Now this I think it takes us to the order details. When I click on it, that page does not exist, so we should be working on that particular page next. So now let's just create that order page. For now, I'll cross everything there, and we can go to app. Then from app, we'll create a new folder for our single order. So here we'll say order, and for this order we will create another folder that will have the square brackets, and here we will be passing the order ID. So we'll be using this ID to get a single order, and this ID will be gotten from our URL. So inside this order ID, I'll create a new file and I can call it page.tsx. Stateless functional component. Actually, I think I'll take the one that we have at our page here. Let's copy everything. Then inside here, we will paste, and we can just change the name of the component to order. So we have a lot of product there. What should we do? Go one by one, or change all of them? I'll just change all of them to order, but some should be capital, like these should be a component. So we should be having order details, then that should be coming from here, order details from order details. What else should be capital? This one, this here, this here. We don't have this, so let's remove that one. We won't do this, so let's remove this one. Let's remove the params. Let's create this order details component. So here I'll add a new file called order details.tsx, stateless functional component, and I'll say order details. we return empty fragments, and then we should be able to get our order somehow. We will use our actions folder right here, create a new file, and we'll call this one get order by ID. We will import Prisma from @ribs/PrismaDB. We will create an interface, params, and here we will create an order ID, which will be optional, and we'll have it as a string. We create export default. We'll say async function. We call it get order by ID. We invoke it and we'll have it as this. We pass our params and they'll be of type I params. We get the ID from these params in here. First of all, we should have a try and catch block. So I click on that one, and down here, if we have an error, we will draw it. Now in our try, we can be able to get the ID from our params. So we can say const. We'll say order ID will be equal to params. Once we have the order ID, we can be able now to get the order using it. So here we'll say const order will be equal to, and we await prisma.order dot find unique. We pass an object and we'll say where full colon, we pass an object, ID is order ID. Once we do that, we will have our order. So let's check if we have the order. If no order, we return null, else we return the order. Now we have our function there that will help us to get the order from our database. So we save, we come back to page, and now we can use that function here to get the order. So here we'll have our const order will be equal to, we await and we get order by ID. We invoke that and we pass our params. Since we use await here, this should be an async call, so we use async here. What else? We remove this list rating. Actually, we don't need this entire section. Now in our order details, we just need to say that we are receiving the order, and this error will clear up. So order details, here we'll be receiving the order, and we should create an interface. This will be a client component, so use client. We create an interface. We make use of the interface here, so React.fc angle brackets, and we pass our order details props. We'll have a router, so const router, which will be equal to use router, and we invoke it. We return here a div. So let me show you what we are actually working on so that you have a clear idea before we proceed. And look, this is what we want to create: order details, the order ID, total amount, the status, the products that were ordered, who ordered them. You can add as many details as you want right here. So for now, I'll just be adding on read this. Let's start by adding a class name, and we'll say max hyphen width will be 1150px, and then here I'll have m as auto flex, then flex is column, then we'll have a gap of 2. We'll be having a heading, so I'll add a div, and in here I'll add a new component of our heading like that. It will be a self-closing one, but we'll add title here as order details. Here we'll have a simple class name, and we'll set margin to the top of 8, and I save to auto format there. Then let's come here and I'll add a div, and we'll have the order ID full colon, and here we'll pass the order dot ID. Then here we'll have another div. We can have the total amount, full colon, and here I'll use a span to display the amount like that, and we will use the format price util function. So format price down here from our utils, I invoke that and we pass our order.amount. So the reason we added this is so that we can add a class name to this one, and we will just say font is bold. I save to auto format, and after that div we show the various payment status. I'll have a div, I'll have another div, it will say payment status full colon. Then down here we will show the payment status depending on the status. So we'll have a div and we'll perform a check. So here we'll say order.status, we'll say is this equal to pending. If this is true, then we will show the status component right here. We will be having several props. This is for the case when it's pending. Then we can do this. Then you'll say order.status is equals to complete. Then we come right here and we'll have it again. After complete, we use a question mark, and after our status here we use a full colon, and let's have the empty fragments. I saved auto format, and for the second one we should change now these two. If it's complete, we change this to completed. Then this will be md done, then this will be green. md done, we should import it from React icons. Okay, this order is complaining still, and I think this is because sometimes the order can be null. So here, before we pass it, we should be able to return an error here. So here it will say if we don't have an order, then we will be turning something here. So I save. So the error disappears. You can include a better error message there. Backed order details, we will say class name. We will flex. We will have a gap of 2. We will have items to the center. The next one is actually delivery status, which will be so similar to this payment status. We can highlight the entire of this div. Where should it end? This one here, up to this point. You should have two crossing div at the bottom there. Then you duplicate it, Alt Shift bottom arrow. Then here the same styles here. The name will change to delivery status. Then here we'll check order.delivery status. So Control D, I'll remove those two and I'll say .delivery status. If pending, then it will be this one. If dispatched, it will be dispatched. Then here we will use MD delivery dining. Then we use purple. We can perform another check for completed. I can copy this part here from here to here, copy, and right here you paste, and I save to auto format. So here we will check for delivered, and here we'll now have delivered md done. Make sure to import that. Then this green, like that. I save. So actually right now we should be having something. So if we come back to the site, go to what we are working on, click on one of these, like this one. Oops, we get nothing. For this one, it should be outside the admin. So let's go to app admin, manage orders here. let's check that click button. So I just included a / right here, and when I do that, it takes us to this page, but we have this other error here saying next router was not mounted. So what I can do at our order details, this one, okay, let me try to remove it first and see if it will work. So let's refresh and we get our order details, so you can see, but I still want to test it from our admin. So let's go back to admin where we had manage orders, and then I click on one of the orders and see, yeah, there we go. So you can just remove this right here if you are not using it. Okay, so just remove and I save, and right now you can see we have our order details being listed. So after our delivery status div here, you should have another div, and you can say the date : and here we will have a moment. We invoke that. We should pass our order dot created date, and at the end here we say dot from now, and we invoke that as well. So make sure to import this moment at the top. Okay, there we go. So that's it for the date. Now the next thing is to display a list of products that were ordered. So here we can have a H2, and we can say products ordered. Okay, and right here we can have a class name. So class name, and we'll have font as semi bold. Then we'll have margin to the top of 4 and also margin to the bottom of 2. Right here we'll have a div, and we can add some class names for it. So class name will show grid, will show grid hyphen calls hyphen 5. This will be like a similar style that we had for our shopping cart. So text here will be small, extra small, that is gap will be 4. Then we'll have padding to the bottom of 2. Then items will be at the center. Okay, then in here we'll have the heading or the column for the heading. So I'll say div, and we'll say products or a product. We'll have a class name. We'll say call hyphen span of 2. Then we'll justify self to the start. You duplicate like 4 times. Then just remove the call span for the other 3. So Control D, remove that. And then here, this is the first one. The second one here will be price, and here it will be justify self center. This and this will be center. So here center, this one too is center, and for this one we'll be having it as QTY or quantity. Then right here this will be end, and it will be the total amount. So I save, and we should be having that in a grid right here. And there we go. We have product ordered, then we have product here, price, quantity, total. Then we show the products below. So we should be mapping through the products. So after this particular div, we'll come right here, order dot products. We'll say end. We'll have order dot products dot map. We invoke this. We'll have an item at a time, and right here we will be able to return something. So for now I'll pass these empty React fragments, but we should be able to create an order item component. So right here let's add a new file, and right here we'll say order item dot tsx. Here will say status functional component, and you'll say order item. I save, and let's come back to order details, and we pass this order item right here. So order item, and for this one it will be having a key. The key will be item ID. We should be able to pass the individual item as a prop, so I'll pass the individual item as a prop to our order item. Let's import this order item, and it's imported, but this has an error because our order item component doesn't know about the item. Let's create an interface for that item. Here we make sure that we pass React.fc, then order item props. Here now we destructure the item, and you can see the error from this file disappeared. Now we can use this item to show it on the UI. So here we will return a div. This div will have a class name, and the class name here will be grid. So grid hyphen calls hyphen 5, then text will be extra small xs, then md full colon text will be sm gap will be 4, then border to the top will be 1.5 px. Okay, border here will be straight 200, then padding along the y-axis will be 4, and items will be at the center. Now down here we'll list the different properties. For this div, it will have the image, so in here we'll have another div, and it will have the image. We get this image from Next. It will be self-closing. For this image we'll have the src, the item dot selected image dot image. We will also have an alt, which will be now be equal to item dot name. We will fill, and also we'll have a class name of object contain. Then here we'll have a class name for this image container, and we will say relative. We'll also say width is hyphen 70 px. So this is a custom, make sure to include it inside the square brackets. And then right here we'll have aspect ratio of square. Then here we'll have a call span, so let's add a class name first, then we'll say call hyphen span of 2, meaning that it will take 2 columns. Then we'll justify self to the start, then flex gap will be 2, then this should be having a space there, md gap will be 4. So I save, and for now we should be able to see the image. There we go, we have the image there. Then we'll have another div. This is where we'll show the name, so we'll have the div for the name, and we will use the truncate helper function that we created at our utils folder to truncate the text, and we'll pass item.name right here. Now the next thing down here, we'll have the item selected color. So here we'll have the div, we'll have the item dot selected image dot color. Let's style both of those. So we add a class name, and we will flex them. Then we'll say flex will be in a column, and finally we'll have a gap of 1 between them. I save, and we should be seeing those two right here. And there we go, we add the price now after this div. Now after the enter of this div, then you'll add another div, and right here we will format the price. Yeah, now we should be having a class name. We'll justify hyphen self to the center. you can use Alt Shift bottom arrow, and then here we pass the item quantity. So instead of formatting the price, I'll say item dot quantity. One last one, and we are done with this particular component. That is the total amount. So here we will set this to the very end. So justify here end, and then we'll also have font is semi bold, and right here we will take the quantity, then we multiply with the price, so we get the total. And these two, include them in normal brackets, so here that one and this one, so that at the end here I can say dot to fixed. We invoke that and we pass to there. Then at the front here you can include the money sign, and I save. That will be the total. So let's see for each of the item, and look, one of them we multiply by 1, we get this. And that is how you can list the products for each of those. So I can go back, you can click on this one to see the items that were there, and you can see it's this one. So if I'm a normal user, I should be able to see my own orders, the things that I have ordered, like this, and then I can be able to view the details for each of them easily. So this will be easy because we already have a data table for our orders. We just need to customize it and remove some actions. Everything else I think will remain the same. So at the root of our app, we'll create a new folder and we'll call it orders. We should have a page.tsx file, and I'll create another one called order client.tsx. So let's go to admin here, manage orders page. Let's copy everything from here. So Control A, copy, we paste. We can just say orders instead of manage orders. Control D, and I'll say orders. So we should be able to get the orders by user ID. So I will remove this one. Then we will get the current user, and the only thing that we will check if we have a user. So remove the admin part. And then for the orders, let's create a function right here. We create, and we'll say get orders by user ID.ts. I'll come to get orders, and I'll copy everything from this one, then come to this one and paste it here. So from here we'll export get orders by user ID. Right here we'll be able to receive the user ID, and we will have the string there, and then here we will try and catch. So we'll get orders, we await Prisma.findMany, and here you can include the user, and also you can have order by that, and you can have a filter right here now. So we'll say where full colon user ID is user ID, just that, and then you'll get the orders for that specific user. So I'll cancel that now. I'll come back to the page here, and after we check if we have the user, that is when we will be able to get our orders. Const orders will be equal to we await, and we will get orders by user ID. It's imported here, so remove the other one there, and we invoke this, and we just need to pass the current user dot ID. Then down here you can check if you have the order or not, so because it can be null, so here you can say if we don't have the orders, then come right here and say no orders yet, something like that. We'll receive those orders on the client here, and then we'll use those orders to create the table. So let's just copy the table from our app. At the top there, app manage orders client copy everything from there, come back right here and paste. Scroll to the top, let's change the name, remove this manage. So Control D, remove that and save. We can have it as orders client or order client. Here we included orders client. Okay, what is this? From order client, the name of the file we included as just order client. So save that, come back, and now we already have that table at our here. We come here, our own orders, here we are. So we have this for a user, but the user should not be able to perform these actions. They should not mark their own orders as dispatched or as these. And I think we messed some other places the same way, and then we check if the user is an admin. So this should be returned so that this error clears. Yeah, like that. So just copy this logic right there, save that file, and you can as well update other routes that we worked on. So back to API here, you can check the route for product there. We had these where we were creating a product. Make sure you update that, because if we have a user, they will be able to create a product even though they are not admins. You can do the same for the rest. So I'll just show you that these three here. Wait, I removed even the user, just this portion there. So you can do these updates, sorry for all this, but for only the admin routes. So that should be the product route here and here, and then the order route. And did we work on this the same way? This is automatic. Actually only those. Yeah, that's good, that's good. So now let's close those routes. So for the order, just go to actions, remove the handle dispatch and handle delivered UI. Remove those. Also remove these functions because we no longer need them here. Remove handle deliver. Also remove handle dispatch. Save, and that should be it for our own orders. And yeah, it's a shorter table. You can decrease its width if you want, but I'll leave it at that. So yeah, so far so good. We can see our own orders. We are able to see the order details. If I click on that, taking time to load, there we go. If I come here and go to dashboard, we are able to manage the orders, we are able to manage the products, we are able to add a product. So this is a very huge progress, and we are actually almost done with our application. So what remains is working on our summary. Then we will work on our categories so that we are able to select the various categories of products. Then we will work on the search right here, and finally we will work on product reviews. So we still have a bit of a journey to go, but we will get there. This was a very huge course, but before we even get summary, there is one important thing that we are not doing. We are not getting our products for our e-commerce web app from the database. This was the dummy data that we used, which is static. So I would like to get the products from the database now that we are able to add a product in the database. So let's just dive right in. Minimize everything. Then you will open up. Then you'll go to the page at the root of our app. And this is the beginning of our application here. And here you'll see here we were bringing in products from our utils. We no longer want this. We want to get the products from our database. And if we check at our actions, you'll see we already created this particular function for getting the products, which also filters them depending on the search string and the query string at the page. we will call this particular function, and we need to make this to be an async function. So we'll say export default async function. Async keyword will be here, and then in here we will now say const products will be equal to, we await get products, we invoke that. Let's create an interface for our search params or home props. So let's destructure those props right here, and we'll say here it's search params. I missed the spelling here. I think there is an A there. We can use full colon here and say this will be of type home props. Then right here we'll pass our search params. We should auto import it. Another thing is that I don't want them to always show in the same order. I want them to be random, especially at the home page. So we will create a small algorithm that will randomize those particular products. So here, first of all, I perform a check. So if our products dot length is equals to 0, so if we don't have any products, then we will go ahead here and return our null data component. And let's import this component so that it stops complaining. Okay, now right here, let's create our algorithm. So what this will be doing is to shuffle our products before displaying them every time we refresh the page, so that user is not bored by seeing the same product on our UI. So what we are doing here is a swap. So product which is at position I, we are setting it to be at position J, and that product which is at position J, we are setting it to be at position I. So product at position I, we set it to product at position J. Product at position J, we set it to product at position I. So we shuffle them. Okay. And then at the end of this, we will return our array. So here, let's get our shuffled products. So we'll say const shuffled products will be equal to, we call our shuffle array, and we invoke that and we pass our products. This is what we will pass as our products right here. Instead of mapping through the products, we map through our shuffled products, and then we save. So right now, if we visit our app, we should be having at least one product. And there we go. We have this one product from our database. As you can see, it doesn't even have a lot of details. So if I click it, okay, it takes us here. We have an error. We don't have one where we are getting a product by ID. So we will add it so that we can be able to get product from our database using the ID. So here, let's add a new file, and we'll say get product by ID.ts. So right here, we will bring in Prisma. So import Prisma, and this will come from @libs/PrismaDB. Let's create an interface, and we'll say params. Here we'll be having the product ID, which will be of type string, and these can be optional. We'll say export, and we'll say default async function get product by ID will be the name of our function, and we invoke these. Here we will receive params of type I params, which we have defined at the top there. Let's have a try and catch block. So try and catch. The error here will be of type any. So inside our try, we will get our product ID from the params. So we will say const product ID will be equal to params. So we destructure it out of params. Then we use that to get the product. Okay. Then here we say that we want to include the reviews for this product. So we'll say include. Right here, we will say we include reviews, pass an object, and for the reviews, we will include the user. So we'll set user to true, like that. Then right here, comma, we order by, and we'll say created date to be descending, so desk. I save, and that is how we can get the product. Once we get the product, let's come down here and we perform a check. Do we have this product? So if we don't have a product, we'll go ahead right here and we will return null, and I save. Awesome. We'll use this function inside our product. So go to product folder, then product ID page. So remove this. We will make this to be an async function. So async, I will remove that params. And right here, we'll now say const product will be equal to, we await, and we will get product by ID. We invoke it and we pass our params. I save. So let's see if we get the product. So it's refreshing. Okay, still we have an issue at our product details. We'll check if we don't have the product. We will not return the below code. So we will return the null data component. So return here. I save. What is that error? So here we get, oops, product with the given ID does not exist. So it's like we are not getting the product. We will return our product. Now I save, and let's refresh the page and see if that error has gone. Amazingly, we have our product there. Awesome. And we are able to even switch the colors, which is really cool. We are able to add it to cart, view cart. Here is our cart. It also has some previous product from the local storage, so we can just clear everything. And this is what we have. Now let us add a navbar here for the categories. Open up, then components. Right here, we will go to nav, and inside the nav, add a new file. We will call this one categories.tsx. We call the component categories. These categories, we will hook it at our navbar after this div right here. We will pass our categories component and we save. There we go. We have these categories here, and we will return a div here with a class name of bg white, and then in here we'll have a container. So we will use our container component from container. Inside our container we'll have another div. We will have a class name. For this class name, padding to the top will be 4. It will be flex. We will flex row. Items will be at the center, and justify will be between. Then right here we will have an overflow x of auto, and in here we will be able to map through our different categories, and these categories are available at our utils. So import them from the utils, and we'll say dot map. We invoke this, we pass an arrow function here. We will get a category at a time. We can call it an item, and in here we will be able to return. Basically, we can use normal brackets here and remove the curly brackets, so it will return directly like this. And right here we will be able to pass another component. So let's pass a div for now. We have returned a div for now, but we will return another component. Let's create it here, and we will call this component category. So category1 category.tsx, and here stateless functional component, and we will be able to call this one category. Let's define some props. So we will have an interface, and we will call it category props. We will have a label, which will be a string. Right here we'll have an icon, which will be an icon. Okay, it should be icon type from React icons. Then we'll have selected, which will be optional, this one, and it will be Boolean. So this one will tell us which category is selected basically. Then let's pass that right here. This will be React.fc, and right here we will be able to destructure the different categories. The label, we will be able to get the icon from icon. Then here we'll be able to get selected. Okay, all of them has issues. Why didn't we complete here? And there we go. We will have this div and it will have a class name. Some of the class names here will be dynamic. Use square brackets and backticks. Then you'll say flex. Items will be center. So here you'll say icon, and these will have a size prop of 20. And then we can self close it like that. So here we'll have a div. The div will only show the label. So font for this one will be medium. Text here will be small. Now let's come here. So we style these two. We flex them and we align them to the center. Then we justify to the center as well. Text center, gap of 1, padding of 2, border, okay, border bottom of 2, and we'll have hover full colon to be text. Okay, when we hover, we'll have text to change color to slate 800, and we will add transition here. Cursor will be pointer, so I can hit enter, and right here we'll have some dynamic style. So we will check if this particular category is selected. So we'll say selected, and if this is selected, then we'll have these styles here. We'll have a border B of straight 800. We will change the text color, so text will be straight 800 as well. For the case when it's not selected, we will have border as transparent. Text will be straight hyphen 500 will do. So at the top here, we will create a function that will handle the click for this particular category, so that we can change the URL, change the query params, and refetch the products, so that we get new products depending on the category that we have clicked. So right here, we will be having an onClick event. We will have handle click. So right here, we will say const handle click will be equal to, we call use callback hook. We invoke it, we pass an arrow function in here, and it expects us to have a dependency array. And then at the top here, get our router, so const router, and we'll set this to be equal to use router, and we invoke that one. Then at the end here, we will get our params, so we'll say const params, and we have a hook called use search params, so use search params, and we also invoke that one. And now in here, we will write our logic for when we click a certain category. So first of all, we check if they clicked on all. So here we will say if the label is equals to all, then we will go ahead and push them to the home page. We clear our URL. So here we will say router.push, and we clear our URL by pushing them to the home like that, without anything else in our URL. And then right here we'll say else. If they click something else apart from all, then we will update our query. So right here we'll say let current query be equal to just an empty object. And then right here we'll say if we have the params, we will update our current query here to be equal to, and we will create a query string using a library called query string. So QS, this will be an object from a library called query string dot pass, and right here we will pass our params dot to string. We invoke that. So we don't have this QS, and right here you'll say npm I, and we'll say query hyphen string. We install that package. Okay, I messed up. This is query. So npm I query string, install that one, and then now right here, let's see if it will auto import, and we get this. Click on that one, so it will be import query string from query string. You can use the full name or you can use QS for query string. After this if statement down here, we will say const updated query will be equal to, it will be an object. This will be of type any. We will spread our query and we will add our label. So we'll set our category here to be label. So I can use a small cap. So what we have simply done, we have taken the existing query and we have added our own. So we update this object from our params. So this is the existing query string. We update it with the new one, which we click like this. So now right here, we construct our URL now. Const URL will be equal to, we will make use of the query string, which we have just installed, dot stringify URL like that. We invoke this one. In here, we will pass the first object. The base URL here is home, and then we will add the query now. So we take the default URL, then we add the different queries that are now there. I'll add another object. We'll say skip null, and we'll set this one to true. Now, after we construct our URL using the queries, we will come right here and we will take the user to that particular new URL. So router.push, and we take them to the URL, this one which we have constructed from the query. Awesome. And this should be it actually. So here let's just pass the different dependencies. When the label change, we should be able to call this function again. When params change, we should be able to call this function again. And when router changes, I save. So this is now our category component. So we just need to display this on our nav. So here, once we map through the different categories, I can remove that one, and we will show the category component now. Close it, and we pass the various props. We will check our category from the params. So category, and if this category will be equal to item.label, then that category will be marked as active. So we don't have this, we should be getting it from the params. So at the top here, we will say const params will be equal to use search params, and we get to invoke that. And then right here, we will say that our category will be equal to params. This can be there or not, dot get, then we will get our category. So we get the category from the params or from the URL. If that category is equal to the current item.label, then we will mark that particular category on our categories as active. Okay, and then right here, if it's at our home, that means that we won't be having the category. Therefore, we should mark all as the active category. So here we will say, or pass these brackets, and we'll say if category is equal to null, then here we'll say end item.label is equal to all. So if we don't have a category and item.label is all, then we will mark selected as true. And then at the top here, we will check if we are at the main page. So we'll say const path name, and we can get path name from a hook called use path name, and we invoke that. And then right here, const is main page will be equal to path name is equals to home. So if we are not on main page, so is main page here, we'll go ahead and return null. So we won't show the categories if we are not at the home page. Okay, we have a server component that imports next router. Instead of next router, we will say next stroke navigation. I save. Okay, another issue, we used a hook and we didn't mark that component as a client component. use client, and we should do the same for this one. So save this file and come to this. So I save. Okay, let's see now if we still have another issue. Refresh. Okay, now we are able to load. Awesome. And look, we have listed our different categories like that. Let's click on phone and see if we still get the phone. And there we go. This is highlighted, and you can see now here we constructed our URL and we added category is equals to phone. Click on laptop, we get nothing. So oops, no products. Click all to clear filter. Let's click on all, and the filter is cleared there. So once we add other products with desktop or watch, they'll be fetched depending on that category. Since we know phone works, then that means the rest will also work. Okay, cool. Now the next thing that we will do is to complete our product. Okay, so if I click on product, we should be able to add rating and show the rating right here. So let's work on that next, and then after completing that, we will work on our search bar, and finally we will come to the dashboard and complete our summary, and then we will be done with the course after deploying it. Okay, and for adding a rating, we will need an API route. Okay, and also we will need the Prisma model for a review. So if we check our Prisma schema and we scroll here, did we add a review somewhere? We did, this one. So we already did this, and now all we need to do is to make use of it to create a review for a certain product. Okay, so minimize everything, then you'll go to app API, and right here you can add a new folder and you will call it rating. Inside there you can add a new route called route.ts. Now in here we will create our function. We can start by creating our function down here, and we'll say export async function. This will be a post request. You invoke this, we will have a request of type request. Here we will start by getting our current user. So const current user will be equal to, we await get current user, we auto import it from our actions and we invoke it. Here we will check if we have the user. So if we don't have the user, then here we will throw an error. Down here we get whatever will be at our body. So const body first of all will be equal to await request.json. Then we destructure. Now a user should not be able to add a rating if they don't have the order or that particular product delivered. We will check if the order is delivered. We use our current user .orders.sum. So here you'll see that property orders does not exist. So what we can do is to go to get current user, and here we filtered with the email, and we will make the user to also come with the orders included. So here I'll say include, and we will invoke these, and we'll say orders, and we'll set that to true. So include full colon. So we include even the orders when we are getting the user, and then from here we can get the orders from the user, and then we perform some filtering using the sum array method to get the delivered orders only. One thing is that when a person has an order, they might have many products ordered at the same time. Okay, I will get the order products. So order dot products, right here I'll say dot find. We invoke this now. So we have a loop inside a loop. It's not good for performance, but it will work for now. So here we will have an item, and right here we will have an item dot id, and we'll check if this is equal to our product dot id, and this particular product id is the one that we are trying to rate. So we check if that particular product is available on these orders. Okay, and also here we make sure that this particular order is delivered. So here we'll say end order dot delivery status is equals to delivered. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Okay, now another thing is that we will check if this particular user has already rated this product, so they can't rate a product twice. So if this is true, that means that this user has already rated this particular product. So right here we will perform a check. So if user review, so if they have already reviewed this particular product, or if this particular product is not delivered, then we should throw an error here. We will return, and we will return next response dot error, and we invoke. If they try to review, then they'll get an error. Now right here, let's go ahead and create this review. So const review will be equal to await. We say Prisma dot review, then we say dot create. We invoke this and we pass our review data. So data will be comment, we will have rating, we will have product ID, and this will be product.id. So product.id, and finally here we'll have the user ID. So once we create that review, we will return the review to the user. So right here we will say return next response dot JSON, and we pass our review. Okay, this should work, but you can also wrap it in a try and catch block. So now let's go back to our product and try to make use of this particular API route. So minimize everything, go to app, then we have this product, then we should add a new one, and we will call this one add rating, something like that, add rating.tsx. We will have an interface. We will say add rating props. We should be getting the product as a prop, so we say this is of type product, and here we will say end. We add the review here. We will say reviews, and we say this will be an array. Also we have the type for the review, which is awesome. All these are now coming from Prisma. We will include this, and we will say save user, and we will pass an object. We will say orders full colon of type order. This will come from Prisma client, and this can also be null, so we say null. Let's create this component sfc, and we will say add rating, like that. Then we come here, we will have the different props. We will have product, we will have user. Let's make sure that we pass our interface, so react.fc, and here we will pass our add rating props. Okay, we should not have this. Let's remove that. Now right here we will have a div. I'll save for now. I'll come right here to the page. Now here we will have our add rating component, and it expects us to pass the product. So we'll say that product is product, and also it wants us to pass the user. So we'll say user is user. We don't have the user, but we can get the user from our actions. So here we'll say const user will be equal to, we await get current user, like that, and we invoke that one, and we pass everything now. So I save, and now all we should do is to work on this add rating component. So let's start with before our return statement. Right here we'll have const is loading. So we create a state here and set is loading, and this will be equal to use state, and we invoke it, we pass false. not user state but use state. Let's make sure we import that from React. We will have a router, so const router will be equal to use router from next navigation, and we invoke that. We will make use of a React hook form. So here we'll say const, we will destructure some stuff. We have done this before, and this will be coming from use form, and use form is coming from React hook form. We will be invoking this, we will be passing some default values there, and this use form will be having a type, and that will be the field values. So you pass field values right here. Now right here, when you call register, you'll get some cool suggestions like under submit, we will have set value, we will have a reset, then we will have a form state. For this form state, we will destructure errors from it, so errors. Then right here, we can have default values, full colon, and here we will have the comment and the rating. So by default, comment here will be an empty string. Let it start with a small, and then the rating will be 0, or rather it should be 1. Okay, you can't have a 0 rating, the lowest should be 1, maximum should be 5. I don't know, this is just the default anyway. Now down here, so set custom value, and we will make use of the set value function here. This function will have an ID of type string, value of type any, and right here set value will pass ID, and we will pass value, and then we will pass right here an object should touch to be true, should dirty true, should validate to be true. Here we will say const on submit of type submit handler from React hook form. Here we will have field values, we will get data here, and this will be an async function. Now let's work on our UI, then we will come back here and make the API request. We should be having a class name, we will flex, and we will flex column, and then we'll have a gap of 2, max width will be 500 px. We will be having a heading component, the title will be rate this product. Here let's import this heading from components. We will show a rating component right here. Let's use control space, it should come from material UI. So this has an onChange event. We will pass an arrow function right here. This will receive the event and the new value, and then we can use those right here to set our new rating. So set custom value, and we invoke this here. We will say rating, and this rating will be our new value. So right now if we save, we should be having this particular component there. So we should mark this component as a client component, so use client. So I click on the product, and look, we have this here which we can click on, and it will change the rating depending on where we have clicked. So we should have an input field for adding a comment. So below the rating here, we will say input. It will expect us to have several stuff. Okay, we will have a button to submit the rating. We will also have an on-click event. Handle submit, we will invoke this, and we will pass our on submit. Let's import these from our app components and save. Now if we check, we have this, we have that. Awesome. So if I inspect, we type something, let's go to console, and if we submit, we should be seeing something now. Look, we have comment as this, rating as this. If we update to hello. We update here, rating is 4, hello. It's working. Awesome. So that console log is the one that we have here at our on submit. So all we should do here is to make a HTTP request. We save that information in the database. So here we will set is loading to true. If the rating is 0, so you can't rate 0, we will return immediately. So we won't save this information in the DB. So toast.error, and here we will import the toast. Awesome. Const rating data to be equal to, with this structure here, our data, but also we will be adding the user ID to this particular data. So the person who is rating this particular product will be user ID, and also we will be passing our product to this particular data. So product will be our product. We will now make our Axios request. We will say Axios dot post. We pass our API endpoint, which will be at API, and we'll say rating, and we pass our rating data. We will be able to tap to the dot then method here, and we invoke these. We pass another function, and we can do something in here like toast a success message. Also here we can refresh our router, and we can call reset. So reset will reset our values from the form. Actually today I think the code is not auto formatting. I had disabled prettier for some reason, so that's why it's longer than normal, but I hope you are able to follow along. Now right here we will catch. So if there is an error, we should be able to do something with it. We'll say finally, and for finally we will set is loading to false once we get here, and I save. Now right here, if we don't have a user or if no product, we will return null. To show this particular component, we should also be making a check like we did right here. We check if it's delivered and if we have a user review, and based on that we decide whether to show the component or not. Now here, instead of current user, we will say user. So you can copy that logic, and then now right here, okay, if we already have a user review and if we don't have the product as delivered or the order is delivered, then we will not show the UI for adding a review. So we return null. So right now I believe we should see null because we don't have this product as delivered or something like that. So we should comment it out first so that we test, and then we will return it data and test again if we need to. Let's refresh. So once we refresh and try to call rating product here, then comment should be having something. So we say good product, then we rate again. No rating selected, we must select something here. Good product, we give it a 4, and we should mark this status to false so that we no longer load. If we get to this point, let's use curly brackets here so that we can enter in a new line here, and we return the state here as false. So we save. I refresh again. Okay, so let's give it a 4 and we say good product, and I rate now. Loading. Something went wrong on our route here. These will prevent us from rating the product, so let's rate it without these first so that we see if it will work out. Also remove this one. So let's save and come back. We select a 4 and the message, and we call rate product. So it's loading, and there we go. Rating submitted. Once it's submitted, we should be able to see it at the bottom here, and there we go. Look, good product. Awesome. So it's working well. Also this did not clear, but once we already rate the product, the entire of this UI will be hidden. So right now, if we return these and these, So now I will return that and I'll save. Okay, let's see. So you see that section is hidden and we have this one review there, good product. So if we don't have a review, let's not show this heading. Let's go to list rating. In here before the return statement, let's check if we have the product reviews. We will return nar. So I save and this should not show. You see, now we don't have that annoying heading without the data. So let's order this particular watch. So I'll click on silver there, 2 of them, add to cart, view cart. We are at cart, we go to checkout. I don't have my webhook started, therefore this will not mark the order as paid, but we can still pay it using Stripe and it will create the order. Actually, it has already created the order, only that it's still pending. The status for the paid it's pending, okay, but it will work for testing the general stuff. So let's just pay now. It's processing and it's paid, but remember it will not mark our order is paid. So if I view my orders here, okay, we get 404. We worked on this page, didn't we? Why did we get 404? Okay, stroke orders. It should be stroke orders. Here it's orders, so orders. So I save that file. Basically it should have taken us to orders, not order. So we have updated that. Next time it should work. And you'll see at our orders now, we have this one 3 minutes ago and it's pending. Everything is pending. Although we paid, my webhook is not on, therefore payment status was not marked as complete. Okay. If I come to the dashboard and if we go to manage orders, so right now we should not be able to rate that product because it's not delivered. So first of all, let me check if we are able to or not. So right now we are not able to rate it. So here, let's mark it as delivered here, even though it's not paid yet. Order delivered, and there we go. It took some time to update, I don't know why. Once it's delivered, look, our UI updated and we are able to rate this product. Let's give it a 5 and we can say amazing watch, and I rate the product. It's loading. Rating submitted. And look, we hide the UI and now we have this product as rated here a few seconds ago. Amazing watch. So our functionality is working and our app, we can consider it actually as complete because the only thing that remains is this search bar and our summary. So let's work on that next. So the search bar will be easy. Right here, I can close all the tabs. You need to go to app, you'll go to components. Right here, we will add a new component. We can call it search bar, stateless functional component, and this will be search bar. Let's take this component into our NavBar. So here instead of search, we will have search bar, this one. Let's click it so that we also auto import it just like that. So I'll save. And let's just expand here. Go to search. Right here, we'll just say use client. We can actually start with the UI here. We will be having a div. This div will have a class name. Let's flex and then say items to the center. Now inside this div, we will be having an input field and a button. Let's add class name. So we'll have class name. We'll have padding of 2, border, then the color of the border will be gray 300. It will be rounded but on the left, and here you'll say MD. We can say on focus. Let's outline none. On focus, we will have a border of size 0.5 px. Also here on focus again, we will have the border color to be straight 500 and width will be 80. Those are the class name for the input. So here we will have placeholder, and we can say explore e shop. Type will be text, and then we will remove autocomplete and we'll set this to off. So that is basically the input. Now for the button, let's save, and we should be having a nice UI already. So right here, look, now this should be rounded to the right only, so that it looks nice right there. So it's rounded on this end, but this end it's not. Now we have a nice search bar just like that, but it's not functional. So let's make it functional. So let's use React hook form. We will destructure some stuff from use form, which comes from React hook form. Invoke that. We should pass field values. Let's make sure to import this one from React hook form. We will have the default values. We will have a search term, and it will be an empty string. From this use form, we will be able to get several stuff here. We will be able to get register, handle, submit. We will be able to get the reset. Also, we will be able to get the form state, and from form state, we will have our errors. We will register this input field here. We will spread register, and then we invoke it, and we will pass search term. Now let's create a function that will help us to submit the form. On submit, okay, this will be an async function which will receive data. Add the type here like that, and we have our data there. For now, let's just say console.log of data. At the button, we will have an on click event, and we will say handle submit. We invoke this one, and we'll pass on submit. So once we click, we'll be able to log the inputs for that on the console. Let's open the console, and we can say nothing, and we get the search term right there. What we will do, we'll just update our URL or the param, and then it will fetch the data again using different query. We need to make use of our router, and we can bring it here. So const router will be equal to use router, and we bring it from next navigation. So we invoke that. We will perform a check to first make sure that we have a search term. So we'll say if there is no data dot search term, what we will do is to return immediately, and we will say router dot push, and we take this user to the home page. Now right here, we will construct our URL. So we'll say const URL will be equal to, we will make use of the query string from query string dot stringify URL. Invoke this. We pass an object, and we will pass to object actually, so comma and another object there. So the last one will just say skip null, and we'll set that to true. But for this one, we will say the URL is the default, and then we will change our query. Okay, so now we have constructed our new URL depending on the search term, and right here, all we will do is to push this user to that URL. So router.push URL. Then we reset the input field. So you can reset or you can let it stay. So I save, and actually this should work. Let's test it. Let's search for watch. So right here I'll say watch. Click on search, and nothing happens. So what have we missed? Or maybe we might have messed up the spelling. Search term. Yes, this one. It's good now. I think it will work. So let me just remove the log there. So watch search, and there we go. We only get the watch, and our URL now has this search term. We search for phone. It changes the search term to phone, and we get the phone. We will work on our very last section now, which is our summary. We will need to go to admin. Then this page here is our admin page, and this is the default. This is the summary now. This should be the summary. Let's create a new component here. We will say summary.tsx stateRes functional component summary. Here for now, let's have a div. It will be a client component. So here we will use client, and then we will define an interface for our plops. So we have those. Awesome. So I save, and then inside our page we will bring in our summary right here, and we pass our various plops. So these will be having products, and we'll set these to products. And it comprints there. Here we'll have react.fc, and we pass our summary props. Now if we come back, we'll have products from products. Here we'll have orders from our orders. We will have users from our users. Right here we'll be having const products, and these will be equal to await get products. We invoke these, and this expects to have a category, and we'll pass null. So we mark this function as an async function, or this component. Let's get orders. We'll say const orders will be equal to. So for users, I don't think we have a function where we are getting all the users, do we? So let's create an action for getting our users, and we'll simply say get users.ts. I save, and that's our function for getting users. Very easy to use. And here we just say const users to be equal to await get users. We have gotten all the data for now that we need, and here we'll go ahead and add this to be inside a container. So container from components container, and we wrap our summary in there. I don't have prettier auto format, so I'm kind of forced to format that manually. And yeah, we passed all that data to summary, and let's work on summary now. We'll be able to get those various props, orders, products, users. I'll set some form of state. I'll say const summary data, and we will set summary data. We'll set this to be equal to use state, and here we will pass a type, and we will be passing some default values here. First of all, let's define this type. So right here we will say type summary data type. For each of the data we will be having a key, and the key will be a string, and then right here full colon. We should set an equal sign here for type. So key string, then here a label, which will be a string, a digit, which will be a number. Here we pass our summary data type like that. Let's define the data now. We can have the cell. We will say label is total cell, and then here comma, we will say digit 0. We will duplicate these several times. So Alt Shift bottom arrow we'll have for products. We'll have another one for orders, paid orders, unpaid orders, and users. Here we include total orders. Paid orders, we can say paid orders. unpaid orders users, total users. So this is the default data and it's in our state. So we can use this set summary data to update the different stuff. Okay, so to update these data, we will make use of the use effect right here whenever our component loads. Now at the dependency array, we'll have orders, products, and users as the dependencies. So when any of these change, our use effect will run again. And here we will simply call set summary data, and then we invoke it. Here we will get the previous state of our summary data. I'll just call it prev, and we will use that to update everything in here. So right here, I'll say let our temp data, temporary data, be equal to our previous state. So I spread the previous state like that. And then at the end here, we are required to return something, and we will be returning our temp data. We need to do more here. We need to update our total sale. We need to update paid orders, unpaid orders, and all those. Okay. Let's calculate our total sale. So we'll say const total sale will be equal to, we will get all our orders and we will use reduce. So here we will have an accumulator and we will have an item. Here we are passing an arrow function, and at the end here we'll pass the default of 0. Then we will do the calculation in here. We will check if the status of our item is complete. So item dot status is equal to complete. So that means that this item has been paid for. So if they have paid for this item, we'll go ahead and return accumulator plus item dot amount. We'll say else. We will just return the accumulator. And then here I'll say const paid orders will be equal to, we will take all our orders and we will filter them. So dot filter, here we'll have an order, and here we will return order dot status. So we will only take the orders that are complete again. We will get the unpaid orders. We will check for pending. These will be our unpaid orders. Now here we can simply update our temp data. So we'll say temp data dot sale dot digit. So we update the digit part of it. We'll set this to our total sale, and then we'll say temp data again dot orders, then here dot digit. We'll set this to orders dot length, then temp data dot paid orders. Basically most of the rest will be almost same. So Alt Shift bottom arrow, that will be for paid orders, unpaid orders, products, users. So let's just update those one by one now. Let's start with this one. So this will be paid orders dot digit. It will be paid orders dot length. Then this one will be for unpaid orders. So unpaid orders. Then this one will be unpaid orders dot length. This one will be for products, and here we will have products, and this one will be for users, and here we will have users. So basically we update this data with the correct digits or number, and that's how we can update that. Now let's work on displaying them. So right here, this div will have a class name, and we will say max hyphen width will be 1150 px, and then margin auto. Then right here we will have another div, and we'll have a heading here. Let's have title, and we'll say stats. Then let's center. Let's have a class name, and we'll set margin to the bottom of 4 and margin to the top of 8. Let's come down here. We'll have a div. We can add a class name here. So class name grid. Let's have 2 columns. So grid equals 2. Let's have a gap between them of 3. Let's have a max height of 50 VH. Let's overflow along the Y to be auto. Now right here, we will map through our data. And as you can see, our data is in form of an object. So we can't map an object. So we need to convert somehow these into an array. So we can extract the keys, sale, products, orders, like that, from that particular state. So how can we do that? We'll come right here and we'll say const summary keys will be equal to, we will use object dot keys. We invoke that and we pass our summary data, and this will get our summary keys right here as an array, and then we can map through that. So here we will map through our summary keys. We will say if we have our summary keys, then end. Let's then go ahead and say summary keys dot map. We invoke that. Here we'll get a key at a time, and we can use that to do something. We need to return, and we will return a div like that. This div needs to have a key. The key can be this one. Now is this one. Now this will be having a class name. It will be rounded to be XL. Border will be 2. Padding will be 4. Flex to the call. Items will be center, and we'll have a gap of 2. Then we will transition. Looks good. Now here we'll have another div, and let's first work on the class name for this one. We'll have text as XL. MD text will be for XL, extra large for XL. Font will be bold. We will now show our data. We will perform a check to check if this is if it's a price or just a number, and the only price we have is the sale. So here we will say summary data, and then we will use a key to get the data. We will have dot label, and if this is equal to our total sale, so summary data dot key. So we access like this, summary data dot key. So summary data, if the key is sale, then we will be able to receive this object, and here we will check if the label is total sale, and if it's total sale, we will use a ternary operator, and here we will show the data in a certain format, else we will show the data in a different format. And right here we want to show the price. We call format price. We invoke that. Just copy this part here, and that is what I will include here. Then here I'll say dot digit, and then right here this is just a normal number, and I can copy this, all of it. I will copy and I'll paste it here. We don't want to use format price, but we'll create a new helper function to format the number. So at our utils, we'll add a new file, and we'll say format number.ts. So this will format our number, and we can use that function right here. So instead of format price, we'll say format number, and we import it from there. Now after this div, down here we will add a label. So we'll have a div again. We will have our summary key. We access the label. This should be summary data, and there we go. So hopefully we have something beautiful now, and let's check it out. So I come here, and this is what we have. So at least you are getting the total products, total paid orders, users, unpaid orders, total sale. So so far it's good, but not the best. We are missing something to do with colors and borders. So we misspelled the border here. So border, let's see, and there we go. So we have that border for our section. I think it's so wide right here, so this should be having the square bracket there. Then remove that, save. Much better. Now it will not be wider than that ever. So if I happen to zoom out, it looks good on all screens. The next thing that we will be having at the bottom here is a graph showing sales for the last 7 days. So let's work on that next. So now finally, I want us to work on our graph for the last 7 days. And I think the hardest part about that is getting the graph data from the DB. So right here, what I'll do, I'll paste a function that will help us to get the data. And then I'll try to explain the steps that are happening. Okay, so let's see. Here we are defining a new function called getGraphData, and it's inside our actions. So you can add it and you can copy things as they are right here. Yeah, just make sure that you don't have some spelling mistakes or punctuations, things like that. So the first thing that we are doing here, we are getting the start and the end dates for the data range. So we want to get the data for the last 7 days. So right here, we get the start date to be the current date, and we subtract 6 days from that, and we get it from the start of the day. And this one, the 7th day, will be today. And all we are doing here now is to query our database using Prisma, but we have to group the data in a certain way. So we group our data by created date. So we will get the orders for each of the day, and we sum all the amount for that particular day. So right here we group by create date, and then right here we filter. So we want the data for the last 7 days to begin with to be greater or equal to the start day, and to be less or equal to the end date. So we get between that range, and we make sure that the orders payment status is complete. And then right here we sum the orders for each of the days, so we get the total amount for that particular day. Okay, and we want the data to be in a certain format. So right here we initialize an object that will hold this kind of data. So each day, for example Monday, we'll have the data in this format. We will have the day, which is now Monday. We will have the date for that day, and then we will have the total amount for that particular day, which will be basically this total amount which we already calculated here using our Prisma. But now we want to update each day. We don't know the days, we only know the date. Okay, so here we use a while loop, and we get the current date here. We clone the current date, and we use the while loop to be between the range, the current date. Okay, this is like this last 7 days, and I think it's wrong naming. The end date is today. So we get that range, the range for the 7 days. And right here, we get the day in this particular form. Basically, we get the name of that day, whether it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, something like that. So we get it, and then we take our object here, we take that date, we add that date as a key, and we add its data. So the data now will have day, the date will be this one, and the total amount currently will be 0. So we haven't updated the total amount yet. And then right here we will move to the next day. Okay, now the next step is to update this total amount. So we take the result. The result is this one, the one from the database. We take that result, loop through it, and we will take the amount for each of the day. First of all, we determine which day it is for that particular amount. So here it's entry.createdDate, and then we get the amount for that day, the total amount for that day, and now we update our aggregated data. We specify the day, we take the total amount, and we set it to our amount right here. Remember, this is 0, so we will just be adding the amount that we get from here. It can either be the sum or else it will be 0. So basically, we update our amount that we get from our result here, which is already summed for that particular day. And then after that, we will convert our aggregated data into an array, and the array will be sorted by date. So we get a sorted array right here, which we return. So we will use that array to create our graph. And that is basically it. So you can copy this function as it is. So I'll go ahead and save that file. You need not go to app, then you'll go to admin, and right here at the admin, we will add a new file. So this one, we will call it bargraph.tsx, and this will be a client component. So use client. We will be making use of a third-party library called React.js to create our chart. So let me show you. You can just search for it, React.js. This is it. You can open it like that, and you see you'll need to install Chart.js and React.js. So from npm here, I'll copy that, and I'll just go ahead and install those two packages right here. Okay. So for now, let's copy this code like that, which is here, and we come right here and we will paste it. Here we'll create a stateless functional component, and we can call it bar graph. For now, let's just have React fragments. Let's import chart as chart.js. Then here we will get bar element, not arc but bar element, like that. We will also be getting category scale. We will be getting linear scale. We will also be getting tooltip, and we'll be getting legend, like that, from chart.js. And then right here we will register all those. So we'll register bar graph, category, linear scale, copy them and paste them right there. Okay, and then right here we want to use this one, so remove that one. We will also not import donut from here, but we will import bar from React.js. Okay, so like that. For this particular bar graph, we will be having an interface. Down here we will say type graph data. This will be an object. It will be having a day. The day will be a string, and then it will be having date. Will also be string. It will be having the total amount, and the total amount will be number. Okay, and then let's pass that right here. So here we will have react.fc, and we pass our bar graph props. Now right here we will destructure our data like that, and right here let's log the data to the console, and I save. We come back here, we'll go to the page, and here we should add our graph. So let's have a div, and in here we will show our bar graph component which we just created, and it will be self-closing. This bar graph component expects to have data, and this data will be our graph data. Okay, we don't have this graph data, so we get it. So right here we'll say const graph data will be equal to, we await, and we'll say get graph data. We invoke that, we pass it here, and we will get it right here. So let's first complete here. Here we will be having a class name, margin to the top to be 4, then mx will be auto, and then let's have a max width for this one so that it's not too big. So we'll have 1150px, and I happen to save that. The data, we receive it right here, and we are logging it to the console. So let's see if we get any data, and I don't think we have any completed orders, so we might get nothing. So let's see. Here we will inspect and console. So actually we have the data and it's for the last 7 days, but we have 0 sales for each of the day. So as you can see, it has organized the data depending on the days. And if I check here, you'll see today is Thursday for me, and you'll see Thursday is the last day here. So it has calculated for the last 7 days, and the total amount is 0. So what we can do is to manipulate the database and complete the orders manually. We will have some of them as complete, so that is what I'll currently do. I'll just go to MongoDB. So here I am in MongoDB, and we have the orders right here. I have several orders. Some are complete, but I guess they are past the date. I don't know which are recent. I think this one is recent, so I'll just mark all of them as complete. So here we can edit these. Click on this, edit status to complete. Make sure the spelling is correct. I'll update that document. That is from the bottom there, and we also have this as complete. Okay, I think this is the most recent one right here, and let's see if it's included in our data. So if I happen to refresh, it should get the data from the DB and calculate the data. So we have this. Look, yesterday this is the order that I did, and we have some data. Awesome. So we can create another order and then update it manually here so that we have 2 of them. So here, let's go to shop and we will add these 2. So I'll purchase 1 watch and 1 phone. So that should be 1090. So we add that to cart, we view the cart. So 1090, we check out. So once we click the checkout, the order will be created in the DB. So we actually don't have to complete the payment for now. All I will do is that I'll go to the DB here and I will refresh, because I think we now have the order. We just complete it manually right here. So we have this 1090. We were adding this to 0 because in Stripe the amount is usually in cents, something like that. So basically, I just want to set this pending to be complete, and we update. Now this is for today, this is for yesterday. You need to scroll to the very bottom for the latest one. And if I come back here, go to console, let's clear, and we go to admin dashboard, we should be able to get now the data for even today. So 7, and look, for today it updated to this one. This is yesterday. If this we had sales, they would also update. So our data is updating fine. We just need to make use of it. Right here we will say const labels. We will get labels from our data dot map. Here we will get an item enter time, but what we will return is item dot day. So we get the days in an array there. Then here we'll have const amount, or amounts will be equal to data dot map, and here we will get an item at a time, and we will return item dot total amount. Okay, then right here we will say const chart data is equal to, we create an object. It will have labels, and labels will be labels. It will have data sets. The data sets will be an array of this kind. So we pass an object. The label will be sale amount. The data will be amounts. So this is amounts. or amounts. Okay, amount, does it have plural, or is it just amount? I don't know. So here we will have background color. We will set it to this value RGBA, invoke that 75, okay, 192, and here opacity of 0.6, and then here we will have border color. Then right here we will have the border width is 1. Okay, so we get the data set, and our chart data has labels and data set. Okay, now right here, after this one, we will create another object called options. So const options will be equal to an object, and right here we'll say scales, and we'll say y begin at 0 will be true. Then here, this is an object, y is a key, so we create that options for y axis. Okay, now right here we will simply return the bar component that we get from React.js, and here data prop will be our chart data. Then here we'll say options, and options will be options. There we go. I save, and we should be seeing our graph now. We refresh, and look, amazing, we have now this graph there. Sell amount, our amount here, when, and I think this amount is in cents, so you can format it to be in dollars. I think it's in cents, but you get the point on how to create a bar graph. This should be at the center. So at the page, margin x auto max hyphen width hyphen save should be at the center here. There we go. So look, very nice. You can change the colors if you want. You can change the colors using this right here, background color, border color. So now that we completed our application, I want to take you through the last step of deploying this application. So we will use Vercel to deploy it. So first things first is that I want to take you through some issues that I fixed first before I deploy the application. Else you might face issues after deploying. And the first one is from page.tsx file. So this is the home page. Okay, so if you go to app, then this one here. From here, I included a key when we are mapping through our data. So add a key plop like this. And then at the top of the file, I added this line, revalidate 0. And sometimes you can also export const dynamic, and I think you force dynamic. It just have issues when generating some pages, and this is the solution that I found. If there is a better one, you can just let everyone know at the comment section below. And then the other one is at our route, and that is create payment intent to be specific. So I changed how I am returning the errors, and I am using this right here, next response dot error, and I'm doing this for all of our next response dot error. So this is the first one here where we check if we have a current user. Then I think we have others. We have this one if we don't have an order, and finally at the very bottom I added this right here. To return an error if the checks that we are doing here fails. Okay, so we have this if statement. If all these checks fail, we are returning the error. So make sure to return an error at the very end as a default. So this is the route.ts where we have the create payment intent file. And then the next thing that I did is at package.json file, I added this right here, post install, then Prisma generate. So at scripts, make sure to add this particular line at line 10. And then lastly, I had to upgrade my Next.js version to the latest version because I was facing issues with the previous one when trying to deploy, and it was breaking at build time. So to upgrade to the latest version, you can go to getting started with Next.js installation, then you will come right here where we have install Next at latest, React at latest, and React DOM at latest, and then you just copy that command and you will paste it at your terminal and you hit enter to upgrade. So if you check now, my version for Next, I don't know if I can see it, is 13.5. So probably when you are doing yours, it will be even higher, but I found that fixes some compatibility issues and so on, or gives you better error messages during build time. So you can try that, or you can upgrade your Next13 together with React and React DOM. Okay, so those are the changes that I did. So now let's deploy. And to deploy, we need to take our application at GitHub. And funny enough, I already have this application on GitHub. So what I'll do is that I will cut the connection between this app and my GitHub by removing this .git file. I think there is some way in which you can hide or show it. Right now, I'm not sure why it is. Hide items. Okay, yeah, there it is. So if you want to see that git.git file or folder, we have this hidden items. If you show it, it appears. If you hide, it doesn't. So I'll go ahead and delete that one, and that will just remove the connection between my GitHub and this file so that we begin from scratch. So what I'll do now is to go to my GitHub account and I'll create a new repository. I'll go to my repositories and I'll create a new one. So here I'll say eShop, I can say prod. I'll make it private because it's just for showing you how to deploy, and I'll create the repo. Here we have instructions on how we can go about it: creating a new repository, pushing an existing repository. So we want to create a new repository and push it. So here I'll pop the terminal, I guess. Let me put them side by side. We just need to say git init to initialize an empty repository, and that will give us this .git folder right here. We need to add all the files. You can see we have all these changes, so we need to add them. So I'll say git add, and I'll use a star, and that will add all the changes. Then we will commit them. So I'll say git commit -m, and I'll enter the message right here. I can say Next13 App, and I hit enter. You can enter anything there, and then we create the main branch. So git branch -m, and I'll say main. I'm just following what we have here. Then we connect these with our remote repository. Just copy this one right here. I'll copy, and we link them by calling that command, and then we push to our origin main. So git push -u origin main, and that will link this remote repo with our local one, and the code here will be pushed to our remote one. Now it completed, so if we refresh, we should be seeing our code here, and there we go. So once the code is in our GitHub repository, all we need to do is to go to Vercel. So create a Vercel account if you don't have one, and I think you can continue with GitHub if I'm not wrong. Then I'll make sure that I click on the name. So here, okay, we need to create a project actually. So I'll click on project, and we will import from a Git repository. This is the one that we want, so I'll click on import. We can leave that as the name. So we will come here at environment variables. So what you need to do is to just go to your .env file, and here you will copy everything, copy, and you click on here and Control V. Once you do that, you'll see all the environment variable are added at the bottom here, which is really cool. And right here, you'll click deploy. It's building. You can click on this to see the build process, and fingers crossed it works. It might fail, but hopefully it works, because I had already done it and fixed the issues, the one that I showed you. So let's be hopeful. So it's building. 44 seconds. We have warnings. Warnings are not that bad, but you can try to fix them. Most of them are about dependencies. Dynamic server usage. Page couldn't be rendered statically because it used headers. So we have these red issues. There are a lot of them. I don't know if they are major errors, but generally Next.js still works. So there we go. It completed building. You just deployed a new project and it's live. So it worked. Although there are all those red errors, they are just telling us that some pages were not generated statically. We can click on the project, I guess, and it should open our app, and there we go. So it's deployed. Now you can see it right here. We try the different categories. They seem like they are working. There we go. Awesome. We can try to register here, Charles, and the email. I'll use this as the password, and I will sign up. It's loading. Something went wrong. Oops. So what went wrong? It failed to register. Let's refresh and try again. Charles, maybe I already had the account or something, I'm not sure. Let me say 01, and here I'll say at gmail.com, and let this be the password. Sign up. Account created. Awesome. Logged in. So it's working, and we are now logged in. We can add items to cart and see if they are being added. So here we can change color, change quantity, add to cart, view cart, and there we go. So our app is deployed. Now only a few things that you will need to fix. So I'll log out here. One, we need to allow this continue with Google. So for that, you need to go to Google Console. So go to Google Console, and I'll click on Google Cloud Console, and right here I'll copy this domain name that we are given there for free. So here we had some API keys and secret keys for Google. So I'm looking for the one that has these QQZQ client secret. It might be this eShopTut. So I'll go to API and services, and from here I'll go to credentials, and I'll click on web client. You can confirm the key right here. If this key is the same as the one that you have at your environment variable, then you know that you are on the right application. And then you'll need to add a URL here. Okay, so I'll add this URL, which is the one that we were given, eShopProd vassal.app. So you'll use yours. and then you make sure to add this extension stroke API stroke auth stroke callback stroke Google. So you'll copy that and you'll paste there, and you'll save, so that you allow Google sign up and Google sign in. So once that is saved, you can test it. So I can refresh here. I don't think I need to, but I'll still do that, and then continue with Google. And you'll see here it will give you different accounts that you can continue with, and you'll be able to log in with Google right here. So if I go to admin dashboard, we can see if that works, and it works. Even all this, you can see if we have add products and manage orders. Here we can click on checkout to see if it loads checkout, and it does. So this is really cool. Another thing that you can do is to go to Stripe and connect a webhook to this particular application. The last thing, you can go to Stripe. Let's try doing that. So once you are logged in, you can go to developers, then you'll go to webhooks. Then right here, you'll add an endpoint. So endpoint URL. So it will be this, but we should add a webhook endpoint, which was at pages, then Stripe webhook. So here it should be stroke, I think API, then stroke Stripe hyphen webhook, and then listen to event on your account version. We select events. So which event are we listening to? So if we come to Stripe webhooks, you can check. We want charge succeeded. That is the only event that you are listening to. So we have charge here. Click on this drop down. Then we want to listen to charge succeeded. Then we will add that event, and we will add the endpoint. So here it's enabled, charge succeeded. Whenever we make a payment, it should come here. But you need to do one more thing. You need to add this sign-in secret to be your key. So I'll copy this one, and then you'll go to Vercel to this application. So I'll click continue here, I guess. And how can we update our environment variables? Okay, I'll click on home here. Then we have this project. I'll click right here. I think I can go to settings. We have this, and okay, we have here environment variables, Stripe webhook secret. So we want to update this one, edit. So change this key to the one that we copied from Stripe, and you go ahead and save. Okay, it came at the top here, updated just now. So yeah, I'll click on any data, dummy data, enter a card number. You can use this one, 42424242, any future date, any CVC, and I'll pay. It's processing. Checkout success. Let's view our order, and payment is pending. Okay, let's refresh now. Give it some seconds and refresh, and still it's pending. So our webhook, it's not working. Okay, so let's check Stripe. Let's refresh. So here we have charge succeeded, but it failed to deliver the event. So it will try to deliver again in like an hour. So after several trials, I was able to resolve our Stripe webhook error. And what you need to do is to redeploy your project once you update your environment variables. So to redeploy, you can actually click on the project, and then you can click here on deployments, and right here you can come to the profile and you click on redeploy. Okay, so once you redeploy, you can test out if it's working by coming right here and resending the request. So you can click on any and resend, and you'll see if now here it will be checked. As you can see, I made a lot of trials right here. For my case, it actually stopped showing this error 400, and it started showing this error right here 45, method not allowed. So I realized that this error comes from our API. So if you click on logs, you'll be able to see your production logs, and you can see we have this error here 405, and it was saying that Prisma is not defined. Okay, so I fixed that by importing Prisma. I don't know how this happened, because earlier it was working on locally. So make sure you have Prisma imported, or solve any other errors that you might have right here. Once you do that, you push to your GitHub repository, and then it will automatically redeploy your application, and you'll wait. Okay, so you'll go to projects, I guess, to Chaoo Charles. So once you click on the project, you'll confirm if it has completed redeploying again. You'll need to give it some time, like 2 or 3 minutes, and then now you'll come back and retest your test here. So you will click on any of the charge here and you resend. So if I resend that, it has resend, and if I refresh, it should be marked as succeeded. If it's not, then there is still an issue which needs to be fixed, and as you can see, now that is succeeded. Now if I come back to my eShop here, I had created these 2 orders right here, and if I refresh, you'll see now that the payment status should be paid. So we have this one is paid. Okay, it worked for this one but not for this one. Anyway, let's try to purchase something now and see if it will work. So I can buy 3 of these. So here we add a line, a number, then I pay. Checkout succeeded. Let's check if it's fired here. Yeah, it succeeded. Okay, let's check our orders, and look, it succeeded. Payment status, so a few seconds ago. So it's working now, and now we are finally done with our course. I know it was a huge one, but we have created a complete e-commerce using Next13, making use of the app router, TailwindCSS, Typescript, and so much more. We created even the admin dashboard and processed payment using Stripe. Also worked on our Auth, even Google Auth. So I hope it was worth it. So if you really liked my content, please make sure to leave a thumbs up. Also subscribe and share with your friends. And if you need to support my content further, you can find me on Patreon at Chaoo Charles, and I'll leave a link at the description section below. So I'll be seeing you on the next course.